Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 56 Genetic Lock. In the haze, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into boundless darkness. His surroundings were pitch black, without a trace of light. Where am I? Where is this? Anyone? Lin Feng ran with all his might, but it seemed like there was no end ahead. It was boundless. No matter how far he ran, he could not reach the end. He punched his surroundings hard, but was met with no resistance at all. His invincible strength could not break through this darkness no matter what. Could this be hell? Anyone? Lin Feng felt fear. His will had always been very strong, but now, he was trapped in this darkness. There was no one, no sound, nothing at all. All he could see was darkness. Lin Feng did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, or perhaps a year. Lin Feng no longer had any concept of time. He could only run madly, stopping when he was tired. But it seemed like he could not reach the end no matter what. It was as if this darkness would never end. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Second Brother, Sister, and Chen. I will get out no matter what. I must see you guys. I can't stay here. This was the only thought in Lin Feng's heart. Or rather, if not for this thought, he would have long been assimilated by this darkness, and might stay in this darkness forever. Finally, Lin Feng seemed to see a pair of eyes appear in the darkness. Those eyes were so familiar. The roars of the wild bovine sounded in his ears, as well as the figure of the unicorn. There was also the despair in the gaze of the giant, proboscis beast. The fleshworm dire beast in particular appeared like a stone sculpture, and had completely lost its vitality. Lin Feng's body shook. Wasn't this the 4 dire beasts whose genes he had fused? Wasn't this his source of power? Why were they also trapped in this darkness, and looking so helpless? A voice called out from the depths of Lin Feng's heart. Stop struggling. No matter how much you struggle, you can't leave this darkness. If you're tired, stop and rest. Stay here forever. No, I don't want to stay here. I can't stay here. I want to leave. Get away. Lin Feng held like a madman. He looked up at the sky, which was still pitch black. At the same time, as Lin Feng roared, the wild bovine, unicorn, proboscis beast, and fleshworm dire beast beside him seemed to be jolted awake, and they held furiously with Lin Feng. Swoosh! Cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead. He opened his eyes immediately, but his entire body felt extremely weak and did not have any strength at all. It was difficult to even move a little. You're awake, informed the chief commander at once. A surprised voice sounded in Lin Feng's ear. He looked over and saw a spirited woman in a white nurse's uniform. The nurse hurriedly ran out. Only then did Lin Feng observe his surroundings. TM in the hospital. Lin Feng's head hurt a little. The place he lived in looked like a hospital, and there was even the smell of antiseptic. He should be in a single ward, and there was no one else there other than the female nurse just now. Lin Feng thought carefully again, and a vague memory appeared in his mind. He seemed to be engaged in an intense battle at the front line. He had just defeated 3 dire beast kings, and before he could kill the last giant proboscis beast, he had fainted for some reason. He struggled to stand up, but his body was very weak. It seemed very difficult to even move a finger. What happened to me? Lin Feng was very anxious. Something seemed to have happened to his body. Moreover, was the nightmare he just had really just a nightmare? The dream just now was too realistic. Even Lin Feng felt a lingering fear when he recalled it now. Not long after, hurried footsteps came from outside. Then, they pushed the door open and entered. Many people entered at once. The person in the lead was Chief Commander Long Duo of the Dragon Mountain Base, whom Lin Feng had only seen once from afar before. Chief Commander, why are you here? Lin Feng was still very respectful towards Long Duo. On the battlefield, Chief Commander Long Duo also fought bloody battles, saving countless martial artists. Seeing that Lin Feng had woken up, Chief Commander Long Duo heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He smiled and said, "Of course I have to come. Lin Feng, you are the hero of Dragon Mountain Base. There are many people who are concerned about your life." Hero? Lin Feng was still a little confused, not knowing what was going on. "Of course you are a hero, Lin Feng. You may not know this, but it's precisely because you killed the Dire Beast Kings, especially that Fleshworm Dire Beast. In the decisive battle back then, it seemed to have an extraordinary status among the Dire Beasts. Once it died, all the Dire Beasts retreated. So, you undoubtedly deserve the title of hero. You practically saved everyone at the Dragon Mountain Base." Lin Feng understood now. He had killed the Fleshworm Dire Beast, causing all the Dire Beasts to retreat. But how was this possible? How could a Dire Beast King have such a huge influence? One had to remember that there were 15 demons in the final battle. No matter how strong a Dire Beast King was, it couldn't be stronger than a demon. "Chief Commander, how long was I unconscious for?" "Lin Feng, you've already been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. "What 7 days? Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect to be unconscious for 7 days. "By the way, Lin Feng, how did you lose consciousness?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know how I lost consciousness either." Lin Feng really did not know. He had only fused with the genes of the Fleshworm Dire Beast. But this shouldn't be enough to make him unconscious. "Right. That's right. I had a nightmare recently. I dreamed that I was in the darkness and couldn't break free no matter what." "Wait. Was everything dark around you?" "Yes. It was completely dark. I couldn't see anything." Long Duo frowned. He seemed to know something. "Chief Commander, do you know what's going on with me? If TM not wrong, you saw the lock." "The lock? The genetic lock?" Lin Feng's mouth fell open. He had seen the genetic lock, just like that, although he had collected a lot of information about the genetic lock. No expert who had broken the genetic lock had explained it to him in detail. How could he know the details? Seeing that Lin Feng really did not know anything, Long Duo continued to explain. "The genetic lock is an invisible lock that exists in the bodies of humans. It can only be sensed under special circumstances. Normally, one can only sense the genetic lock in life or death situations. Once one senses the genetic lock, they will immediately attempt to break the genetic lock. Once you can sense the genetic lock, you can attempt to break the genetic lock and become an inhuman expert. Your body will begin metamorphosing rapidly. You wouldn't fail under such circumstances. However, your situation is unheard of. Your body doesn't seem to have begun to undergo metamorphosis either. How strange." Although Long Duo was experienced and knowledgeable, this was the first time he had encountered a situation like Lin Feng's, where someone had sensed the genetic lock without undergoing metamorphosis. Chapter 57 Awakening. Seeing Lin Feng frown, Long Duo consoled him. "You don't have to worry too much. Although your condition is very special, it has not worsened at the moment. This is a good sign. Perhaps you did not undergo metamorphosis only because you overexerted yourself." Even though Lin Feng knew that his situation was definitely not as simple as what Long Duo had said, he still nodded. Only he understood this matter. He even suspected that the reason he had not undergone metamorphosis should be related to him fusing the Dire Beast genes. However, he could not explicitly tell Long Duo this. "This time, I came not only to check on your condition, but also to give you your reward. Take a look now. The 100 points should have already been transferred to your account. 100,000 points. Lin Feng hurriedly checked and realized that he had already obtained more than 120 points, other than the 100 reward points and the original points. The remaining points were from the dire beasts he had killed when he obtained during the double points period. I got the first place because Shui Yuansheng, Gao Tansai and Yu Shan sacrificed their lives. Lin Feng's heart sank at the thought of Shui Yuansheng, Gao Tansai and Yu Shan. If they had not died, he really might not have been able to obtain the first place reward. Yu Shan isn't dead, but his condition isn't very good. He's currently receiving treatment in the hospital at the base. We've also sent him his reward. Yu Shan isn't dead. Lin Feng was quite happy. This was a fortune amidst misfortunes. All right. You can rest first. I've already requested help from the other bases. This time, the dire beasts have only temporarily retreated. No one can guarantee that they won't make a comeback. I have to go back and make proper arrangements. Long Duo left the ward, leaving Lin Feng alone. Although he still felt weak all over, he was slowly recovering. Hence, he called the doctor over and asked him about his condition in detail. Doctor, what happened to me? The doctor's expression was a little solemn as he asked in a low voice. Lin Feng, did you have any conditions in the past? Lin Feng's heart sank. He nodded and said, I have a very rare form of atypical organ failure. Is it worsening? It has indeed worsened. Your cells are currently in a very active state, and your metabolism is very strong. This is too abnormal. If this continues, you might only have a year left to live. Lin Feng felt bitter. He originally had 2 years left to live, but he did not expect to only have 1 year left now. Perhaps this had something to do with his rash fusion of the genes of the dire beast king. Perhaps it was due to the backlash from unleashing spiral forces, like mad. But whatever the reason, it didn't matter anymore. He only had a year left. The doctor looked at Lin Feng and seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. However, as a doctor, he still said impartially, We did a thorough checkup on you and found that your cells are very active. Moreover, there's a miraculous power that can rapidly heal injuries. Therefore, we didn't actually give you any treatment. We just allowed you to recover on your own. Then why do I still feel so weak now? You are exhausted, and your body has reached its limit. You still need some time to recover. We will give you nutrient solutions to speed up your recovery. However, there is no treatment for your condition for the time being. No, only by breaking the genetic lock and restructuring my genes can I cure my strange illness. You know all that's good? You're the hero of the Dragon Mountain base. If you can kill a dire beast king, you can definitely break the genetic lock. The doctor said a few more words of encouragement before leaving the ward. After a while, a nurse brought Lin Feng some nutrient solutions. After injecting the nutrient solutions, Lin Feng could clearly sense that his body was recovering rapidly, and he was gradually gaining strength. Lin Feng paid the points to the hospital and asked for a few bottles of nutrient solutions. After injecting all of them into his body, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lin Feng woke up feeling refreshed. If the doctor had not insisted on keeping him for further observation, he would have planned on getting discharged. Hence, Lin Feng also pulled out the genetic fusion device to check his physical attributes. Physique 60, 16, Strength 52, 83, Agility 20, 27. Technique Basic Fist Technique Proficient. Can be improved to adept through continuous practice. Wild Bovine's Might Mastered. Comprehended Wild Bovine's True Intent. Non-upper body Tempering Mastered. Can summon a Spiral Force. Lightning Arc Blade. Technique Proficient. Genetic Fusion Wild Bovine Genes. Unicorn Genes. Proboscis Beast Genes. Unknown Dire Beast Genes. Genetic Capacity 98. Seeing such physical attributes, although Lin Feng had already expected it, he was still very shocked. His physique and strength had almost doubled, and his agility had also increased by quite a lot. The fleshworm dire beast lived up to its status as a dire beast king. Its genes were extremely domineering, far stronger than the genes of the other 3 dire beasts he had fused previously. However, even Lin Feng did not know the name of the fleshworm dire beast. So at the moment, the display is unknown dire beast genes on the genetic fusion device. However, this genuine dire beast king took up far too much genetic capacity. Currently, Lin Feng's genetic capacity had reached 98. This meant that at the level of a professional martial artist, it was next to Impossible for Lin Feng to fuse other dire beast genes again. In other words, Lin Feng could no longer rely on fusing the genes of dire beasts to increase his strength in the future, unless he could break the genetic lock. Once he broke the genetic lock, his genes would become stronger, and his genetic capacity would naturally expand. Then, he would be able to accommodate more dire beast genes. However, breaking the genetic lock was not something that could be done in a short period of time, let alone something that Lin Feng could achieve at will. As his body fully awakened, Lin Feng felt that his strength had almost doubled. However, Lin Feng did not know the exact extent of his physical strength. He could only find out after the actual test. Apart from the increase in his physical strength, Lin Feng could also clearly feel that there seemed to be a miraculous power in his body that was rapidly healing his injuries. At this thought, Lin Feng took out the fruit knife in the ward and slashed hard at the back of the hand. Swish! A very shallow wound appeared on Lin Feng's arm. With Lin Feng's current physique, if Lin Feng had not used all his strength, a mere fruit knife would not have been able to leave a wound on his body. As soon as the wound appeared, it healed at a visible speed before Lin Feng's eyes. In about a second or two, the wound had healed completely, without even a scar. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart was shaken. He recalled the terrifying restorative power of the fleshworm dire beast. That was an ability close to limb regeneration. Even many experts who had broken the genetic lock did not have such an ability. After fusing the genes of the fleshworm dire beast, Lin Feng had actually obtained such a fearsome ability. This might be Lin Feng's greatest gain from fusing the genes of the fleshworm dire beast. This dire beast has such a terrifying ability. Just what kind of dire beast is it? Humans already have an in-depth understanding of the dire beast world. Why have we never encountered such a dire beast before? Lin Feng frowned and fell into deep thought. He had the vague feeling that this fleshworm dire beast might very well turn out to be a huge problem. Chapter 58 Test. Lin Feng did not pursue the matter further. The matter of the fleshworm dire beast would be handled by the chief commander and other inhuman experts. He had not broken the genetic lock, so it was pointless to worry about these matters. The most important thing for Lin Feng now was to break the genetic lock. After all, he only had a year left. Lin Feng stayed in the hospital for 3 more days. Then, he insisted on being discharged despite the doctor's reluctance. The hospital also gave Lin Feng a thorough checkup. Apart from the strange illness, he did not have any other injuries, so he agreed to Lin Feng's request for discharge. However, before he was discharged, Lin Feng wanted to visit Yu Shan. After all, he and Yu Shan had gone through life or death trials together and formed a friendship between life and death. Yu Shan's ward was not far from Lin Feng's. After asking the doctor about Yu Shan's ward, he packed up and rushed over immediately. In a spacious ward, a person was lying in the white hospital bed. His entire body was covered in bandages. Lin Feng walked up cautiously and realized that Yu Shan had already opened his eyes. However, his gaze appeared very despondent, and he looked listless. Yu Shan. Lin Feng called out. Lin Feng, congratulations on being discharged. Yeah. My injuries are healed. How are you feeling? How else can I be ill? Probably be transferred away from the front line after some time. Lin Feng felt that Yu Shan seemed very demoralized and dispirited. Didn't he just suffer some injuries? Modern medical technology was very advanced. Even if he was injured, he should be able to slowly recover after recuperation. Just as Lin Feng was guessing about what was going on with Yu Shan, a female nurse walked in from outside the ward. The nurse said softly, Yu Shan, it's time to change the dressings. With that, the nurse lifted Yu Shan's blanket. Lin Feng was slightly stunned as he stared intently at Yu Shan's legs. Yu Shan's pants were empty. He no longer had legs. The female nurse carefully applied the medicine and left the ward. Seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Yu Shan said in a desolate tone, I've had my legs amputated. No matter how advanced medical technology is, no matter how good the conditions they can provide me, it can't regrow my legs. TM finished. My path of martial arts is also finished. Actually, this is just as well. I've carried too many burdens of the family. When I return this time, I can rest properly and won't have to risk my life at the front line anymore. Although there was still a smile on Yushan's lips, Lin Feng could tell that Yushan's smile was very forced. How painful was it for a genius martial artist to have his limbs severed and lose the ability to pursue the way of martial arts? Yushan, if hadn't asked you to buy me a minute, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Feng was filled with guilt. Yushan's current state was largely due to him. In order to buy Lin Feng a minute, Yushan was seriously injured and had no choice but to amputate his leg, which was how he ended up like this. Yushan smiled weakly and shook his head. Lin Feng, how can this be your fault if not for you? I'm afraid I'd be long dead. Moreover, Dragon Mountain Base suffered heavy losses. You did nothing wrong. You even avenged Chui Yuansheng and Gao Tiansai. As for me, that was fate. From the moment I came to the front line, I was prepared for this. It has nothing to do with you. Yushan, if there's anything I can do to help, just tell me. Don't worry. I'm fine. If anything really happens, I'll find you for sure. After all, you and I have a friendship transcending life and death. I won't stand on ceremony. However, you have to break the genetic lock as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not be able to handle it. When I ask you for help, seeing that Yushan was only a little despondent, but had not completely lost his spirit, Lin Feng smiled and said, I promise I won't disappoint you. Recuperate well. If you're going to leave the front line, tell me so that I can send you off. Lin Feng and Yushan exchanged contact information. Then, he bade Yushan farewell and left. After Lin Feng left, the smile on Yushan's face quickly faded. He muttered in a low voice, I really envy you. You can still continue on the path of martial arts and break the genetic lock, but I can already see the rest of my life. 1. After leaving the ward, Lin Feng lifted his head and looked at the sky. Between the blue sky and the white clouds, the weather was rather fair today, and the sun shone warmly on him. However, Lin Feng did not feel any trace of happiness. Rather, his heart was somewhat heavy. Shui Yuansheng and Gao Tansai were both killed in battle, and Yushan was seriously injured and crippled. His path of martial arts had ended. For the first time, Lin Feng realized the cruelty of the front line. With the current level of technology, it was impossible to completely fix Yushan's legs. Of course, it was not entirely out of the question. If Yushan could break the genetic lock and become inhuman, he would have the chance of using the opportunity of metamorphosis after breaking the genetic lock to restructure his genes, and he would naturally be able to regrow his legs. However, there was only one chance. Moreover, it was difficult enough to break the genetic lock if Yushan had all his limbs, let alone, now that he was crippled. How could he break the genetic lock when he could not even continue down the path of martial arts? Actually, Lin Feng himself was in similar straits. His body was whole, and furthermore, he was very strong. He had become the hero of the Dragon Mountain Base, renowned as the martial artist who had the greatest chance of breaking the genetic lock. However, only Lin Feng himself knew that he had but a year left. If he could not break the genetic lock, restructure his genes, and cure his strange illness, he would have to face death. Hence, Lin Feng was under a lot of pressure as well. He faced the threat of death almost constantly. Anyone with a slightly weaker will would not be able to withstand such torment. However, Lin Feng managed to endure it. He had to persevere in order to break the genetic lock. Fortunately, he was unprecedentedly powerful now. Moreover, according to Chief Commander Long Duo, he had actually seen the genetic lock. However, for some unknown reason, his body did not undergo metamorphosis. In other words, once he found the reason, it was very likely that he would begin to metamorphose and become inhuman. TL make a trip to the training room first. Lin Feng had to test his current strength first, due to fusing the genes of the fleshworm dire beast. Lin Feng's attributes had increased by a lot. Although Lin Feng could control the power in his body, it wasn't as precise as before. Arriving at the training room, there were professional strength testing devices. There were also some patients in the hospital who were undergoing rehabilitative training. They were all very surprised to see Lin Feng, and greeted him one after another. Senior Lin Feng. Senior Lin Feng has recovered. This is great. Senior Lin Feng was actually able to kill a dire beast king. That's amazing. He might be able to break the genetic lock soon and become the 17th Inhuman expert at the Dragon Mountain base. This hospital was exclusive to the Myriad Academy in the Dragon Mountain base. Therefore, all the martial artists who could recuperate here were students of the Myriad Academy. The news of Lin Feng turning the tide and killing the dire beast king had now spread throughout the entire Dragon Mountain base. There were very few people who did not know Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was the hero and savior of Dragon Mountain base. Naturally, he would receive attention wherever he went. TD liked to use the training instrument. Lin Feng also smiled in response to each of them. Senior Lin Feng, you go first. We can wait a little longer. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to use the instrument to test his strength, all the martial artists in the training room crowded together. They wanted to see just how strong the Lin Feng who could kill a dire beast king was. Chapter 59 The Final Challenge. The training room was very spacious, but it could not hold many people. Hearing that Lin Feng was here, everyone rushed to the training room. Hence, in a short period of time, there were about 200 to 300 people gathered in the training room. These people were naturally here for Lin Feng. While Lin Feng was unconscious, the Dragon Mountain base had highlighted Lin Feng's deeds in order to alleviate the pressure. It was how Lin Feng could become the hero that everyone in Dragon Mountain base admired. However, in reality, very few people knew Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had only been at the front line for a short while. Lin Feng exuded a mysterious air. Naturally, he caught the attention of many people. In particular, Lin Feng had actually killed 2 dire beast kings and seriously injured a dire beast king. Such a battle record was incredible. Up until now, only the demon king Dongfeng Sheng of the Myriad Academy had managed to defeat and kill a dire beast king. Just what kind of ability did Lin Feng have to be able to kill dire beast kings? Curiosity drove more martial artists over. They all wanted to see Lin Feng's true appearance. And even more so, they wanted to witness Lin Feng's strength with their own eyes. Lin Feng glanced at the people around him. He really had no intention of being so high profile. But now, he couldn't keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. After all, he had killed dire beast kings. Just this battle record alone was unattainable for many people. Hence, Lin Feng decided to ignore the people around him. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and bowed slightly. All the strength in his body erupted in an instant. Thud! Lin Feng threw a punch. The air exploded like a cracking whip. His fist landed fiercely onto the strength instrument, causing it to make a loud noise. Bang! The numbers on the strength instrument rose rapidly. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the numbers on the instrument. Finally, the numbers on the instrument stopped. But what appeared was an incredible number. 20 tons. Is it even possible to reach 20 tons in raw physical strength? Incredible. Truly incredible. Senior Lin Feng didn't use any martial arts. Right, just his strength alone could reach 20 tons. Can a martial artist reach this level? How terrifying. Forget about martial artists. Even those dire beast lords might not possess such a fearsome power. I finally understand why Senior Lin Feng was able to suppress the dire beast kings and even kill 2 of them with his own hands. With such terrifying power and profound martial arts, there is nothing he can't do. He never expected that after the Demon King Dongfeng Sheng from back then, our Myriad Academy would see someone like Senior Lin Feng in the present. It's a pity the age difference between the 2 of them is too great, and they are not people of the same era. Otherwise, we might be able to see 2 unprecedented geniuses compete. There's nothing to pity. Isn't there the virtual battle chamber? The demon king Dongfeng Sheng has dominated the first place in the virtual battle chamber for way too long. Perhaps Senior Lin Feng can defeat Dongfeng Sheng in the virtual battle chamber and replace him. TM really looking forward to. Many of the surrounding martial artists had seen Lin Feng exert more than 20 tons of force with a single punch. All of them had different expressions. Some were envious, some were shocked, and some were jealous. However, all of them had the same thought: Lin Feng was really powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person below the inhuman level now. Not only was Lin Feng the strongest person below the inhuman level in the Myriad Academy, even among all the professional martial artists in the entire world, out of all those below the inhuman level, Lin Feng could be considered one of the top, or even the top person. After all, Lin Feng was the only person below the inhuman level who could personally kill a dire beast king in the present. Perhaps there were others whose strength were not inferior to Lin Feng's, but their battle records were far from his match. Lin Feng retracted his fist. He looked at the conspicuous numbers on the instrument and sighed internally. 20 tons. That was 20 tons. Although he had already tried his best to overestimate his current strength, he still felt that his prediction was too conservative after the actual test. 20 tons was almost 3 times his previous physical strength. If he unleashed 3 spiral forces on top of that, in addition to his original physical strength, Lin Feng could even unleash more than 80 tons of strength with a single punch. How powerful was 80 tons of strength? Lin Feng had never tried it, but he knew that experts who broke the genetic lock usually had at least 100 tons of strength in an attack. In terms of strength alone, Lin Feng being able to unleash more than 80 tons of strength was infinitely approaching an inhuman expert. As for surpassing inhuman experts, that was almost impossible. Even the Demon King Dongfeng Sheng from back then could not possibly defeat inhuman experts. This was not a matter of strength, or even the profoundness of martial arts. It was a difference in life. The inhuman and ordinary martial artists differed in their very natures of life. Once the genetic lock was broken, life would practically undergo a transformative leap forward and begin a complete metamorphosis. This metamorphosis was a miraculous state that ordinary people could not at all imagine, or even comprehend. Thus, ever since the first inhuman expert who broke the genetic lock appeared, there had never been a case of a professional martial artist defeating an inhuman expert. Not a single one. Lin Feng had never thought of defeating the inhuman expert at the level of a professional martial artist. He just wanted to see his limit. Now that he had reached his limit, even if he relied on the genetic fusion device to fuse the genes of dire beasts, he could not surpass the inhuman experts. But he could infinitely approach it. Next, his only goal was to break the genetic lock and become inhuman. But before that, Lin Feng had something else to do. He wanted to challenge the Demon King Dongfeng Sheng once more. Lin Feng also had his pride. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, the greatest defeat he had ever suffered was losing to Dongfeng Sheng in the virtual battle chamber. Moreover, it had practically been a crushing defeat where he was powerless to fight back at all. Although Lin Feng did not say anything, he had always kept it in mind. Since he was going to break the genetic lock with all his power, he had to go for the challenge again. Regardless of success, this would be his final challenge. The virtual battle chamber could only be found in Myriad Academy's base in the Dragon Mountain base. After testing his strength, Lin Feng immediately left the hospital. When Lin Feng returned to the base, many martial artists he did not know also greeted him. He nodded at them all in response. Since the final battle, he had indeed made a name for himself in the Dragon Mountain base. Almost every martial artist knew him. Brother Feng, you're discharged. Suddenly, Feng Xiu appeared in front of Lin Feng. Feng Xiu could be considered an acquaintance of Lin Feng's. He looked well. It seemed like he was very lucky in the decisive battle and nothing had happened to him. TM discharged, Feng Xiu said warmly. Brother Feng, I wanted to visit you too, but the hospital forbade me from doing so. You've been quite the influential figure in Dragon Mountain Base recently. Gee, you're really something. Killing 2 dire beast kings is simply incredible. Feng Ziyu was still rambling on next to his ear. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Feng Ziyu. He said calmly, "Where's the virtual battle chamber? Take me there." "Virtual battle chamber? Who are you going to challenge?" Brother Feng. Hearing that, Feng Ziyu stopped as well and asked curiously, "Dong Feng Sheng?" Feng Ziyu opened his mouth, about to say something, but didn't say anything in the end. "Dong Feng Sheng?" The Demon King. He looked at Lin Feng and seemed to realize something. Chapter 60 Predators. Brother Feng, you want to challenge the Demon King? Feng Ziyu was so excited that he could not even speak. Challenging the Demon King Dong Feng Sheng was not unusual. In fact, there were many people who attempted to challenge the Demon King. Many martial artists wanted to drag the Demon King off the throne before breaking the genetic lock. Unfortunately, even after so many years, no one had been able to pull the Demon King off his throne, thereby cementing the Demon King's undefeated legend. Even in the other 2 top-notch martial arts academies, the Demon King Dong Feng Sheng had a distinguished reputation. He was almost universally recognized as the strongest person below the inhuman level. Now, Lin Feng challenging the Demon King held a completely different meaning. He only went to challenge the Demon King with absolute strength. Feng Ziyu knew very well that regardless of success, this was definitely going to be sensational news. This may also be the last time I challenge Dong Feng Sheng. Regardless of whether I succeed, I won't challenge him again in the future. You can watch this battle, but don't alert the others. Understood? Understood. Feng Ziyu hurriedly promised that he would not alert anyone else. How lucky was he to have Lin Feng's permission to watch the battle? Such a battle, however sought after, could only be chanced upon with sufficient luck. It was even more awe-inspiring than hearing that someone had broken the genetic lock. "Take me to the virtual battle chamber." Feng Ziyu immediately led Lin Feng to the virtual battle chamber. At this moment, there was no one in the virtual battle chamber. At the Dragon Mountain base, every martial artist was working hard to kill dire beasts and accumulate points. Hence, the virtual battle chamber was not patronized much. However, this was just as well. Lin Feng did not want to be too high-profile in the first place. There being no one in the virtual battle chamber was more to his liking. Thus, without any hesitation, Lin Feng quickly entered the virtual battle chamber and lay in the virtual cabin. The next moment, he felt his consciousness being stripped away, and he had arrived in a room filled with darkness. Want to challenge the person ranked first? Dong Feng Sheng? As Lin Feng's voice fell, the virtual battle chamber lit up, and a huge arena appeared. This arena was extremely large. One couldn't see the end of the arena as far as their sight went. They could fight to their heart's content. This was the largest arena Lin Feng had ever seen when challenging someone. Although it was a virtual scene, the virtual battle chamber's OWL system probably sensed that Lin Feng's current strength was extraordinary, so even the specification was much higher. Buzz! Soon, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure again. The Demon King, Dong Feng Sheng, still had an aloof look on his face. His eyes were as cold as ice, as if he was looking down on everything. Dong Feng Sheng, we meet again. Lin Feng did not even summon his battle saber. In this challenge, he was not using any weapons. His fists were what he trusted the most. In the conference hall of the Dragon Mountain base, 16 inhuman experts were sitting upright and still, their expressions very solemn. Dragon Mountain base could be considered to have suffered a huge loss this time. The intelligence department was censured in particular. Even the head of the intelligence department had his position directly revoked by the chief commander. Their reconnaissance was so poor that they had failed to even realize a brand new kind of dire beast had appeared in the Dragon Mountain region. Commander Longduo's gaze was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Everyone, we've suffered heavy losses this time. If a little fellow hadn't killed a relatively important dire beast, we probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. In this matter, the intelligence department is responsible. I am responsible. And so are you. However, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. We have to figure out what's going on with the new dire beast. This time, I invited Professor Yun from the Research Institute at the base to introduce the new dire beast to us in detail. Everyone immediately looked at the spectacled old man. Professor Y was a highly famous biology expert, and was especially a figure of authority when it came to research on dire beasts. Although Professor Y was not a martial artist, his academic status was not inferior in the slightest to these inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock. Despite having so many people staring at him, Professor Y wasn't nervous. He merely adjusted his glasses and said, "We dissected the corpses of the fleshworm dire beast and observed their cells closely. We found that they have very high cellular activity, and their rate of metabolism is shockingly rapid. They need to replenish energy at every moment. In other words, they are very likely predators." Hearing Professor Y's words, many inhuman experts revealed looks of shock. They knew all too well about predators. They were not a species of dire beast, but a general term for a class of savage dire beasts. Normally, locust-like dire beasts that viewed all living things as food were known as predators. They did not distinguish between dire beasts and humans, and would devour any and everything they encountered like locusts. These predators were very difficult to deal with. Once they appeared, a calamity usually ensued. "Professor Y, are you sure that these dire beasts are predators? But we found that they did not devour all the living things. They even fought alongside other dire beasts." Some people also raised objections. According to their understanding in the past, everywhere the predators went would become practically barren. All living things would be devoured, so other dire beasts would not appear at all. Professor Y pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose again and said calmly, "That's what I found strange. Predators need to replenish a large amount of energy in order to maintain the needs of their bodies. That's why everywhere they go become practically barren. This is their nature. But these dire beasts didn't do it this time. It's strange indeed. Also, there's a very strange characteristic about the fleshworm dire beast. We're currently researching it. There'll probably be news soon. Once there's news, I'll inform everyone immediately. However, these fleshworm dire beasts are definitely an entirely new type of dire beasts, and they are very aggressive. There's a high possibility that they are a new kind of predator. I suggest we relinquish the Dragon Mountain base as soon as possible and retreat to the home front before requesting reinforcements." With that, Professor Y stopped talking. Although he had a high academic standing, the 16 inhuman experts were the ones with authority over Dragon Mountain base. Did everyone hear what Professor Y has said? There's a high possibility that they are a new kind of predator. Considering the strength of our Dragon Mountain base, it's very difficult to counter them. Everyone, vote with a show of hands on whether to retreat. The chief commander forewent unnecessary words too and directly began the vote. He was also the first to raise his hand to concur with Professor Y. The fleshworm dire beasts might not have taken the initiative to attack the Dragon Mountain base, but who knew what kind of scheme those fleshworm dire beasts were hatching once they became demons? Their intelligence would almost be no different from that of humans. If the fleshworm dire beasts were really predators, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous for them to continue lingering in the Dragon Mountain base. Concurred. I concur. We can't keep Dragon Mountain base anymore. With a vote, all 16 inhuman experts agreed to retreat from the Dragon Mountain base. Very well. Then, everyone, prepare to vacate the Dragon Mountain base. We must retreat from the base within a week. Buzz. Just as Commander Long Duo finished speaking, his communicator vibrated slightly. Chapter 61: A New Legend. Seeing the chief commander's slight change in expression, the other inhuman experts all looked at Long Duo nervously, wondering what had happened. Long Duo smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. Just a little fellow challenging Dongfeng Sheng in the virtual battle chamber." Challenge Dongfeng Sheng? Is there a martial artist capable of that in our Dragon Mountain base? If I'm not wrong, it must be Lin Feng. Right, he's the hero of our Dragon Mountain base. Only this little fellow can get so much attention from Chief Commander Long Duo. Lin Feng. He was indeed extraordinary to be able to kill two dire beast kings. Even if he can't defeat Dongfeng Sheng, breaking the genetic lock shouldn't be a problem. In fact, most people thought of Lin Feng as the 17th inhuman expert in the Dragon Mountain base. After all, it was very rare to see a martial artist who could kill a dire beast king at the level of a professional martial artist. Even in the entire history of the Myriad Academy, he was one of the top geniuses. If such a person could not break the genetic lock, who could? All of you, take a good look. I'll transmit the scene of the virtual battle chamber over. Long Duo had very high authority at the Dragon Mountain base. Naturally, he could transmit the scene of the virtual battle chamber over. Soon, Lin Feng and Dongfeng Sheng's images appeared on the large screen in the conference hall. Even the inhuman experts were interested in a battle between two such geniuses. Hence, they all stared at the screen with intrigue. At this moment, Lin Feng did not know that his battle with Dongfeng Sheng had already attracted the attention of the 16 inhuman experts. He only stared intently at Dongfeng Sheng's virtual figure in front of him. The last time, he had lost without any suspense. In fact, he had almost been crushed without the slightest ability to resist. However, last time, Lin Feng only wanted to see the true strength of the Demon King, who was ranked first in the virtual battle chamber. He just wanted to see the difference. But now, Lin Feng was here as a genuine challenger. His mentality was naturally very different. He only had one goal, and that was to defeat Dongfeng Sheng. Freeze. Suddenly, Dongfeng Sheng moved. As before, he was still astonishing fast. In Lin Feng's eyes, he was like a faint shadow. However, in the past, Lin Feng could not see Dongfeng Sheng's movement technique clearly. In the present, although he still could not see it, his sharp senses could perceive Dongfeng Sheng's movements. Swoosh! He immediately moved his hand and threw a punch. One spiral force. Bang! Even though it was just one spiral force, it still contained more than 40 tons of strength. That was much stronger than when Lin Feng challenged Dongfeng Sheng back in Myriad Academy. Just like before, Lin Feng felt a cold aura travel up his arm, attempting to freeze his entire body. He knew that this was Dongfeng Sheng's ice superpower. However, with a shake of his arm, a powerful force surged out rapidly. The cold aura in his arm was also flung out of his body at once, and did not affect Lin Feng at all. As Dongfeng Sheng caught sight of the scene, even though it was just a virtual image, a trace of surprise still flashed across his eyes. No one had ever been able to disperse his superpower with such ease. Lin Feng's punch was almost on par with Dongfeng Sheng's. He also had some confidence now. As expected, I'm much stronger than before. Even though I don't have superpowers that can counter him, with my extraordinary physique and powerful strength, I have no need to fear Dongfeng Sheng's superpower. Lin Feng's gaze was sharp. In an instant, he was full of confidence. After all, he had only unleashed a single spiral force. Blaze. Dongfeng Sheng had two superpowers, ice and fire. The ice superpower was reserved and insidious, making it next to impossible to guard against. However, in terms of violence and explosive power, the ice superpower was far inferior to the fire superpower. Once Dongfeng Sheng's fire superpower erupted, it surged like magma and erupted in a frenzy. The raging flames seemed about to burn Lin Feng to ashes. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He showed no signs of fear as he bellowed in a low voice. Two spiral forces. More than 60 tons of force erupted. Even the simulated air in the virtual battle chamber seemed to be compressed by the massive force. Dongfeng Sheng's majestic fire superpower, which was initially as exuberant as a volcanic eruption, was now forcefully suppressed by Lin Feng's powerful strength. Wherever the force passed, the flames could not get close. Boom! This time, it was an absolute head-on clash. The flames exploded instantly, and Lin Feng and Dongfeng Sheng retreated immediately. However, Dongfeng Sheng was clearly in a much more difficult situation. Lin Feng had only unleashed 2 spiral forces, but Dongfeng Sheng was already barely holding out. Lotus of Ice and Fire. Dongfeng Sheng spread his hands. 2 completely different powers, ice and fire, appeared on his arms. Moreover, these 2 completely different powers were actually fusing slowly, as if extremely unstable. It was through this move that Dongfeng Sheng was able to kill the dire Beast King and dominate the first place in the virtual battle chamber for so long. He was able to combine 2 completely opposite superpowers. Seeing this, even Lin Feng was inwardly amazed. However, Lin Feng was still filled with confidence. He took a deep breath and no longer held back. Instead, he fully unleashed his surging, invincible strength. 3 spiral forces. A strength exceeding 80 tons was simply terrifying. It was already infinitely close to being an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock. In terms of pure strength, even a dire Beast King was far inferior to Lin Feng. Both forces erupted simultaneously. But for the first time, a look of shock appeared on Dongfeng Sheng's face. He had already known the outcome, even at the moment Lin Feng attacked. Boom! When one's power reached a certain level, it could disregard all techniques. This described Lin Feng at the moment. He could use sheer force to overcome all techniques. His powerful strength seemed to have even compressed the air to the extreme. With a punch, Dongfeng Sheng's lotus of ice and fire was shattered before it could even approach Lin Feng. The lotus of ice and fire was extremely unstable to begin with. Once it collapsed, how formidable of a power could it unleash as a result? The mighty shockwave directly tore Dongfeng Sheng's body apart. As Lin Feng was some distance away and still had over 80 tons of suppressive strength, coupled with his extraordinary physique, this slight shockwave did not cause him any harm. After the explosion, the entire virtual arena was empty apart from Lin Feng. Dongfeng Sheng, so you're also that far from becoming an inhuman expert? Lin Feng muttered softly. An inhuman expert could exert hundreds of tons of strength with a casual strike. Lin Feng's strength already approached this figure, but even Lin Feng himself felt that it was impossible to reach or exceed that figure. Dongfeng Sheng was the legend of the Myriad Academy, the undefeated Demon King, and the strongest person below the inhuman level. Initially, Lin Feng had high hopes for him, but he did not expect Dongfeng Sheng to be much weaker than he had imagined. Perhaps it was not that Dongfeng Sheng was weak, but that Lin Feng had become too strong. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. However, no matter what he thought, he had succeeded in his challenge. He had defeated the Demon King Dongfeng Sheng and replaced him. Now, he had become the new legend of Myriad Academy. Chapter 62 Ultimately for naught. A success, haha. Brother Feng defeated the Demon King and became the new legend of Myriad Academy. Feng Ziu spent 10 points and watched the entire battle between Lin Feng and Dongfeng Sheng the Demon King. Although he was confident in Lin Feng, the Demon King was, after all, an undefeated legend of the Myriad Academy. No one had defeated him in decades. But now, Lin Feng had really defeated the Demon King. Feng Ziu really wanted to roar with laughter and tell everyone. Unfortunately, he was the only one in the virtual battle chamber. He couldn't even brag about it to someone. But no matter what, Feng Ziu knew very well that following Lin Feng would definitely bring him boundless prospects in the future. He was even a little smug. It was fortunate that Lin Feng had taught him a lesson back then. How else would he get the chance to follow Lin Feng? Now, as for his grievance from being taught a lesson by Lin Feng, it had long dissipated. He only had blind reverence for Lin Feng now. Lin Feng was a living legend. Feng Ziu was not alone. Many people in the conference room saw the outcome of Lin Feng and Dongfeng Sheng's battle. In the end, the conference room was very quiet. After seeing Lin Feng defeat Dongfeng Sheng with a punch, everyone's expressions turned serious. Although this was just a battle below the inhuman level, the Demon King was no ordinary man. Back then, Dongfeng Sheng the Demon King was unparalleled in his magnificence, and basically one of the most outstanding students of Myriad Academy. Now, Lin Feng had defeated him head-on. The impact on them was just too great. Non-upple body tempering. And if I'm not wrong, it should be the 3rd level. There's actually someone who can actually master the 3rd level of non-upple body tempering at the level of a professional martial artist. Incredible. Truly incredible. Lin Feng's talent is astonishing. How could he have such powerful strength? Perhaps he has superpowers too. And his superpowers are related to strength. Now that Lin Feng has defeated Dongfang Sheng, he might even be more outstanding than the past Dongfang Sheng. This is a blessing for Myriad Academy. Once Lin Feng breaks the genetic lock, there's no knowing how formidable he will be. We have to focus on nurturing him. Many people were thrilled when Lin Feng killed dire beast kings before. It had only surprised these inhuman experts and got them to think that Lin Feng was a very talented genius. Now, Lin Feng defeating the undefeated legend of the Myriad Academy, Dongfang Sheng, had shaken them greatly. In fact, the shock was even greater than when Lin Feng had killed the dire beast kings. Why was that? The reason was very simple. It was because Dongfang Sheng was a legend. Not only was he a legend at the level of a professional martial artist, he was even more of a legend after breaking the genetic lock. Dongfang Sheng's current achievements had already far surpassed theirs, and he had reached an unfathomably profound level. If Lin Feng had even the slightest possibility of possessing such talent, it would be a huge thing. In an instant, all the inhuman experts in the Dragon Mountain base increased attention on Lin Feng to the highest level. Chief Commander, what do you think? Should we report the situation to the upper echelons of the academy? Someone made the suggestion. The goal was very simple as well. It was to make the upper echelons of the academy, especially those powerful upper echelons, pay attention to Lin Feng. It would be even better if they could accept Lin Feng as a disciple, and could be considered to have given him favors through mentoring. However, Chief Commander Longduo was unmoved. He said calmly, "The most important thing now is to retreat from the Dragon Mountain base. As for the matter of Lin Feng, there's no need to report it to the upper echelons of the academy for the time being. Well, talk about it after he breaks the genetic lock." Everyone was a little confused. In the past, when they came across geniuses, Chief Commander Longduo was always very caring and protective, even towards geniuses like Shui Yuansheng and Gao Tansai. Why was Longduo a little hesitant when it came to Lin Feng, and even didn't take him too seriously? Longduo did not explain. He only heaved a long sigh inwardly. The others did not know about Lin Feng's condition, but he knew it very well. When Lin Feng was unconscious the last time, the doctor had given Lin Feng a full-body checkup. Only Longduo had seen the report. The doctor speculated that Lin Feng only had a year of life expectancy due to his strange illness. In a year's time, Lin Feng might not even be able to break the genetic lock. However great his genius, what would it come to? Hence, Longduo did not want to cause Lin Feng too many disturbances. He only hoped that Lin Feng could get through this year in peace. What a pity. Why is a genius on par with Dongfang Sheng afflicted with such a strange illness? Longduo felt that it was a pity, but he would never spread the word about Lin Feng's strange illness. This wouldn't do Lin Feng any good. All right, it's settled. All of you can go and make preparations. Longduo waved his hand. Everyone in the conference room left, while only Professor Y stayed in the end. Professor Y, tell me, what are you guys worried about? Longduo knew Professor Y very well. Professor Y clearly didn't say everything just now. Professor Y's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Chief Commander, it's necessary to speed up the retreat. I have a terrible premonition about these new dire beasts. They are even more terrifying than predators." Premonition? Not entirely. They are different from any of the predators I've studied before, so I'd like to remind the Chief Commander. Longduo nodded and said, "Professor Y, once you discover anything from researching the fleshworm dire beasts, you must report to me immediately. To understand." With that, Professor Y stood up and left the conference room. Longduo shook his head, but he had mixed feelings. The instability of the Dragon Mountain base, coupled with the Lin Feng's matter, put him in a very poor mood. He only hoped that they could retreat soon without any accidents. In a huge underground tunnel in the vast mountains, magma was surging vaguely, even bubbling with searing heat, as if it would erupt at any moment. Yet a naked man leaped into the magma. The terrifying temperature in the magma would probably reduce even a piece of steel to molten iron in an instant, let alone a body of flesh and blood. However, after the man had leaped in, he seemed to be enjoying himself. His entire body had sunk into the magma, leaving only his head above. Furthermore, his expression was very calm. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The man seemed to be enjoying staying in the magma. He stayed there for a few hours without any intention of getting up. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the underground tunnel. A man in furred armor walked in and said to the figure in the magma, "Boss, a little fellow defeated you in the virtual battle chamber." Defeated me? The man in the magma suddenly opened his eyes, and the magma surrounding him started bubbling vigorously. That's right. It's a little fellow called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, interesting little fellow. Gather his information. He's got good potential if he could beat my strongest attack back then. The Lotus of Ice and Fire. Boss, you've misjudged him this time. He's indeed quite talented, but according to my investigation, he's in a lot of trouble now. He's been afflicted with a strange illness since he was young, and after fighting dire beasts with his life at the Dragon Mountain base, it's very likely that he only has 1 year left to live. Strange illness, what a pity. If he can't break the genetic lock, all that is ultimately for naught. With that, the man closed his eyes again and soaked himself in the magma in silence. Chapter 63. The Reason. When Lin Feng walked out of the virtual battle chamber, he immediately saw Feng Zia's passionate gaze. Brother Feng, you're really amazing. You were actually able to defeat Dongfang Sheng, the Demon King. Now, Brother Feng is number 1 in the virtual battle chamber. What an honor. Even now, Feng Ziyu was still in a state of excitement. He thought about how shocking it would be if someone challenged the person ranked first in the future and discovered that it was Lin Feng. He was following Lin Feng now, and could also become a hot topic of discussion in the future. Lin Feng's feelings were very complicated. He felt neither excitement nor any sense of success and fame. Instead, he heaved a long sigh of relief. This could also be considered as making up for his previous regret. Right now, he had already challenged the virtual battle chamber. Even the various attributes of his body had reached their limits. There wasn't much point in continuing to temper his body. Furthermore, he only had a year left to live. Hence, Lin Feng only had one goal now. He would only do one thing, and that was to break the genetic lock. Feng Ziyu, I won't be going out for this period of time. You'll try to break the genetic lock. Help me gather all the information regarding breaking the genetic lock. Feng Ziyu nodded excitedly and said, Don't worry, Brother Feng. You've already become the number 1 person in the virtual battle chamber. There are indeed no more regrets. Breaking the genetic lock should be your top priority. It'll help to gather the information for you. Lin Feng nodded, then turned around and left. Returning to his room, there were actually many theories regarding the genetic lock. Moreover, in the online shop of the Myriad Academy, there would also be some experiences of breaking the genetic lock by inhuman experts. Of course, all these required points for purchase, and these experiences were all very expensive. For example, even a random volume of experience required more than 10 points. However, to the current Lin Feng, a mere 10 points was nothing. He bought dozens of books in one go, all of which were some inhuman experts' experiences of breaking the genetic lock. Moreover, Lin Feng was not buying them alone. Feng Ziyu was also helping Lin Feng to collect them. In just 2 or 3 days, Lin Feng had already collected a large amount of information regarding breaking the genetic lock. Lin Feng read almost all of this information. He also gained a direct understanding of how to break the lock in his mind. Breaking the genetic lock required seeing the lock, which was to sense one's own genetic lock. Then, one's physique would reach a certain level. In addition, with a strong will, one would be able to break the genetic lock. There was almost no difficulty to this process. As long as one could see the genetic lock, one would be able to break it. Then, after breaking it, one would not be able to metamorphose instantly, but require a certain amount of time to undergo metamorphosis. It would take as long as 2 to 3 months or as short as 10 days to half a month for the complete metamorphosis to take place. Once the metamorphosis was complete, one would become an inhuman expert. Their genes would be restructured, and their lives would undergo a transition. They would now be different from ordinary humans. However, the more he learned about the steps to breaking the genetic lock, the more confused Lin Feng felt. According to the information, he had actually seen the genetic lock. However, he had yet to undergo metamorphosis. This was just too strange. Chief Commander Long Duo had mentioned this before. Once someone saw the genetic lock, they would slowly undergo metamorphosis. There would be almost no difficulty in the process. Why was it different when it came to Lin Feng? Lin Feng was also searching for the reason. Breaking the genetic lock is to stimulate one's potential. The human genetic chain contains unimaginable power, but it's trapped behind the genetic lock, and one has to break the genetic lock. However, I'm different. Could it be because I fused the genes of dire beasts? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he found it probable that it was because he had fused the genes of dire beasts. After all, apart from the dire beast genes he fused, he was no different from ordinary martial artists in other aspects. It's the fusion of dire beast genes, and complete fusion at that. In other words, my current genes are no longer entirely human genes if I can only see the genetic lock. That's just my original genetic lock. Do other dire beast genes also have genetic locks? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. If humans had genetic locks, did dire beasts have genetic locks too? Very few people actually paid attention to this point. Ordinary human martial artists were only concerned about whether they could break the genetic lock. No one would care about such theories, let alone be whimsical enough to pay attention to the situation of dire beasts. However, things were different for Lin Feng. Having fused the genes of dire beasts, while gaining great power, he had to understand the situation about dire beast genes too. Hence, Lin Feng researched it online. In particular, he looked up the papers of some biology professors. These were all publicized online. The knowledge was obscure, but shocking once learned. Dire beasts were also born with genetic locks. But the genetic locks of dire beasts were different from those of humans. Basically, the ability to break the genetic lock was innate to dire beasts. For example, demons were born as demons. In other words, they were born able to break the genetic lock and above ordinary dire beasts. As for ordinary dire beasts, trying to break the genetic lock was just too difficult for them. At least, humans had never come across such a thing before. However, there were some professors who believed that dire beasts could also break the genetic lock. It was just that dire beasts did not have much intelligence, and had not created martial arts which specially targeted the genetic lock like humans. Hence, it was basically extremely difficult for ordinary dire beasts to break the genetic lock. However, this did not mean that it was absolutely impossible for dire beasts to break the genetic lock. These were just speculations and had not been confirmed. But a thought seemed to flash through Lin Feng's mind. Others might think that this was an unreliable speculation, but Lin Feng vaguely believed in this speculation. Ordinary dire beasts were also able to break the genetic lock. Yes, that must be it. Although I can see the genetic lock, that's only my genetic lock as a human. I fused the genetic locks of 4 dire beasts. In fact, from a genetic perspective, I'm no longer a pure human, but a chimera of human and dire beasts. Even if I see the human genetic lock and want to undergo metamorphosis, the genes of the other 4 dire beasts will still hinder the metamorphosis of my human genes. If I want to break the genetic lock, I'll have to break the genetic locks of the other 4 dire beasts as well. Lin Feng's eyes lit up more and more. This sounded like a fantasy. Moreover, if word got out, no one would believe it. However, Lin Feng felt that the possibility of this speculation was close to certainty. This was most likely the reason he sensed the genetic lock, but couldn't metamorphose. Since he had found the reason, he would have to think of the solution. It would just be to break the genetic locks of the other 4 dire beasts. But Lin Feng had no experience in this aspect. Even those inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock had no experience. After all, even those demons were born with the ability to break the genetic lock. How should ordinary dire beasts break the genetic lock in all probability? Even the dire beasts themselves did not know how. Chapter 64 Retreat. Lin Feng understood his current situation now. This was equivalent to 5 locks. He had to break 5 locks to undergo metamorphosis. As expected, as one obtained strength, one had to lose something at the same time. The world was fair. Lin Feng relied on the genes of the other 4 dire beasts to become practically the strongest person below the inhuman level. He possessed unimaginable strength among martial artists of the same level, and obtained the honor envied by the masses. Thus, if he wanted to break the genetic lock, he would have to work harder than other martial artists. 5 genetic locks were not actually as intimidating as perceived. At least Lin Feng had already seen one of the locks. The remaining ones would be the genetic locks of the 4 dire beasts. Although no dire beast had ever broken the genetic lock before, Lin Feng felt that since they were all genetic locks, there should be no difference between humans and dire beasts. If he wanted to break the genetic lock of the other 4 dire beasts, he would first have to sense the genetic locks of the dire beasts. As for how, Lin Feng already had experience in sensing the genetic lock once. How difficult would it be to sense the genetic locks of the other dire beasts? Hence, Lin Feng immediately took action. He kept recalling the darkness he had fallen into. Back then, he had appeared in the form of a human, which meant that he had sensed the genetic lock of a human. Now, if he wanted to sense the dire beast's genetic locks, his first target was naturally the wild bovine's genetic lock. This was the first type of dire beast whose genes he had fused, and which he had the deepest understanding for. This was especially the case since Lin Feng had comprehended the wild bovine genes. In terms of breaking the genetic lock, apart from Lin Feng's own genes, the wild bovine's genetic lock should be the easiest to break. Lin Feng spent 3 days collecting information and finally found the reason why he could not undergo metamorphosis. On the 4th day, he spent the entire day focusing on sensing the wild bovine's genetic lock. He had already experienced sensing the genetic lock once. Even though he was sensing the wild bovine's genetic lock this time, Lin Feng did not find it too difficult at all. He tried again and again. So, in his daze, Lin Feng fell into a wondrous, dream-like feeling which he had no control over. He could feel the howling wind around him, but his surroundings were pitch black. There was panic and fear in his heart. He only wanted to run wildly. He didn't even know why he was running, but he couldn't control himself. The howl of the wind grew louder and louder. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He looked down and discovered that he had actually transformed into a wild bovine, or rather, he himself was a wild bovine. The wild bovine ran through the dark wilderness. There was a strong desire in its heart, and it was the yearning for freedom. Swoosh! After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and realized that he was still in the room. However, it was already well into the night outside, so the genetic lock of the wild bovine is the wild bovine's desire. It yearns for freedom in its heart. Wild bovines were only a very weak kind of dire beast in the outland. They could not even be considered dire beasts. Other dire beasts hunted wild bovines, while humans also consumed wild bovines. The wild bovines ran for their lives every day. They ran madly every day. But deep down, the wild bovines also thirsted for freedom. This extreme thirst had almost been etched deep within the wild bovine's genes. Even though it was already dead, even though they were fused into Lin Feng's genes, this desire was firm as ever. Breaking the genetic lock means breaking the shackles. I see. Lin Feng understood. He really understood now. Even when he saw his own genetic lock in the past, his understanding of why the genetic lock could be broken was actually half-baked. This was even the case for many martial artists. The reasons why they wanted to break the genetic lock and why they could break the genetic lock were probably unknown to most martial artists. However, Lin Feng understood after seeing the wild bovine's genetic lock. At this moment, he knew that breaking the 5 locks was not as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Feng did not rest for too long. He began to fall into a daze again. This time, he transformed into a unicorn. Unicorns loved their horn very much. They would even maintain their horn every day, because it was their toughest weapon, and the tool with which they could drive away enemies. Lin Feng transformed into the unicorn. It had only one obsessive desire, and that was to protect its horn properly. Next, Lin Feng transformed into the proboscis beast. Proboscis beasts were extremely strong, but their temperaments were actually relatively mellow. They hoped that all the difficulties in the world could be overcome with their great strength and long trunks. In 3 days, Lin Feng had already seen the genetic locks of the 3 types of dire beasts. He did not attempt to break the genetic locks, because he did not need to. Once he had sensed the genetic lock of the last dire beast, he would be able to break all 5 locks at once. Only through this way could he break his genetic lock and truly begin his metamorphosis, restructure his genes, and become an inhuman expert. Lin Feng had never come so close to metamorphosis as he did now. It was almost within reach. Once he broke the 5 locks, apart from the incredible power brought about by the metamorphosis of his own human genes, Lin Feng was also looking forward to seeing what other special abilities the other genes from the 4 dire beasts would bring about for him. Lin Feng stayed in his room for 6 days. It was actually a little difficult for him to sense the genetic lock of the last dire beast. Much harder than the other 3. This was because it was a brand new type of dire beast. Lin Feng did not even know its name. It might take a longer time. Just as Lin Feng was studying how to sense the genes of the last dire beast, Feng Ziyu came looking for him. Brother Feng, are you ready? We're retreating? Retreat? When did that happen? Lin Feng had been sensing the genetic locks all this time. Naturally, he hadn't paid any attention to what was going on in the base. Brother Feng, did you not receive the message on your communicator? The chief commander and the leaders of all the platoons have already given the order to retreat. Dragon Mountain Base is not safe. We are to retreat to Dragonlit City first. We are departing today, and all of us must retreat. Lin Feng nodded. He really hadn't noticed. However, he didn't have much to pack. Since it was a retreat, he naturally had to obey the order. Understand? I don't need to prepare for anything and can leave at any time. Brother Feng, let's go then. Lin Feng felt a little regretful that he still had not sensed the genetic lock of the last dire beast. Once he sensed it, he would be able to undergo metamorphosis and restructure his genes. Then, his strange illness would be cured. However, the retreat would not take too long. Once they had retreated to Dragonlit City, he could continue to sense the genetic lock of the dire beast. At this point, Lin Feng was not in a hurry anymore. Breaking the genetic lock was almost certain, and there was no rush. Hence, Lin Feng and Feng Ziyu left the room together. They discovered that there were already many martial artists gathered densely in the square. Apart from the martial artists from the 16 platoons, there were also some martial artists who had not arrived at the front line, and some logistics personnel. This time, all of them were to retreat. Dozens of spaceships had long arrived at the base, and were receiving all the people in succession. Chapter 65 Hospital. Wait, has Yu Shan retreated yet? When Lin Feng saw that people were coming and going in the base and many people were boarding the spaceships, he suddenly remembered Yu Shan. Yu Shan, Brother Feng. If you're talking about the Yu Shan who's third on the merit rankings, he should have retreated already. The casualties in the hospital were the first to be evacuated. We already belong to the second batch. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's good. You'll visit him in the hospital after we retreat to Dragonlit City. Preparations for relocation were going on everywhere in Dragon Mountain Base. Many people were still somewhat reluctant to part with it. But this was an order, and no one dared to disobey it. Some of these martial artists were adventurers. Some were here for their own martial goals. And some were even simple businessmen who just wanted to kill dire beasts to earn money to support their families. However, faced with the threat of dire beasts, they had no choice but to retreat now. In reality, humans were still at an advantage over the dire beasts overall. It was very rare for frontline bases to retreat to cities at the home front like this. In a short period of 3 hours, everyone in the base had boarded the spaceships. Only some research institutes and inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock were left. The researchers of the Research Institute were organizing information and equipment. These were all very precious and absolutely must not be left behind. Since it was a retreat, everyone had to leave. A spaceship was even specially prepared for boarding by researchers of the Research Institute. Chief Commander Long Duo also came to the Research Institute. He found Professor Yuen still busy in front of the computer, seemingly analyzing a set of complex data. Professor Y, it's time to leave, Long Duo said softly. It had taken him a lot of effort to invite Professor Yuen from the Central Academy of Sciences. Over the years, he had provided a lot of help to Dragon Mountain Base. Professor Yuen was already very exhausted. Even his eyes were bloodshot. But his gaze was full of vigor. When he saw that Long Duo had come personally, he heaved a long sigh and said, just a bit longer. Give me 5 more, no, 3 more days, and I will definitely be able to research the new dire beast thoroughly. Long Duo gave a forced smile and said, Professor Y, I know you'll definitely be able to succeed in your research. But there's no time. Now, we have to retreat immediately. Once we arrive in Dragonlit City, you can research it however you want, but not now. Long Duo was the only one who could persuade Professor Yuen. Therefore, when he heard that Professor Yuen was unwilling to leave the Research Institute, he personally came to persuade Professor Y into leaving. Yuen still seemed a little reluctant. He frowned and said, I've already made some progress in my research. This kind of new dire beast isn't that simple, alas. Unfortunately, there's no time to analyze the experimental data now. Alright, I'll leave the base first. I'll do my best to study it after I return to Dragonlit City. In the end, Professor Yuen reluctantly gathered the experimental data and led the members of the Research Institute onto the spaceship. Long Duo also got on the spaceship. He took a long look at the Dragon Mountain base below. His eyes filled with unwillingness to part with it. Although he was an extremely powerful and human expert, it still took a lot of effort for him to oversee a base. Once this retreat took place, the results of all previous efforts would be destroyed. It would be hard to say if he would ever be able to take charge over a main region again in the future. However, he had no choice but to make this difficult decision. If Dragon Mountain Base suffered too heavy a loss, he would only be held more accountable. The spaceships quickly started and carried the members of the Dragon Mountain Base towards Dragonlit City. The retreat of Dragon Mountain Base shocked Dragonlit City. However, the government had already stated the reason. It was not due to Dragon Mountain Base being unable to withstand the assails of the dire beasts, but merely a strategic retreat. As for what exactly was going on with this strategic retreat, some experts from the government would naturally explain it. However, only the upper echelons of the Dragon Mountain Base knew the true reason. Even the martial artists from Dragon Mountain Base did not have a clear idea. They had participated in the decisive battle at the front line, but it seemed like they were actually victorious and had not lost. Why should they retreat if they had won? Thus, during this period of time, there were a lot of discourse in Dragonlit City. They were all about the reason behind the retreat of Dragon Mountain Base. There were all kinds of opinions, but no rumors. This was because the government had already taken all sorts of measures. All those who spread rumors were arrested and awaiting trial. In this aspect, the government was very efficient. A few hours later, dozens of airships landed in Dragonlit City. Many martial artists finally returned to the human city after a long parting. When fighting with dire beasts at the front line, all of them were mentally strained. Now that they had finally retreated, they could also relax properly. Lin Feng and Feng Xiu also alighted from the spaceship, and were arranged to stay in the temporary residence of the Myriad Academy. Feng Xiu said excitedly, "Brother Feng, we've finally returned to the home front after everything. This place is much better than the front line. Wanna go out and have some fun? I have a few friends here in Dragonlit City." Lin Feng did not take in the rest of what Feng Xiu was saying. He shook his head and said, "You go and have fun. I'm going back to my residence first." With that, Lin Feng left alone. Feng Xiu gritted his teeth. He knew that Lin Feng was hardworking, but he did not have that kind of persistence. He had been on edge for the past few months at the front line. Now that he was back in the bustling city, how could he pass on the opportunity to have fun? Hence, Feng Xiu left his temporary residence at once, and went to his friends to go out for some fun. Lin Feng was indeed very hardworking, but this was because he had no choice. He did not have much time left. He had to break the genetic lock and restructure his genes as soon as possible. Moreover, he had already sensed the genetic lock of 3 types of dire beasts. Now, there was only the last type of dire beast genes left. He must sense the genetic lock soon. However, it was a little difficult to sense the genetic lock of the last dire beast, which was the fleshworm dire beast that Lin Feng had fused. Lin Feng tried the previous few methods of sensing it, but they were all somewhat unsuccessful. This was because he knew far too little about the fleshworm dire beast. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he knew nothing about it, aside from the fact that these dire beasts had very strong regenerative abilities. As for the rest, Lin Feng did not know much. After staying in the room for 3 consecutive days, Lin Feng still could not sense the genetic lock on the fleshworm dire beast. He could not help but feel a trace of anxiety, and was somewhat frustrated as a result. In such a state, it was even harder to sense the genetic lock. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to leave his residence to visit Dragonlit City. He had yet to visit Yu Shan. In his eyes, Yu Shan was one of the few good friends who was together in life and death with him. A friendship that had undergone trials of mortality as theirs was impossible to forget. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the hospital. He had inquired about it. All the casualties in the Dragon Mountain base were sent to the hospital in Dragonlit City. Moreover, Lin Feng had indeed seen many injured martial artists in the hospital. These injured martial artists were basically all injured in the decisive battle at the front line. Most of their injuries were not very serious and were only minor injuries, so their faces were all brimming with a slight smile. However, when Lin Feng asked about Yu Shan's condition, he was informed that Yu Shan had been discharged from the hospital and left Dragonlit City 3 days ago. Wasn't Yu Shan amputated? Why would he be discharged? This patient was recovering relatively well. The patient also had a strong desire to be discharged. Naturally, we discharged him by procedure. Doctor, do you know where he's gone? Then, think he went home to recuperate. This was all the information Lin Feng got. On careful thought, Yu Shan was once a proud martial artist. Now that he had suddenly lost his legs, it was certain that he didn't want to face other familiar martial artists anymore, and only natural that he wanted to be discharged. However, being discharged from the hospital was not a bad thing. He could rest at home and spend the rest of his life in peace. In the future, if Lin Feng succeeded in breaking the genetic lock and was no longer plagued by his strange illness, he would still have the chance to visit Yu Shan at his home. Just as Lin Feng was about to turn and leave the hospital, he suddenly heard a shrill cry of pain. Then, chaos erupted on the 2nd floor of the hospital. Something seemed to have happened. Chapter 66 Parasitism. What happened? Lin Feng heard hurried footsteps upstairs. Many nurses and patients had run downstairs in a panic. Judging from their expressions, they must have encountered something dreadful. Quick, call the security office. There are monsters, one of the doctors said while panting heavily. Monsters, what monsters? The people downstairs were at a loss and did not know what was going on. The personnel from the security office had already arrived. From Lin Feng's perspective, they were all high-level professional martial artists. After all, the hospital was not an ordinary location. The security was rather tight. Since many casualties from Dragon Mountain Base were transferred here, it was even tighter than usual. The security office began to evacuate the people, then sent personnel upstairs. Bang! Bang! An intense battle broke out upstairs. But the battle soon subsided. Numerous martial artists retreated downstairs, covered in blood and with looks of terror on their faces. Monsters. The hospital had long begun evacuation. As the martial artists from the security office retreated, the monsters that caused chaos on the second floor finally appeared. There was a patient in a white hospital gown whose gender was no longer distinguishable. His entire body was covered in blood as he staggered down from the second floor. His expression was extremely sinister, and his gaze was already unfocused. However, his hand was still outstretched, as if he was trying to grasp something. Thump! Suddenly, the patient's head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. A huge fleshworm slowly crawled out of his head. Moreover, as soon as the fleshworm appeared, it immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the patient's corpse. Its body also rapidly expanded. A fleshworm dire beast. Lin Feng witnessed all of this with his own eyes. His jaw also dropped, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not be more familiar with the fleshworm dire beasts. He had killed countless fleshworm dire beasts with his own hands. Even the dire beast king of the fleshworms had died at Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng would never forget the appearance of fleshworm dire beasts in this life. But what was happening before him was this: how the fleshworm dire beasts were born, becoming out of a person's head. This was just too inconceivable and horrifying. Splat, splat, splat. At this moment, a few more fleshworms crawled down the stairs. They were all far smaller than the fleshworm dire beasts that Lin Feng had encountered on the front line. However, every time they devoured a corpse, their bodies would expand incrementally. Damn it! Killing intent burst forth from Lin Feng's body. No matter how these dire beasts made it out of human heads, Lin Feng's killing intent soared when facing these savage dire beasts. He immediately charged towards the fleshworm dire beasts. Dragonlith City, a temporary research facility of the Research Institute. There was always insufficient manpower in the Research Institute. Practically a majority of the personnel were here for Professor Y. Yuan. Almost all of these people were his students, including graduate students and PhD students. Y. Yuan was of high academic standing, and was also very strict with conducting experiments. When he arrived in Dragonlith City 3 days ago, he immediately found a place to build a temporary research facility, moved the equipment in, and got to work. For 3 days and 3 nights, Y. Yuan rested for less than 10 hours in total. He was not a martial artist, not even an amateur one. His energy was limited, and after 3 days of continuous work, he was almost on the brink of collapse. However, Y. Yuan insisted on staying in the laboratory, because the results would be out soon. In truth, he had always had the premonition that the new type of dire beast might be more terrifying than any of the predators he had ever known. Professor, the results are out. Oh God, this can't be. I've never seen a dire beast like this. A PhD from the Research Institute looked at the test report and turned pale. Y. Yuan took the test report from him. When he saw the long string of data on it, his face went white as a sheet as well. Even his body was trembling. Are you sure the data is accurate? Professor, there's absolutely no mistake. If it's true, then some people could no longer continue. If this is true, then it will be a calamity for mankind. Y. Yuan took a deep breath. He knew very well what this data report meant. Go find the chief commander immediately. All of you, stay in the laboratory and continue your research. Ensure there's no mistake. We must try our best to find their weakness. Though, Y. Yuan knew just how difficult it was to find the weakness of these dire beasts. Wai Yuan quickly left the laboratory. He went to Chief Commander Long Duo of the Dragon Mountain base in person as fast as he could. At this moment, Long Duo was actually discussing the follow-up matters with the government officials in Dragonlith City. After all, Dragon Mountain base would be operating in Dragonlith City for at least some time. It was very necessary to be on good terms with the local officials of Dragonlith City. Chief Commander, I need to report a matter of vital importance. Ignoring the formal occasion, Wai Yuan rushed into the meeting venue anxiously. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. However, they knew Professor Wai Yuan, so none of them said anything. Instead, they looked at Long Duo. Long Duo smiled and said, Professor Wai, what's wrong? Chief Commander, it's the test report regarding the new type of dire beasts. We've thoroughly learned the nature of those dire beasts. But the results? Wai Yuan paused for a moment but did not continue. However, his anxious expression explained everything. Long Duo's heart sank. He knew that this might not be good news. So he bade farewell to everyone and personally led Professor Wai Yuan to a quiet room. Professor Wai, just tell me, what did your research institute discover? Wai Yuan calmed his emotions and said in a low voice, Chief Commander, we have been researching those new dire beasts lately. We speculate that they are very likely predators. Now, we have confirmed it. So they really are predators. Hearing this, Long Duo could not help but feel his heart sink. If they are just predators, that's terrible. But we already have experience dealing with predators. However, the predators this time are nothing to be trifled with. Their cells divide very quickly and have astonishing levels of cellular activity. According to our research, after separation from the parent body, their cells can continue surviving for about 10 days. Moreover, once there's energy to feed on, they can even continue to divide and become new parent bodies. What do you mean? What I mean is that these dire beasts are parasitic. Parasitic? Long Duo's heart jolted. Parasitic? What a horrifying term. It was a kind of dreadful dire beast that were once fantasized in science fiction movies. Professor Wai, this isn't a joke. Are you sure those dire beasts are parasitic? T can confirm that they are parasitic according to our analysis. Once they parasitize the host, there will be a period of incubation of about 7 to 10 days, or perhaps even longer. This all requires specific experiments. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Their parasitic abilities are extremely strong, and we currently have no way of knowing their means of parasitism. 7 to 10 days, how can it be so fast? Long Duo was ultimately an inhuman expert. He quickly calmed down to think about the matter carefully. Soon, a shocking thought appeared in Long Duo's mind, i.e. if this is a scheme conceived by the parasitic dire beasts. They retreated of their own accord a few days ago, not because Lin Feng killed their dire beast king, but because they had already completed the parasitic process and achieved their goal. They were just waiting for our people to retreat into the city next. If this is really the case, damn it, Dragonlith City must be locked down at once. None of the martial artists from Dragon Mountain Base can leave Dragonlith City. Long Duo immediately thought of the worst outcome. Buzz! Long Duo's communicator vibrated violently. Chief Commander, there was an incident of a dire beast attack in the hospital. Those fleshworm dire beasts somehow crawled out of the bodies of patients. The situation is urgent, and chaos has already spread. Fleshworm dire beasts have been spotted in hospitals, schools, shopping malls, and bases. Seeing the content on the communicator, Long Duo's face turned pale. Even an inhuman expert like him almost fainted. We're done for. Only one thought passed through Long Duo's mind: now they were done for. Completely so. Chapter 67 Martial Law. In the hospital, countless patients, doctors, and nurses were panicking. They did not have much martial strength, and were completely inexperienced in dealing with such an emergency. Moreover, the fleshworm dire beasts that appeared out of nowhere were all very powerful. They were difficult to deal with unless one was a high-level martial artist. The fleshworm dire beasts were violent by nature and seemed to enjoy devouring Their speed of movement was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, a fleshworm dire beast had come before a patient. The patient was a little boy, and he was still wearing a patient's gown. When he saw the fleshworm dire beast approaching, he could only tremble in fear. "Don't come here. Don't eat my brother." There was only a 13 or 14-year-old girl beside the boy. Although the girl was also terrified and trembling, she bit her lips and hugged her brother tightly. "Sister, I'm scared." "Sehoian, don't be scared. Your sister is here." The girl hugged the little boy tightly. She cried out desperately for help from the people around her. But looking at the massive and hideous dire beasts, no one dared to take a step forward. The fleshworm dire beast opened its ravenous mouth, ready to swallow the little boy and the girl in one gulp. The girl could only hug her brother's head tightly as her body shook violently from fear. Even if she had to die, she would protect her brother. "Monster, die!" A deep bellow suddenly echoed through the entire hall of the hospital. Immediately after, a figure appeared behind the fleshworm dire beast. With just a punch, the fleshworm dire beast seemed to be impacted by an unparalleled force. Its massive body was instantly shattered into pieces, and its blood and broken flesh splattered all over the ground. The dire beast was dead. The girl was still in a daze. A strong hand helped her and her brother up. "Are you all right? Hurry up and hide. It's not safe here." "Thank you." The girl did not even catch the appearance of her savior clearly. She only felt that the person in front of her was like an angel who descended from the heavens to save her and her brother. Whoosh! The man immediately turned around and left, continuing to hunt down the terrifying dire beasts. "Our savior haven't asked his name," the girl muttered softly. But the hospital was very chaotic now. Staying here was indeed unsafe. She could only imprint that figure in her mind before hurriedly running out of the hospital, holding her brother in her arms. Naturally, the person who saved them was Lin Feng. He could not stand by as tragedy unfolded. At this moment, Lin Feng had already drawn his particle saber, which he carried with him at all times. After killing a fleshworm dire beast with a punch, he stomped his feet and charged towards the fleshworm dire beasts like a cannonball. Lin Feng swung the saber. The fleshworm dire beasts could not resist a single slash from Lin Feng. He practically took them out with a slash of the saber each. Bang! Lin Feng jumped to the second floor in one leap. There were even more fleshworm dire beasts here. Moreover, most of them were patients who had tuned into dire beasts. There were about a dozen of them. They were incredibly vicious and devoured people on sight. The largest one was almost twice the size of an ordinary fleshworm dire beast. It had already eaten at least a dozen people, so its body became extremely massive. However, it did not manage to withstand a single blow from Lin Feng either. Lin Feng decapitated it with a single slash. These fleshworm dire beasts all had frightening regenerative abilities. Only decapitation could kill them completely. Actually, these dire beasts were similar to the ordinary fleshworm dire beasts that Lin Feng had encountered at the front line. There wasn't even an elite dire beast among them. However, due to their powerful regenerative ability and the shocking manner which they appeared, many people were intimidated by them. However, as long as one grasped the right method, it was not difficult to kill these fleshworm dire beasts. After all, even if they had powerful regenerative abilities, they had not reached the level of the dire beast king from before. They would more or less be dead once their heads were chopped off. Having dealt with the dire beasts on the second floor of the hospital, Lin Feng left the hospital, only to realize that the entire street had been plunged into chaos. Dozens of fleshworm dire beasts had already appeared, and the streets were basically in shambles. Why are there so many fleshworm dire beasts? Lin Feng's brows gradually furrowed. Mayhem had broken out over almost the entire Dragonlith city now. No matter how strong his martial prowess, there was no telling how long killing them one by one would take. Furthermore, the appearance of these fleshworm dire beasts was way too bizarre. The way they burrowed out of people's bodies was it parasitism. Time passed slowly. The entire city fell into chaos. However, the upper echelons of the government and Dragon Mountain base were all gathered in the conference room. Chief Commander Long Duo had a solemn expression on his face as he said in a low voice, "The situation is critical. According to the current state of affairs, it has already been confirmed that those fleshworm dire beasts possess parasitic ability. Their incubation period is only a few days. I hereby announce that Dragonlith City is under martial law and military regulation. Once they've entered the city, no one is allowed to exit it. No matter who it is, myself included. No one is allowed to leave Dragonlith City without finding specific tests on whether we are carrying the parasitic seeds of the dire beast. Violators will be charged with crimes against humanity." Hearing Long Duo's order, the people below immediately broke into discussions. Everyone disagreed with this approach. This concerned their lives and livelihoods after all. "Chief Commander, you can't do this. If we never find a way to test it, are we supposed to stay in Dragonlith City forever?" "That's right. If we can't find one, we'll go down with Dragonlith City." "What?" At this moment, even those Eventempered officials were shocked. They didn't want to die, much less go down with others. "No, I object. Absolutely not. That's right. Even if the situation is urgent, it doesn't warrant this method. There are 3 million residents in the entire Dragonlith City. Are they all supposed to die? This is absurd." "Absolutely not." The chief commander's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, "I've already ordered the other inhuman experts to guard the station and intersections leading out of the city. Even if you disagree, you cannot leave unless you want to be punished for crimes against humanity." Everyone in the meeting room had grim expressions. Crimes against humanity were basically the worst felonies. Once committed, it would even implicate their entire family, and they would never be able to recover from it. Although they were very unwilling to throw their lives away like this, they did not dare to really besiege those intersections and escape from Dragonlith City without authorization. "Professor Y, you'll have to trouble your research institute for the rest. You'll deploy all the researchers in Dragonlith City for your command. Professor Y, you must find out how to detect the parasitic seeds of the fleshworm dire beasts, how to effectively eliminate those dire beasts, and how to control the spread of the parasitism as soon as possible. The 3 million citizens of Dragonlith City are counting on you, Professor Y." With that, Chief Commander Long Duo stood up and personally bowed to Professor Y Yuan. "Chief Commander, don't worry. I will complete the mission, even at the cost of my life." With that, Professor Y toured around and left the conference room. "Chief Commander, what should we do next?" Everyone looked at Long Duo. "They've already reported the situation in Dragonlith City to my superiors. As for now, immediately broadcast the news and announce the government's decision. As for us, there's no question. We will go to kill the dire beasts." After saying that, Long Duo left immediately. There wasn't much he could do now, other than killing dire beasts. He could only wait for Professor Y Yuan's Research Institute to produce results in the soonest possible time. Chapter 68. To protect. The streets were in chaos. Fleshworm dire beasts were wreaking havoc everywhere. Countless innocent ordinary people were fleeing frantically. However, these dire beasts could reach roofs and walls and get to almost everywhere. Even if people lived in tall buildings, the fleshworm dire beasts could scale them easily. Moreover, no one knew how the fleshworm dire beasts parasitized people. How could they guard against the dire beasts when they did not even know how the parasitism occurred? No one could be certain if they would be parasitized. In just a few hours, the vast Dragonlith City had fallen into chaos. Swish! After Lin Feng chopped off the head of a fleshworm dire beast with a slash, a middle-aged man in a formal suit suddenly appeared on the huge screen in the square. It wasn't just the huge screen in the square. Almost all the television screens show the figure of the middle-aged man. The citizens of Dragonlith recognized at a glance that the middle-aged man was the mayor of Dragonlith City. The mayor's expression was somber. He said in a heavy tone, "All citizens of Dragonlith City, in light of the severe dire beast attack in Dragonlit City, which is still escalating. We hereby announce the order of the municipal government. The entire city is under martial law and military regulation with immediate effect. No one is allowed to leave Dragonlit City without permission. Violators are to be charged with crimes against humanity. Citizens, do not panic. Stay at home as much as possible. We have already requested reinforcement from other cities. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Also, our researchers are working at top speed to study the methods of parasitism and transmission of the dire beasts. I believe we will be able to quell the dire beast attack soon. Thereby call on all citizens and martial artists of Dragonlit City. You can pick up weapons and kill dire beasts to protect yourself and your family. All members of the municipal government will also stand firm in Dragonlit City and fight with all the citizens to the last moment. As the mayor's figure disappeared, the crowd on the entire street broke out of their silence all of a sudden. Martial law was being implemented in Dragonlit City. It was under military control, and they were not allowed to leave. Everyone knew what this meant. It meant that they were trapped in Dragonlit City. Once Dragonlit City was captured by these dire beasts, they could only die with Dragonlit City. For a moment, various wails and curses filled the air. The morale of the entire city had been broken entirely. Lin Feng naturally knew about the mayor's notice as well. He also knew what this entailed. However, unlike ordinary people, he saw things from the government's perspective as well. Right now, these fleshworm dire beasts could clearly parasitize humans, and the method of transmission was still unclear. If the people of Dragonlit City were allowed to leave, like a plague or other infectious diseases, it would pose danger to other places. Martial law must be implemented in Dragonlit City. Moreover, those who left Dragonlit City previously must be quarantined. However, these were questions that officials or inhuman experts should be concerned with. All Lin Feng could do now was to kill all the dire beasts. Although Dragonlit City was in complete chaos, with the involvement of the government, the police, the army, and the martial artists all began to hunt down the fleshworm dire beasts on a large scale. Hence, the entire city gradually calmed down amidst the bloody slaughter. However, apart from the damage caused by the ravages of the dire beasts, there were also disasters committed by humans. Upon knowing that they would very likely go down with Dragonlit City, many began turning into maniacs. Sin also grew rapidly. No, please, don't hurt my daughter. A woman with an attractive figure in professional wear was pleading desperately with a few men. Hey, we can release your daughter if you want. Let us have some fun. Make us all happy and release your daughter. A lewd and sinister smile appeared on these people's lips, causing the beautiful woman's heart to clench. No, I'll pay you. Please don't hurt me. Haha. What's the use of money? Do you know that our entire city is about to be destroyed perhaps in a few days? This place will become a dead city. Of course we have to enjoy ourselves before we die. Haha. That's right. We have to enjoy ourselves. This woman is gorgeous. I heard that she's the secretary of some company's president. Gee, look at her figure. These men approached the woman step by step, and the woman could only curl up and clench her clothes tightly. It was an apocalyptic world. The entire Dragonlit City seemed to have turned into an apocalyptic world all of a sudden. There was no order, no justice, only violence, killing, robbery and rape. This kind of tragedy happened every moment in the city. Swish. Suddenly, the sinister smile of the leading man froze. Immediately after, his head lolled slightly to the side, before falling off all of a sudden. Blood gushed out like a spring. Ah! The woman immediately screamed. The man's companions also turned around abruptly, and realized that a young man holding a saber had appeared behind them at some point in time. A martial artist. SB, spare us. It was a moment of confusion. We didn't mean to do it. These men's legs began to tremble. Although the order in the city had collapsed overnight, there were still some righteous martial artists who stepped up to hunt down dire beasts and punish criminals. You all deserve to die. He raised his hand and struck down with the saber. killing the few men with a single slash. The one who killed them was Lin Feng. Along the way of hunting down dire beasts, he discovered that the number of dire beasts had decreased rapidly, but the number of crimes committed by humans had increased tremendously. They were almost ubiquitous. In despair, many people would go insane. Lin Feng would not show any mercy to people who had no bottom line when acting on their insanity. Desperate times called for desperate measures. He would kill them all. Furthermore, the government had also issued a notice regarding the situation. The police and the military were involved. Anyone who committed crimes were to be executed without mercy. Thank you for saving us. The beautiful woman hurriedly hugged her daughter and expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng. Go home. Stay at home and don't come out. With that, Lin Feng turned around and started hunting the dire beasts again. For the entire day, Lin Feng did not rest at all. He killed all the dire beasts he saw immediately, and killed anyone who went berserk and committed crimes. Lin Feng killed many and saved many at the same time. In the end, he had already cleared a few streets. At least those streets were temporarily safe. However, Lin Feng knew that no matter how many people he killed, it wouldn't be of much use. Only by giving the people of this city hope could the order in the city be restored. But where was the hope? Lin Feng did not know either. He was not a researcher and could not find out how the fleshworm dire beasts parasitized people. Even he was worried about the possibility of being parasitized himself. Back at the front line, Lin Feng was also a little lost. Occasionally, he would even pity those dire beasts. But now, looking at the hellish scene in Dragonlith City, he finally understood the significance of martial artists being at the front line. It was to protect the peace of humanity on the home front, and to protect the peaceful lives of humans on the home front. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator vibrated violently. A familiar voice rang out. Brother Feng, come and save us quick. I can't hold out much longer. Chapter 69 Feng Zia's Call for Help. Feng Ziyu, what's wrong? Tell me clearly. As soon as Lin Feng heard the voice, he knew that it was Feng Ziyu. Ever since they had retreated to Dragonlith City, Feng Ziyu had been like an unbridled wild horse. He disappeared for a few days in a row, having fun God knows where. Unexpectedly, he ran into trouble now. Brother Feng, you have to save me. I was drinking with my friends at the bar when fleshworm dire beasts suddenly appeared. I tried my best to kill a few, but I realized that there were fleshworm dire beasts everywhere outside the bar. We're heavily surrounded now. There are a lot of fleshworm dire beasts, and there seems to be dire beast lords among them. Fortunately, a few of us are martial artists from the base, or everyone at the bar would be in danger. Lin Feng understood as well. Feng Ziyu was indeed in a precarious situation. Moreover, if even someone of Feng Ziya's caliber could not break out safely, there must be a great number of fleshworm dire beasts there. What's your address? Anna's bar on East Street. Lin Feng switched off his communicator and immediately ran towards the East Street as fast as he could. The bar was filled with screams and cries. The air inside emitted a highly unpleasant smell that was a mix of alcohol, perfume and blood. Many young girls in revealing clothes were curled up in the corners, trembling as they looked towards the exit of the bar. Feng Ziyu and 5 or 6 martial artists were blocking the door. Outside, many fleshworm dire beasts were faintly visible. Once they broke through the door and stormed the bar, the few hundred people in the bar would be finished. Even though Feng Ziyu and the others were very strong, they could not withstand the sheer number of dire beasts. The few of them were all clearly injured. There was also a minor injury on Feng Ziya's arm, but he could still hold out. Feng Ziyu, you really know Senior Lin Feng? Don't worry. Brother Feng will definitely come. We just need to hold out for a while longer. Feng Ziyu was not a smoker, but he felt a little anxious now and had a cigarette in his mouth. Amidst the smoke, he began to brag about when he and Lin Feng were sweeping up those dire beasts at the base. Feng Ziyu, is your injury really fine? Why does it seem to be infected already? Indeed, a small, white and swollen bump seemed to have appeared at the small wound on Feng Ziya's arm. It looked a little disgusting. You mean this wound? This isn't a fresh wound. I received it during the decisive battle the last time. No big deal. Feng Ziu shook his head, giving no thought to it. More and more fleshworm dire beasts appeared outside. Feng Ziu was also quite put out. He had finally returned to the bustling city after much hardship, and was just about to relax with a few friends. After all, he was tense almost every moment at the front line. Now that he was back in the city, of course he wanted to relax properly. He came to the bar with his friends and even hooked up with a few beautiful women. They were just about to have some fun when someone in the bar suddenly turned into a fleshworm dire beast. Then, there was chaos. Countless fleshworm dire beasts appeared. The bar seemed to have turned into an apocalypse all of a sudden. Feng Ziu could only fight, but he could only barely resist them. Even he himself was trapped and could not break out of the bar. If Brother Feng can arrive in time, no matter how many dire beasts there are, we'll definitely be able to break out safely. Feng Ziu consoled the other martial artists. Boom! The ground of the entire bar shook, and the door of the bar was fiercely besieged by the fleshworm dire beasts. Feng Ziu's countenance changed. He shouted, "Hold the line, we must hold the line, we can't let them charge in." Although Feng Ziu did not consider himself a selfless person, as a martial artist, he naturally had to step forward and protect the ordinary people when facing so many savage dire beasts. The duty of martial artists was to protect humanity. This was how practically everyone was taught since they were young. And when the dire beast crisis erupted this time, so did countless martial artists step up. Suddenly, a mess of fleshworm dire beast squeezed inside. It opened its bloody maws and bit a martial artist on the head. The martial artist was instantly swallowed whole by the fleshworm dire beast. That was a grade 7 professional martial artist. But he could not even block a single strike. A dire beast lord. Looking at the massive dire beast, Feng Ziu could tell at a glance that it was a dire beast lord. Ordinary dire beast lords were comparable to professional grade 9 martial artists. For the fleshworm dire beasts, in particular, they were not even ordinary dire beast lords. Even peak grade 9 professional martial artists might not be able to defeat the dire beast lords among the fleshworm dire beasts. Although people like Lin Feng and Shui Yuansheng seem to cut down dire beast lords effortlessly, for ordinary grade 9 professional martial artists, encountering even one dire beast lord meant immense danger. The fleshworm dire beast lord was extremely ferocious. After devouring a martial artist and a few ordinary people, its body only grew larger. The fleshworm dire beasts seemed to be capable of increasing their strength rapidly by devouring the bodies of ordinary people and martial artists. However, on the battlefield of the decisive battle, the fleshworm dire beasts had never devoured any corpses at all. Even a fool could tell something was amiss about the stark contrast in their behaviors before and after. It was very likely that the fleshworm dire beasts had done it on purpose. As for why this was the case, Feng Ziu wasn't sure. Perhaps it was some nefarious scheme of the fleshworm dire beasts. As a case in point, right now, the entire Dragonlith city had been plunged into chaos. Feng Ziu was also a peak grade 9 professional martial artist, and he was a genius of the Myriad Academy. Having followed Lin Feng for so long, he had also obtained quite a lot of points, which were all converted into strength. At least, the profound martial arts he practiced were stronger than before. Swish! Feng Ziu slashed at the dire beast lord with his saber. The light of his saber ruthlessly struck the dire beast lord's abdomen, inflicting a huge, bloody wound at once. The dire beast insect roared furiously, and countless tentacles smacked towards Feng Ziu. Bang! 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 Feng Ziu utilized his agile movement technique and deflected the tentacles of the fleshworm dire beast with his saber. Then, he saw it. The right opportunity to strike and kill the fleshworm dire beast. However, the recovery speed of the fleshworm dire beast lord took Feng Ziu by surprise. The initially huge wound on the dire beast was basically healed in only a dozen seconds or so. It appeared as if it was uninjured all along. Although those ordinary fleshworm dire beasts also had a certain degree of recovery power, they were not as terrifying. Looks like I can only kill it completely by chopping off its head and dealing fatal damage to it. Feng Zia's expression was very grim. He naturally knew where the vital part of the fleshworm dire beast was, its head. However, looking at the massive body of the dire beast lord, charging over to chop off its head was easier said than done. Just the dozen or so tentacles were enough to seriously injure him. He could not even approach it. What should I do? Feng Ziu was getting somewhat anxious as well. Now that the dire beast lord had struck, they could not hold out at all. The door to the bar was also slowly being broken down. Once the door was completely broken down, countless fleshworm dire beasts would pour in it. Once. Then, everyone in the bar would be doomed. Brother Feng, where are you if you don't come soon? You'll probably have to collect my corpse. No, most likely there won't even be a corpse. All Feng Ziu could do was contact Lin Feng again using his communicator, leaving behind his last words. Chapter 70 Incoming. All men fear death. Feng Ziu was no exception. When he was struck by the tentacles of the dire beasts, he felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He was sent flying before landing heavily on the ground. During his days back in the Myriad Academy, he had been so high and mighty. He was flanked by people everywhere he went, and simply insufferably arrogant. That was until he met Lin Feng, got ruthlessly defeated, and had his self-confidence completely shattered. He even had to accompany Lin Feng to the dangerous front line. Eventually, he came to the front line, but there, he felt as if he had been reborn as a new person. If not for the experience of fighting at the front line, he would never understand the true meaning of being a martial artist. Before coming to the front line, he had never even killed anyone, much less experienced such gruesome battles. He did not understand the significance of martial artists. If he had continued staying in the Myriad Academy, when the 5-year deadline arrived, he would decidedly be unable to break the genetic lock, and could only end up leaving Myriad Academy in dejection. Perhaps he would take over the family business and be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. However, everything was different now. He wanted to become a martial artist, and furthermore, to break the genetic lock. In the depths of his heart and soul, his ambition was to be a powerful martial artist. After all, he was very grateful towards Lin Feng. But at this moment, he was about to die, being torn into pieces or devoured by the fleshworm dire beasts might just be his fate as a martial artist. The savage and hideous fleshworm dire beasts had already stormed through the door. Several martial artists were ripped apart and devoured by the dire beasts. Blood permeated the entire bar. There are no more chances to break the genetic lock for me, but I don't regret coming to the front line. As he was on the verge of death, a smile appeared on Feng Zia's lips. Swish! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to appear in the dim bar. It was so fast that one couldn't look straight at it. As the lightning appeared, the dire beasts blocking the door were split down the middle one after another, before collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Even the fleshworm dire beast lord had its head sliced in half. With its head sliced in half, it was impossible for the dire beast lord to survive. After all, not every dire beast was comparable to the king tier beasts. This was already a fatal wound for it. However, this was not over. Everyone could only see that the bolt of lightning was vaguely a figure holding a saber in his hand. Every time, he raised his saber and slashed down with it. Not one dire beast could withstand a single blow. The corpses of dire beasts had already piled up like a mountain on the ground. Everyone in the bar was dumbfounded. At the same time, they felt relieved to have survived a calamity. Is that an inhuman expert who came to save us? I don't know. Perhaps it's some inhuman expert. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many dire beasts with such ease? The people in the bar were all shocked. Witnessing this scene, they had never thought that those hideous, frightening, and powerful dire beasts in their eyes could have such a vulnerable side. This was a one-sided massacre. Only Feng Ziu, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but laugh aloud. Haha. It's Brother Fang. Brother Fang is here. Before long, all the dire beasts were cleaned up. Lin Feng put away his saber and hurriedly came before Feng Ziyu. He took a look at Feng Ziyu's injuries and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I came in time. Such minor injuries won't kill you. Feng Ziyu had come from the Myriad Academy to the front line with Lin Feng. The two of them were not actually on friendly terms in the Myriad Academy, and Lin Feng had coerced Feng Ziyu into coming to the front line. However, after being at the front line for so long, the two of them had actually formed a deep friendship. Lin Feng naturally would not ignore Feng Ziyu while he was in danger, and so had rushed to the bar as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was not too late. Brother Feng, you saved my life again. I've lost count of how many times you've saved me on the front line. Don't talk so much. Although your injuries won't kill you, you need to get them treated in time. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Brother Feng, what about the people in the bar? Lin Feng glanced at the people in the bar, then said loudly, I've cleaned up all the dire beasts here, but it's very unsafe here. You'd better leave quickly and return home. Remember, don't leave home lately. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Our savior. How should I address you? I'll definitely repay you in the future. Thank you very much. The people in the bar left in a hurry. Some even wanted to know Lin Feng's name, but he rejected them all. He had saved countless people, and he did not need their repayment. Lin Feng also picked up the seriously injured Feng Ziyu and prepared to take him to the hospital. As they walked, Feng Ziyu said, Brother Feng, do you know what's going on with these dire beasts? I'm not too sure either. These dire beasts seem to have crawled out of human bodies. If I'm not wrong, they should be parasites. Feng Ziyu nodded as well. Yeah, they must be parasites. I didn't expect those damn fleshworm dire beasts to actually have parasitic abilities. These fleshworm dire beasts must have started parasitizing people during the decisive battle at the front line. Pausing, Feng Ziyu said hesitantly, Brother Feng, do you suppose I could be parasitized too? Email protected to Lin Feng was slightly stunned. In truth, the methods of parasitism and transmission of the fleshworm dire beasts were unclear as of now. Anyone who had participated in the decisive battle before could actually be parasitized. Lin Feng and Feng Ziyu were no exceptions. No, you won't. How could you be parasitized? Lin Feng shook his head. Even if his heart was heavy, he wouldn't say it out loud. Feng Ziyu also said with a smile, That's not necessarily the case. So many people have been parasitized. It won't be surprising for a peak grade 9 professional martial artists to get parasitized too. If that time really comes. Brother Feng, I hope you won't show mercy. You must kill me. I don't want to become something as ugly as a giant worm. As he spoke, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss. Feng Ziyu's face was becoming paler and paler, and his voice was dying down. His eyes in particular seemed to be faintly turning red. Feng Ziyu. Lin Feng shook Feng Ziyu and realized that even Feng Ziyu's gaze was becoming unfocused. However, the injuries Feng Ziyu had just suffered shouldn't be lethal. How could this be? Feng Ziyu, wake up. Lin Feng's feeling that something was wrong with Feng Ziyu only grew stronger. A spine chilling vaguely occurred to him, and deep down, there was a faint hint of alarm. Bang! Without any warning, Feng Ziyu's head exploded. Red and white splattered all over Lin Feng. The pungent smell of blood was still lingering in Lin Feng's nose. A fleshworm dire beast suddenly leaped out of Feng Ziyu's body, and fiercely pounced towards Lin Feng to bite him as soon as it appeared. Get lost! Lin Feng threw a punch. The fleshworm dire beast that had just been born was smashed into pieces by the punch. Its sickly green internal organs spilled all over the floor. Feng Ziyu. Lin Feng was still carrying Feng Ziyu's corpse, but Feng Ziyu had already lost his head. Any sign of life was long gone from his body. Feng Ziyu had also been parasitized. From the moment in battle at the front line, Feng Ziyu had been parasitized. It was just that it had only taken effect now. Lin Feng and Feng Ziyu's friendship could not be considered profound. But being unable to do anything as he watched Feng Ziu die before, his eyes gave him a feeling of powerlessness. Just like when he could only watch Shui Yuansheng and Gao Tansai die before his eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a strange sound appeared in Lin Feng's head. This sound seemed to be able to stir up restlessness and some kind of consciousness within his body. At the same time, the fleshworm dire beasts that were wreaking havoc on the streets stopped their frenzied killing. They pricked up their ears, as if they were listening for something. At this moment, the entire dragonlit city fell silent. Lin Feng was still immersed in the sorrow of Feng Zi's death. But now, his face was filled with shock. He could actually understand the strange sound just now. It appeared that a voice was summoning all the fleshworm dire beasts. Incoming! Outside the city. They are incoming. Lin Feng took a deep breath, placed Feng Zi's corpse in a house at the roadside, and immediately rushed towards the outside of the city. Frantically. Chapter 71 10 Hours. Chief Commander. A great number of dire beasts have been discovered 10 kilometers outside the city. And what spit it out? Long Duo shattered the dozens of dire beasts with a single punch. These ordinary dire beasts could be easily killed by Long Duo even if they were all dire beast lords. That was nothing difficult. The reason why the entire city was in chaos was that the distribution of these dire beasts was too widespread, and there were too many of them. It was impossible to wipe them out completely in a short amount of time. However, with the strength of the Dragon Mountain base alone, given enough time, they could wipe out these fleshworm dire beasts. And many demons are discovered among the fleshworm dire beasts. It's estimated that there are more than 30 of them. Impossible. The chief commander's expression changed abruptly. 30 demons? How was this possible back when they were at the front line of the decisive battle? There were only 10 odd demons. One less than the number of inhuman experts at the Dragon Mountain base. However, now that he thought about it, if all of this was a scheme by fleshworm dire beasts, was there being one less demon on the other side than inhuman experts in the Dragon Mountain base a coincidence? Or was it intentional? The more Long Duo thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. However, regardless of whether it was a scheme or not, the entire dragonlit city was about to face a real threat now. There had been dire beasts parasitizing it previously, plunging the entire dragonlit city into chaos. However, no matter how chaotic the situation, it was still under Long Duo's control. At most, Dragonlit City would suffer heavy losses. But with the arrival of a large army of fleshworm dire beasts, moral danger would come to not only the entire Dragonlit City, but even the 16 inhuman experts as well. Report to the higher-ups at once. Dragonlit City has been attacked by an unknown dire beast army. More than 30 demons have been discovered for the time being. Request reinforcements from the higher-ups. Lastly, order the 15 platoon leaders to converge outside the city immediately. With that, Long Duo immediately turned around and rushed out of the city. Actually, he knew very well that the higher-ups were unlikely to send reinforcement when the current situation was unclear. What if the reinforcements became parasitized again? Therefore, the only thing they could rely on now was the power of Dragon Mountain Base and the entire Dragonlit City. Beep beep beep. In a spacious hall, soldiers were bustling everywhere. The leader was an old man in military uniform. His face was stern, but he was staring at the screen intently right now. He was the Minister of Armed Forces in country Hua, and he controlled all the military power in the country. Now that the World Alliance has been established in this world, every country had independent administrative rights, but military rights are unified under the World Alliance. There were a total of 9 marshals in charge of the armed forces of the World Alliance, and they were the 9 sages of the present world, who wielded all the military power in the world. If not for this, how could humans expand so many territories so quickly when their overall strength was inferior to the dire beasts? The 9 sages were the supreme marshals, but they also established a Ministry of Armed Forces in each country and appointed ministers. The minister had full authority to command all armed forces, including martial artists and military forces. Even the highest executive of a country could not interfere. At this moment, the Minister of Armed Forces of country Hua, Minister Liu, was already overwhelmed. The sudden parasitic crisis in Dragonlith City was not isolated to Dragonlith City alone. It happened almost everywhere in the country. The reason for it had already been found. Almost without exception, there were people who came from Dragonlith City in these places. Even though Minister Liu had already ordered everyone from Dragonlith City to be quarantined countrywide, it was still unknown how much effect this would have. However, he knew that this could not possibly stop the parasitism. After all, wherever parasitism had occurred, it was highly probable that someone else would be parasitized. With no way to test the state of parasitism right now, once the incubation period was up, there was bound to be an outbreak of more parasitism. Right now, Minister Liu could only hope that the research department could quickly figure out how to identify the parasite, so as to quell the parasitism as soon as possible. Of course, Minister Liu was also paying attention to Dragonlith City. After all, there were 3 million people there. Minister Liu, Chief Commander Long Duo of Dragon Mountain Base, and the Mayor of Dragonlith City have sent a message in conjunction, requesting reinforcements. A great number of dire beasts have appeared outside Dragonlith City, and there are even more than 30 demons. Dragonlith City is in imminent danger. 30 demons. Minister Liu's heart ached immensely. Of course he knew the current situation in Dragonlith City, and how difficult it was for Long Duo. However, he was also in a dilemma. Currently, the fleshworm dire beasts had been determined to be parasitic predators. They were a brand new type of dire beast. The scale, means of parasitism, means of transmission, and so on were all unknown. How could he send in people to rescue them like this? If numerous experts were sent over, what if they also became parasitized? That would only make matters worse. This was also why he had given the order for Dragonlith City to hold out on its own. He had not sent in a single soldier in consideration of the overall impact. Although this was very cruel to the 3 million people of Dragonlith City, this was a necessary sacrifice. However, there were 3 million people with so many vibrant lives in there. If they really did not send in reinforcements, the entire Dragonlith City would fall to those dire beasts' attack. How many dire beasts would arise from parasitism then? It would be unimaginable. This was probably humanity's greatest crisis after the calamity a century ago. Inform Dragonlith City that we will send a spaceship to drop a large amount of living supplies. As for reinforcements, tell them to hold out for 10 more hours. Reinforcements will definitely arrive in 10 hours. Minister Liu could not really just stand by and watch 3 million die in Dragonlith City like this. 10 hours. Many people were confused. What could 10 hours do? Was it to mobilize many troops or martial artists? Tell them that in 10 hours, one of the 9 sages, the Invincible Fist Sage, will personally rush to Dragonlith City to rescue them. What Lord Invincible Fist Sage? Many people were shocked. That was one of the 9 sages. One of the 9 supreme marshals of the World Alliance's armed forces. However, the Invincible Fist Sage and the other 8 sages were stationed deep in the outland all year round. After all, there were extremely fearsome existences among dire beasts as well. These all required overseeing by the 9 sages, so that those fearsome dire beasts did not dare to show themselves. If not for this, how could human martial artists have expanded territories so easily? That's right. It's Marshal Invincible Fist Sage get Long Duo to hold out for 10 hours by any means possible. Actually, Minister Liu had not contacted the Invincible Fist Sage yet, but as the Invincible Fist Sage's subordinate, he knew the Invincible Fist Sage very well. The Invincible Fist Sage would never just watch the 3 million people die in Dragonlith City. He would definitely take action. However, the prerequisite was that Dragonlith City had to persist for 10 hours. After all, no matter how fast the Invincible Fist Sage was, it was impossible for him to arrive at Dragonlith City in an instant. 10 hours was the least amount of time needed. Everyone's heart was heavy. 10 hours. With the current state of panic in Dragonlith City, and the aggressive assail of the fleshworm dire beasts, could Dragonlith City hold out for 10 hours? Chapter 72 The Second Battle. Outside Dragonlith City, the east wind was blowing, led by Long Duo. The other 15 Inhuman experts had already arrived. However, only about 2,000 other martial artists arrived in succession. Back at the Dragon Mountain base, there were about 5,000 martial artists in total. Yet now, there were only about 2 of them left. Other than those who had left Dragonlith City previously, the remaining people had either not received the order, or had not come to the outside of the city after receiving it. There was another possibility, and that was that those martial artists could never receive the order. They had been parasitized, or died, fighting the dire beasts. Long Duo glanced at all the martial artists. He saw Lin Feng among the crowd, the one who had a strange illness, yet was the strongest genius of the Myriad Academy in the past decade, was now standing quietly in the crowd. Long Duo took a deep breath and said to the 15 Inhuman experts, "There's a dire beast army led by 30 demons outside the city, and there are 3 million civilians in the city. For this battle, we might not even have a 10 chance of winning. Chief Commander, we've broken the genetic lock. We've been on the front line for so many years. When have we ever been afraid? If worse comes to worst, we will die. But no matter what, as long as we're here, we must not let the dire beasts charge into Dragonlith City. That's right. Ever since I've broken the genetic lock, my family and friends have all led abundant lives. I have no more regrets. Even if I die in battle, I will definitely be a hero. My family will be proud of me. We won't yield any ground to them." The 15 Inhuman experts would not yield any ground. They all knew what it meant once they decided to fight to the death. It was very likely that even Inhuman experts like them would die. But just as they said, so what if they died? The purpose of martial artists was to protect humanity and maintain peace. They had already obtained the most material life that human society could give them. Even after their deaths, they would certainly become heroes, and their families and descendants would be cared for. They no longer had any worries for the future. It wasn't just the 15 Inhuman experts. This was the same thought of over 2 martial artists who had arrived at the outside of the city. If worse came to worst, they would die. But after their deaths, they would definitely be heroes, and their families would be cared for. The entire human society revered heroes who died in battle at the front line. Furthermore, the remunerations were very generous. There would definitely not be cases of heroes encountering injustice in addition to sacrificing. The human society was thriving, and human martial artists dared to risk their lives. This was why the entire human territory was expanding rapidly, and more martial artists appeared. Long Duo was very satisfied. Back when he had not broken the genetic lock, hadn't he also showed such courage when fighting at the front line? Looking at these energetic and battle-ready martial artists, he felt very proud. Very good. You have not forgotten your duty as human martial artists. However, you absolutely won't be forgotten, nor will the 3 million citizens of Dragonlith City. One of the highest commanders of the armed forces, the invincible Fist Sage of the 9 Sages of the world, will arrive in Dragonlith City in 10 hours. As long as we can hold out for 10 hours, and hold out until Lord Invincible Fist Sage arrives, we will be saved. The 3 million people in Dragonlith City will be saved. Long Duo's words were carried forth powerfully, and all the martial artists heard them clearly. In fact, Long Duo would not keep this news from the people of Dragonlith City. He had the mayor inform all the people of Dragonlith through the radio, television, and so on. Such hope was necessary to inspire everyone in despair, and this news was very timely. Many of the citizens who received the news took the initiative to construct defenses outside the city and gave encouragements to all the martial artists. There were military police, and some martial artists who continued to hunt those dire beasts inside the city. And it was generally safe. Right now, the most dangerous place was outside the city. The army of 30 demons and dire beasts were coming. If they could not hold out for 10 hours, it would spell annihilation for everyone in Dragonlith City. Rumble, the martial artist army outside the city could already feel the ground shaking. Looking from afar, there was dust along the whole way. The dire beast army had finally arrived. Furthermore, it was vast and mighty. There seemed to be tens of thousands of them. If so many dire beasts charged into Dragonlith City, the entire city would probably tumble into a living hell. Lin Feng was also in the crowd. He held his saber and stared intently at the dire beasts. They were all fleshworm dire beasts. There were no longer dire beasts like the proboscis beasts and hedgehog dire beasts from the decisive battle at the front line before. All tens of thousands of dire beasts were fleshworm dire beasts. With such a great number of dire beasts, and all of them being fleshworm dire beasts at that, everyone knew that this battle was almost doomed, be it in terms of numbers or in human-level battle prowess. The dire beast army was far stronger than the human martial artists. Outside the city, how could they resist so many dire beasts for 10 hours? When Long Duo saw this, he laughed aloud. That's right. With so many dire beasts, there was no need for any tactics. For tactics were useless. Haha. This is just as well. I can finally go all out with killing this time. Ever since Long Duo became the chief commander, the times when he personally went to battle became fewer and fewer. However, this time, he did not need to command at all. Kill, Long Duo roared. His voice rang out like a muffled clap of thunder. Kai! All the martial artists also knew that there was no such thing as lucky flukes in this battle. If they could not resist, they would die. However, they could not allow these dire beasts to charge into Dragonlith City, even at the cost of their lives. Boom! The martial artists moved. They took the initiative to attack. The 16 inhuman experts in particular charged in front of all the martial artists. Long Duo reached out and clapped. His palms sucked out all the air in a radius of dozens of meters. With a push, dozens of dire beasts and fleshworms were instantly crushed into pieces. The other inhuman experts also displayed their abilities. Every inhuman expert who broke the genetic lock would awaken one or a few abilities. Faced with them, there was no difference between ordinary dire beasts, dire beast lords, or even dire beast kings. With a single palm strike, they were all smashed into a bloody mist. However, there were also demons among those dire beasts, and there were 30 of them. It was even the first time many inhuman experts had seen so many demons. The 30 demons were all enormous, like 30 small mountains. They were very conspicuous among the dire beasts. Faced with the slaughter of the ordinary dire beasts by the inhuman experts, the 30 demons only watched indifferently. They did not attack immediately, as if ordinary dire beasts were nothing in their eyes. These demons were about as intelligent as humans. They did not care about the deaths of ordinary dire beasts. In fact, on careful thought, they could parasitize constantly. As long as they had enough parasitic hosts, they could get as many dire beasts as they wanted. These ordinary dire beasts were indeed just cannon fodder. Haha. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. An inhuman expert was wielding a huge axe. With a swing of his axe, dozens of dire beasts were sliced into countless pieces. The other inhuman expert was like a bulldozer. His body was like a small giant, expanding in circles. Wherever he passed, he practically paved a bloody path. The 30 demons had been watching everything apathetically the whole time. Finally, one of them, who was obviously twice the size of the other demons, let out a sharp screech. Then, as if they had gone berserk, all the dire beasts responded with screeching sounds. Countless dire beasts immediately went berserk, and the 30 demons moved at once, targeting the dozen or so inhuman experts directly. Chapter 73 Global Live Broadcast. As the largest television station in Dragonlith City, the television station of Dragonlith had a rather complete variety of professional broadcasting equipment. Moreover, the television station even had a special escort team. As Dragonlit City was close to the front line, the television station often filmed some documentaries related to dire beasts. Without the protection of the escort team, it would be impossible for the reporters and cameramen to go deep into the front line. But in the present, when the dire beasts outside the city appeared, and the entire Dragonlit City was in crisis, the television station made a shocking decision, shooting a documentary with the battle outside Dragonlit City as the theme. They would film a documentary called Life and Death in 10 Hours. Moreover, this documentary would unprecedentedly adopt the live broadcast method for the first time. It used the method of a live broadcast documentary to show the real situation of Dragonlit City to the audience outside Dragonlit City. This was not an attention-grabbing gimmick, but professional conduct. This was the professional conduct as a television station and as a media company. The people at the television station knew very well that Dragonlit City was in imminent danger. If the martial artists in front could not hold out for 10 hours and allowed the dire beast to charge into Dragonlit City, the entire Dragonlit City would become a living hell. All they could do was to present this process truthfully to the entire world. The executives of the television station had already decided to film this special documentary through a live broadcast. When they looked for the host, however, there was a rare silence. How dangerous was it to shoot a documentary outside the city even with the protection of the escort teams? One could still be torn to pieces by dire beasts. In the end, an unexpected person stepped forward. Lai Wai, the leading female host of the television station, volunteered. She was willing to film such a special and dangerous documentary. Lai Wai was only 24 years old this year, but she was already the leading host of Dragonlit City. She originally had a bright future, yet was caught up in this dire beast incident. Seeing Lai Wai step forward, many people secretly lamented. At this moment, Lai Wai and the cameraman were standing outside the city. Beside them were the 12 members of the escort team, all of whom were grade 7 professional martial artists or above. The television station still put in a lot of effort in this aspect and sent their most elite team to protect Lai Wai. Dear viewers, what you all saw today is a special documentary. It's being broadcasted live by Dragonlit City TV. Lai Wai. Lai Wai was wearing a professional suit and looked very refined. She still had a smile on her face. This live broadcast documentary, which was facing the entire world, might also be the last program she hosted in her life. Therefore, she strove to do everything to perfection. The scene changed, and many dire beasts appeared on the screen. The savage side of those dire beasts was displayed on screen. Martial artists were easily torn to pieces, or even devoured by dire beasts. The scene was very gory and also very realistic. Lai Wai did not know that the special documentary for this global live broadcast had already exceeded the viewership ratings of all previous television programs. Almost 80 of the televisions around the world were playing the documentary. Not only was there a live broadcast on television, there was also a live broadcast online. Countless people were paying attention to this special documentary. Everyone knew the situation Dragonlit City was facing. The influence of the parasitic dire beasts that erupted worldwide was huge, but many people suffered from not having first-hand information. They did not know where the parasitic dire beasts came from or what was going on. Now, through this special live broadcast documentary, they learned the true colors of the parasitic dire beasts and what exactly happened. In Dragonlit City, the lives of 3 million people were all hanging in balance in this battle. This was the most devastating battle between dire beasts and humanity. Many people had lived in safe and peaceful environments since they were young. They could not imagine how cruel war could be. They did not know that their peaceful lives were exchanged through devastating battles between the frontline martial artists and dire beasts. Everyone fell silent as they looked at the menacing, incredibly hideous and terrifying faces. Some children were even crying from fear. But, even though they were crying from fear, the adults insisted that the children watch the documentary. This was the most realistic and vivid lesson. It let them know that peaceful life came at a high price. Humans and dire beasts were natural enemies. One of them must die for the other to live. This had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was only about survival. Lai Wai was a host and reporter who possessed news acumen. She and cameraman Xiao also worked well together. Now that the two of them were gradually approaching the front line, Lai Wai was still not satisfied. Continue to go deeper. We have to continue to go deeper into the battlefield. Only by doing so can we obtain first-hand information and capture the truth of the battlefield. Sister Wai, we can't go any deeper. If we go any deeper, we'll encounter dire beasts. It's very dangerous. Xiao tried to persuade her. Although he was older than Lai Wai was very domineering. Everyone in the television station called Lai Wai Sister Wai, and now, Lai Wai's domineering side was fully displayed. No, we have to go deeper. Look at our martial artists. They are fighting a bloody battle. We can't just do nothing. Lai Wai insisted on going deeper, and Xiao could only follow her. The perspective was important in documentaries. But at the same time, there was a protagonist in the documentary. If there was a protagonist, it would undoubtedly make the filming of the entire documentary much easier and more realistic. Therefore, Lai Wai was looking for the protagonist on the battlefield. The title of protagonist had to be very representative and could resonate with many people. However, this was not easy to find on the battlefield. In fact, when they went deeper, they even encountered a few dire beasts. Fortunately, with the protection of the escort team, Lai Wai and Xiao were both safe and sound. However, Lai Wai was also covered with foul blood. Lai Wai was in a very sorry state, but she also discovered an unusual martial artist in the crowd. This martial artist was very young, probably only about 20 years old. His face still seemed somewhat youthful, but the young martial artist's eyes were very calm, even terrifyingly so. Beside the young martial artist, countless dire beasts had already fallen. Without exception, all of these dire beasts had been shattered into pieces, or heads had been split open. It was extremely frightening. Lai Wai overcame the terror in her heart. Her news acumen made her very excited. Xiao, aim the camera at him. That's right. It's that young martial artist. We must follow him. Lai Wai even charged towards that young martial artist recklessly. Lin Feng stood where he was with his saber in hand. He did not even know that a camera was already aimed at him from behind. Let alone that a bold reporter was filming a special documentary featuring him as the protagonist. One dire beast after another had already fallen by his side, but he was not happy in the least. These dire beasts were just cannon fodder that were inexhaustible regardless of how many were killed. No matter how many ordinary dire beasts they killed, they could not turn the situation of the battle around. There were fewer and fewer human martial artists on the entire battlefield. They were almost drowned out by the massive number of dire beasts. He kept charging forward. His speed wasn't fast, but the dire beasts that blocked him fell one after another. He practically slaughtered his way through them. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped. He saw a dire beast king and a pack of dire beast lords not far away. Boom! Lin Feng stomped on the ground. It was as if the ground was shaking as he leaped forward like a cannonball. 1. Chapter 74 The Protagonist on Camera. Lin Feng leaped forth like a cannonball. He did not know that this scene had appeared in front of everyone in the world through the camera behind him. This person is so young. He's probably still a student. Right. That's right. I heard that many martial artists in Dragonlith City are students of the Myriad Academy. This young man is probably only in his 20s. He's so young, but he has to fight with terrifying dire beasts. Don't die. Please don't die. Just as Lai Wai had judged. The young Lin Feng's face was even somewhat boyish. His body was not powerfully built either, and he looked a little thin. This seemingly ordinary young man resonated with most people. When they saw Lin Feng, it was as if they saw their own sons, brothers, students, and neighbors. Such a young martial artist might not even be married. Yet he charged towards those savage dire beasts without hesitation. Everyone was fascinated by Lin Feng's figure, even on tenterhooks. They secretly prayed that nothing would happen to Lin Feng. However, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, who were far away in Central Sea, were the most anxious of all. How could the Lin family not know about an incident as huge as the parasitic dire beasts? Mr. and Mrs. Lin naturally saw the live broadcast as well. When they saw that familiar figure on the television screen, their expressions froze slightly. Benjer, how is that possible? Didn't Fenger go to the Myriad Academy? He's a new student. Why would he go to the Outland and end up in Dragonlith City? Ling Xing immediately called the Myriad Academy. After a while, he returned to the living room in a daze. Fenger took the initiative to go to the Outland. That was idiotic of him. But now that things had come to this, Lin Xing couldn't do anything either. He could only silently pray that nothing would happen to Lin Feng. At the Martial Arts Club of Central Sea University, all the martial arts club members stared intently at the huge screen. When the young figure appeared on the screen, Lin Qian's entire body jolted from shock. She stared at the screen in disbelief. The classmate next to Lin Qian seemed to have realized something as well. She cried out, "Lin Qian, isn't that your brother? Lin Feng, why is he in Dragonlith City?" How would Lin Qian know? She only knew that her third brother, Lin Feng, had gone to the Myriad Academy. Why would he suddenly appear in Dragonlith City? And she could never be mistaken. That was her third brother. Lin Feng, third brother. Stay safe. Lin Qian had been very strong ever since that incident. However, at this moment, she was praying silently in her heart, and could not help but shed tears. Dragonlith City was such a dangerous place, with dire beasts everywhere. Would Lin Feng survive? Belonging to one of the top 3 martial arts academies in the world, students of the Polar Academy paid close attention to news regarding the other 2 martial arts academies. At this moment, many students from the Polar Academy were sitting in the main hall of the academy, staring intently at the huge screen. A special documentary from Dragonlith City was broadcasting live. The students of the Polar Academy were different from ordinary people. They had long learned the story behind the parasite incident, as well as some exclusive insider information. Hence, someone sighed and said, Myriad Academy is probably going to suffer heavy losses this time. There are many genius martial artists from Myriad Academy in the Dragon Mountain base. They are all trapped in Dragonlith City now. That's right. Even though the Myriad Academy always accepts heirs of rich families, there are still top geniuses among them. For example, back then, the Demon King Dong Fengsheng of the Myriad Academy was truly a top genius that dominated an era. After this, the Myriad Academy will definitely suffer heavy losses. When the scene changed and a young martial artist appeared on the screen, many people were slightly surprised. Taking the initiative to attack, he must be insane. His target seems to be that group of dire beasts. Heavens! They are so big. Is that a kingable dire beast? There's not just a dire beast king, but also a large group of dire beast lords. This person must be a genius of the Myriad Academy. Unfortunately, even if he has the courage to attack first, apart from inhuman experts who have broken the genetic lock, martial artists are doomed regardless of their number. When faced with a dire beast kin, he went to the Outland at such a young age. 2. What a pity. The martial artists of the Polar Academy naturally had good insight. The sizes of those fleshworm dire beasts were obviously extraordinary. They were clearly dire beast king and dire beast lords. Apart from inhuman experts, who could defeat a dire beast king? They watched helplessly as a genius martial artist who was just as young as them, or even younger than them, was about to be devoured by dire beasts. They felt fear as well. Everyone was on tenterhooks, not knowing what fate awaited that young martial artist. Among the crowd in the Polar Academy, Chen, who was known as one of the 10 freshman goddesses, was naturally the center of attention. However, at this moment, Chen's face was slightly pale, and even her body was trembling slightly. Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen's friend asked nervously. She had never seen Chen like this since she got to know her. However, Chen did not answer. Instead, She clenched her fists tightly and stared at the figure on the screen. Even though she had been in the Polar Academy for a few months, how could she possibly forget Lin Feng? Lin Feng, how did you go to the Myriad Academy and to the Outland too? Chen bit her lips, so hard that she left a deep bite mark. She could not let go of Lin Feng at all. How could she possibly remain calm when she saw Lin Feng in danger out of the blue? Chen's companion also seemed to have noticed something, and was very shocked. Could Chen's reaction be due to that young martial artist on the screen? It had to be known that ever since Chen came to the Polar Academy, although countless outstanding men had expressed their interest, Chen had never showed affection for anyone. Could it be that there had always been someone in Chen's heart? Chen, you know him. Ido. And I can never forget him. Chen's eyes turned red as she watched Lin Feng charge into the horde of dire beasts without hesitation. At this moment, she looked nothing like the Ice Queen at all. Lin Feng leaped out, followed by Lai Wai and the cameraman. Even Lai Wai, who was used to seeing extraordinary happenings and kept her cool regardless of the situation, was also very unsettled, seeing Lin Feng charge straight at the horde of dire beasts in front. However, she still maintained her professionalism. She said to the camera, I don't know this young martial artist's name or his deeds, but it's apparent that he's very young, and is about to face the king of dire beasts. A dire beast king. Let us keep his figure in mind. Almost no professional martial artist can resist a dire beast king. However, this young martial artist is charging forward with the courage and determination of someone ready to sacrifice his life. In the camera, the saber in Lin Feng's hand was already raised high. No one thought that a miracle would happen when facing a dire beast king. This nameless martial artist was destined to use his tragic actions to stir the hearts of billions of people in the world. This was the spirit of a martial artist. The spirit of humanity. Chapter 75 3 slashes. Swish. The saber flickered with a silvery white light. Even on the bloody battlefield, it emanated a very distinctive sense of beauty. This was truly a beautiful strike. Lai Wai's mouth fell open. She wanted to say something, but lost her voice at this moment. All she could do was stare blankly at the blade of light. She was even immersed in it. Perhaps Lai Wai did not know what this meant. She found even the light from the saber beautiful, and was even immersed in it. However, some senior martial artists knew its significance. The strike of the saber was perfect, whole, and out of this world. Even those inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock might not have such comprehension in martial arts. Outstanding. Some of the martial artists in the escort team sighed, but their sighs faintly revealed a trace of pity. So what if it was an outstanding strike? Lin Feng was facing a dire beast king, known to be invincible at the professional stage. Slash. Suddenly, a tender and cold voice sounded in the void. Lin Feng slashed down with his saber. This was the strongest strike. A perfect strike. An incredible strike. However, furthermore, this was a strike that could not be matched. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed 3 spiral forces. A devastating force quickly erupted in his body. The dire beast king opposite seemed to have also sensed Lin Feng's sharp blade. With a low roar, more than 10 thick tentacles lashed out at Lin Feng. The wind whistled. They carried a powerful force. Once they struck Lin Feng, no matter how strong his physique was, he might not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was fearless. He even closed his eyes as the images of Shui Yuansheng, Gao Tansai, Yu Shan, and Feng Ziu appeared in his mind. These were good friends who had fought alongside Lin Feng in life-or-death situations. For the public good, Lin Feng wanted to protect the 3 million civilians of Dragonlit City. Moreover, on a personal level, Lin Feng wanted to avenge his friends. Swish. Lin Feng's saber seemed to be becoming faster. Only a dazzling white light was visible to the naked eye. Swish. With one slash, the tentacle was severed. This strike was a slash of loyalty. Shui Yuansheng and Gao Tansis' resolute expressions still seemed to linger before Lin Feng's eyes. Yu Shan and Feng Zia's wistful gazes touched the depths of Lin Feng's heart. 1. Roar. Violent pain assailed the entire body of the fleshworm dire beast king. It simply hurt too much. Its dozen or so tentacles had somehow been severed by a single slash from a puny human martial artist. How was this possible? The dire beast king roared furiously, and there were even many curses mixed in. For some reason, Lin Feng could understand it. He could understand the roar of the dire beast king, as if instinctively. He could even understand the dire beast king ordering the dire beast lords not to interfere. It was going to personally devour him. However, Lin Feng was still very calm. Nothing could stop him now. Second slash. Lin Feng slashed out once again. This slash was filled with fury, resentment, and hatred. This was a strike of revenge. It was revenge for Shui Yuansheng, Gao Tansai, Yu Shan, and Feng Ziu, but also revenge for all those who had been tragically devoured by fleshworm dire beasts. Thump. Lin Feng's strike of revenge slashed ruthlessly at the massive body of the dire beast king. Its originally pliable, cotton-like body could not withstand the devastating force of more than 80 tons. Hence, Lin Feng's blade sliced the dire beast king into two from the top down. However, this was not the end. The regenerative ability of a dire beast king was astonishing. Never mind being cut into two. It wouldn't die, even if it was cut into pieces. Third slash. Lin Feng slashed out again. This slash was filled with duty, protection, and hope. This was a slash of protection. It was a strike meant to protect the 3 million citizens of Dragonlith City, and all humans in the world. This strike was also the most powerful strike of all. Lin Feng's saber sped up once more. Even his strength, originally 80 tons in power, seemed to have increased by a great deal. This courage, strength, and determination transformed into Lin Feng's strongest strike. Bang! This strike seemed to contain the power of an explosion. With a single slash, a radius of dozens of meters was filled with a terrifying blade aura. Wherever the blade aura passed, all the dire beasts were shredded. The dire beast king was no exception. As Lin Feng's strongest strike was delivered, the dire beast king's recently recovered body exploded instantly like a balloon. Endless blade aura sliced rapidly, cutting the dire beast king's body into ribbons. The dire beasts around them all stopped. The martial artists who were fighting in the bloody war also seemed to be in disbelief. Lai Wai, the cameraman, the escort team, and even the billions of people in front of the screen were stunned. There seemed to be an emotion, power brewing in their hearts, that was about to erupt. Good. There was no knowing who had shouted it, but the sentiment was echoed by many. They had thought that Lin Feng would be torn to pieces by the dire beast on the screen, but they had not expected Lin Feng to be so strong that he could actually kill a dire beast king. That was an actual dire beast king. Lai Wai's eyes lit up. She was very excited. At this moment, there was only one word on her mind: hero. This was a true hero, a true protagonist. In such a despairing situation, what did people need the most? Without a doubt, it was a hero. Moreover, he had not broken the genetic lock, nor was he an inhuman expert. He was only an ordinary martial artist. But an ordinary martial artist had erupted with incredible courage and strength in a desperate situation, and killed a ferocious dire beast king in one fell swoop. If Lin Feng was not a hero, who was? From this moment on, everyone remembered this figure, this strike of the saber, and this young martial artist. Quick! Quick! Get close to him. We must get close to him. Lai Wai was very excited. Even if she had seen only 2 extraordinary scenes, she would still be excited and thrilled that a miracle could happen under such circumstances. However, Lin Feng did not stop. He had merely killed one dire beast king, and there were still tens of thousands of dire beasts around him. Thus, he charged into the horde of dire beasts with his saber, like a tiger charging into a herd of sheep. Those dire beasts were all dire beast lords. However, Lin Feng dealt with them with a slash of his saber each. Every time the light of his saber flashed, it spelled the deaths of dire beasts. This was practically a diabolical battlefield. Blood, broken flesh, and the wails and screams of dire beasts filled the air. At this moment, Lin Feng was a god of war. He had even rallied the conviction of all the martial artists. All of them erupted with unprecedented courage and strength. There was great terror in life-or-death situations. But there was greater potential in life-or-death situations. There was no knowing how many martial artists saw Lin Feng charge into the horde of dire beasts alone with a saber in hand, with not a single dire beast posing a threat to Lin Feng. This was a true hero. Chapter 76. Did you see? The number of dire beasts was overwhelming. There were simply too many of them. It was as if the dire beasts were ubiquitous. Meanwhile, the number of martial artists was dwindling. Previously, many martial artists could still be seen fighting, but as time passed, places where martial artists were still fighting became fewer and fewer. The situation was precarious. Even those inhuman experts fell into danger. This was almost a one-sided battle. The difference was simply too great. However, Lin Feng, who was on camera, had a different feeling. Before their screens, everyone was following the young figure closely. As he swung his blade, dire beasts fell one after another. Invincible. This word seemed to appear in everyone's mind. Invincible. Lin Feng's current performance was invincible. Whether it was elite dire beasts or dire beast lords, wherever Lin Feng went, there would be mountains of dire beast corpses. So what if it's a dire beast king? It still couldn't resist more than 3 saber moves from Lin Feng. Lai Wai was very excited. This was a superb material that she would never have dreamed of. She did not expect that she would take a fancy to this hero called Lin Feng at first glance, and that he would turn out to be so impressive. Watching Lin Feng slaughter those grotesque and horrifying fleshworm dire beasts like a hot knife through butter, Lai Wai almost thought that Lin Feng was an inhuman expert. However, even though she was not a powerful martial artist herself, with her extensive knowledge, she could tell that Lin Feng definitely had not broken the genetic lock yet. Lin Feng kept going deeper. He would head towards wherever there were more dire beasts and stronger dire beast lords to kill them. Meanwhile, Lai Wai kept following Lin Feng. Unknowingly, they were already heavily surrounded by dire beasts. Sister Wai, we're in trouble. Suddenly, Xiao Wu shouted anxiously from behind her. There was even a hint of fear in his voice. Trouble? Only then did Lai Wai return to her senses. She was on a dangerous battlefield. At this moment, she looked around and noticed that there were dire beasts everywhere. Moreover, all of them were glaring menacingly and emitting all sorts of unpleasant sounds. As a woman, no matter how bold, calm, and knowledgeable she was, she could not suppress the fear in her heart at this moment. They were already surrounded, and the escort team would struggle to even defend themselves. Through the camera, many people in front of the screen also saw the situation Lai Wai and the others were in. For a moment, many people were silently praying, but if prayers were useful, there wouldn't be so many sacrifices. Kill! The martial artists of the escort team could only fight to the death now. All of them were high-level martial artists, but faced with so many fleshworm dire beasts, whenever they killed one, more would keep coming. There were dire beasts everywhere as far as the eye could see. There was no hope of breaking out of the encirclement at all. Sister Wai, this might be the last shoot. Xiao gritted his teeth. He still pointed the camera at the figure in the distance. He might be doomed to fail to complete this documentary, but he wouldn't give up on filming, even up to the last second of his life. Lai Wai was also a little panic-stricken. The number of escorts around became fewer and fewer, and all of them were injured. She gritted her teeth and suddenly shouted at the figure in front of her, "Help us!" Lai Wai's voice could not travel far in the chaotic battlefield, but the figure in the distance suddenly stopped. Lin Feng was in a very miraculous state. In this state, he could easily understand the voices of these dire beasts. As he continued killing these fleshworm dire beasts, would also feel fear and be afraid. It turned out that savage dire beasts also knew fear. They were also afraid of death. No matter how low their intelligence, they would still fear death. That was the instinct of all living creatures. Panic and fear were spreading wherever Lin Feng went. Even the fleshworm dire beasts were unwilling to go forward. They were all terrified. Lin Feng did not know why he could understand the language of the fleshworm dire beasts. He vaguely guessed that it might be because he had fused the genes of the fleshworm dire beast and the genes of a dire beast king at that. However, it's not like he could not understand the voices of wild bovines, unicorns, and proboscis beasts. Hence, this was very strange. There might be a reason unknown to Lin Feng, just as various sounds of the fleshworm dire beasts were echoing in Lin Feng's ears. He suddenly heard an unfamiliar cry for help. Swoosh! Lin Feng turned around abruptly. With a glance, he saw a strange group in the distance. A few martial artists were following a young and beautiful woman, and there was a video camera. Who was this? Reporter cameraman. Lin Feng felt a little strange. These were clearly reporters and cameramen filming a program. Why were they on the battlefield? He had heard of war correspondents. But what kind of program could they possibly film in such a dangerous situation? Save us. Lai Wai saw that Lin Feng had noticed her, so she shouted again. Right now, the young martial artist in front was the closest to them. Lin Feng heard the cry for help again. Sure enough, it was this young female reporter asking for help. He did not hesitate. No matter what these people were doing, they were in danger. He could not leave them in the lurch. Whoosh! Lin Feng stomped on the ground, and the ground shook slightly. Then, he shot up violently towards the sky and landed not far from Lai Wai. He raised his saber and slashed down. A white light ripped towards all directions. Like reaping wheat, the dire beasts around Lai Wai fell one after another. Phew! We're saved! Lai Wai heaved a sigh of relief. Similarly, the people in front of their screens also heaved a sigh of relief. Some people even teased. Yo! The hero saves the beauty. This female reporter is also very beautiful. She might even have to devote her life to him. I checked online. The female reporter is the leading host of the Dragonlit City TV. She's only 24 years old. The two of them look really compatible. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. As long as they can survive this crisis. Too bad it'll be really hard to survive this crisis. The war is already so intense now, and only an hour has passed. There are still 9 more hours to go. The possibility of them surviving until Lord Sage arrives is minuscule. Many people were even discussing it on some forums. However, no matter how they discussed it, there was no solution to the crisis in Dragonlit City this time. With the parasitic dire beast's method of parasitism unknown, no powerful martial artists would come to rescue them. They could only wait for the descent of the invincible Fist Sage. But by that time, Dragonlit City might already be a dead city. Lai Wai saw Lin Feng up close. He looked even younger than she had imagined. Only those deep eyes seemed to be full of world weariness. This was someone with a story. Lai Wai was experienced and knowledgeable, and she was very good at reading people. Thank you for saving us. Lai Wai expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng. What are you people doing here? Lin Feng saw that the camera was focused on him. He frowned slightly. They were still filming at a time like this. Lai Wai combed her hair back with her hand and said with a smile, We are from the Dragonlit City TV. We are currently live streaming a documentary. Martial artists like you fight with dire beasts at the risk of your lives. The responsibility of reporters like us is to show your heroic deeds to everyone in the world. Just now, you killed a dire beast king with 3 slashes. You're invincible in battle. I believe that there are countless people who have gotten to know you on television. Is this a live broadcast? Lin Feng fell silent. This was a live broadcast for the entire world. His father, mother, sister, his eldest brother, and second brother must all have seen him. And that person in the depths of his heart, did she see him too? Chapter 77 Demons Incoming. By the way, what's your name? Lai Wai raised a question that all the audience in the world wanted to know. Who was this young martial artist in front of them? What was his name? Lin Feng's previous performance had undoubtedly made him a hero of humanity. He had received unprecedented attention. However, Lin Feng did not answer. His expression was solemn, as if he was listening to something. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Go! They are incoming." They? Lai Wai was slightly stunned. She seemed to find Lin Feng a little ridiculous. Hadn't Lin Feng killed the surrounding dire beasts who were? They? Rumble. But soon, Lai Wai knew who they were. The 30 enormous demons the sizes of small mountains in the distance turned their gazes towards Lin Feng at this moment. And their eyes seemed to be filled with rage. Clearly, Lin Feng's continuous slaughter just now had attracted the attention of the demons. Lai Wai's face turned pale. 2 of the 30 demons had actually split off and were rushing towards them, even though there was still a distance between them. The powerful, oppressive force was almost suffocating. These were demons, on par with inhuman experts. Sister Y, let's retreat first. The documentary is still being broadcasted live. We must hold out until the last moment. Xiao persuaded. They couldn't do anything by staying here, and would likely be effortlessly killed by the 2 demons. Lai Wai took a deep look at the young martial artist not far away. She did not even know his name. However, she also knew that they had to retreat now. They would only become a burden for young martial artist by staying here. At most, they would become more needless sacrifices. Let's go. Lai Wai gritted her teeth. She could only retreat for now. The 2 demons charged recklessly. Their speed could not be considered fast, but their bodies were enormous, and could travel a long distance even with a simple move. Hence, the 2 massive demons quickly came upon Lin Feng. These were true demons, comparable to inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock. Even Lin Feng felt a very strong threat. The 2 demons growled, but Lin Feng could understand their words. The 2 demons appeared furious. How many dire beasts had Lin Feng alone slaughtered, even though those fleshworm dire beasts were all cannon fodder? A human martial artist could not be allowed to slaughter them arbitrarily. In particular, as Lin Feng continued to kill them, the other martial artists also regained their confidence and began to go all out in battle. Again, for a time, although the dire beasts had the absolute advantage, they were unable to break through the human martial artists' line of defense. And now, almost 2 hours had passed. Therefore, the 2 demons were infuriated and decided to deal with it themselves. Even though the 30 demons were all dealing with 16 inhuman experts, they still had a huge advantage even if they spared 2 demons. But now, no one could save Lin Feng. As for escaping, all the human martial artists were fighting to the death right now. Even the inhuman experts' lives were at stake. How could Lin Feng possibly escape? Hence, Lin Feng could not escape. Lin Feng stared intently at the 2 demons in front of him. There were all sorts of voices in his ears, all of which were the angry, growling, and bloodthirsty voices of some dire beasts. These voices lingered in Lin Feng's ears. He could also feel the anger and disdain of the 2 demons. That's right, 2 demons were very disdainful towards Lin Feng. Or rather, Lin Feng was like a tiny ant, and the 2 demons did not take him seriously at all. If Lin Feng's performance had not been so eye-catching, they absolutely would not have attacked Lin Feng personally. After all, Lin Feng had not even broken the genetic lock. In their eyes, he was simply too weak. However, this was Lin Feng's opportunity. So what if they were demons? He had defeated the demon king Dongfeng Sheng, who had dominated an era, and was also capable of slaying numerous dire beast kings. Other than demons, Lin Feng could no longer find opponents that were his match. Normally, Lin Feng might have inhibitions. He would not take the initiative to provoke demons, let alone go to his death. He just wanted to break the genetic lock safely and cure his strange illness, and would not take meaningless risks. But now, everyone was trapped in Dragonlith City. He was destined to fight to the death, and perhaps he would die fighting on the battlefield too. Thus, he abandoned all inhibitions. He no longer thought about breaking the genetic lock, nor did he think about the strange illness, let alone his family and friends. The 2 Demons were the only things in his eyes. They were his enemies. Enemies that he must defeat. Swish! Lin Feng moved, and all the power in his body erupted. 3 spiral forces erupted. Lightning arc saber technique unleashed. Lin Feng's speed was infinitely fast, his movement technique infinitely mobile, and his strength infinitely powerful. With 3 bursts, Lin Feng faced death with equanimity and actually took the initiative to slash at one of the demons. When this scene was caught by everyone before their screens in the world, their mouths fell agape, and their eyes were filled with worry. Those were demons. A martial artist who could kill a demon was unheard of. Even the demon king Dongfang Sheng, who had dominated an era as an invincible martial artist among professional martial artists, couldn't kill a demon. He couldn't even contend with one. Swoosh! Facing Lin Feng's recklessness, one of the demons casually drew out a tentacle. There was only one tentacle, but with a lash, even the air seemed to explode. Lin Feng felt the wind how one as a terrifying force pressed down like Mount Tai. Slash! Lin Feng used all his strength and slashed forward. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Lin Feng had unleashed his strength to the limit with the swing of his saber. However, when he slashed at this tentacle, it was as if he had struck an iron wall. With Lin Feng's current strength, no matter how strong a steel plate was, it would be sliced in half. However, Lin Feng could not break that single tentacle of the demon. Whoosh! Another tentacle swept over, seemingly with insurmountable force. Lin Feng drew his saber to block it. It was as if his entire body had been struck by a mountain. His entire body felt weak, and even his bones were shaking. It was too powerful. The power of a single strike was far more than 100 tons, and had probably exceeded 200 tons. Normally, an expert who had broken the genetic lock could exert at least 100 tons of force with a casual strike. This was almost the standard for measuring an inhuman expert. However, if they utilized martial arts, they would definitely be stronger. Right now, the demon that Lin Feng was facing had more than 200 tons of force with a casual strike of a tentacle. This meant that this demon was undoubtedly not an ordinary demon. It was comparable to those senior experts who had broken the genetic lock. Lin Feng was smashed directly to the ground by that strike. He could not help but take more than a dozen steps back, and his body almost fell apart. Strong. It was simply too strong. In terms of pure strength, Lin Feng had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Crack! Lin Feng's bones emitted a strange sound. Then, he basically recovered. His physique attributes was even stronger than his strength attributes, and his restorative ability was extremely astonishing. Moreover, Lin Feng had fused with the genes of the fleshworm dire beast king, and even obtained extraordinary restorative ability. Such a minor injury was nothing. Hence, Lin Feng stood up again, holding his saber in hand with an abnormally solemn expression through that move just now. Lin Feng knew very well that demons were not easy to deal with. Chapter 78 Battling Demons. Bang! The demon's tentacles lashed out hard, and it was as if it had struck everyone's heart. Seeing Lin Feng's body smashed onto the ground, many people could not help but feel their hearts clench. That was an actual demon. Please be fine. Demons are indeed demons. This strike probably contained over 100 tons of strength, perhaps even stronger. This young martial artist probably won't be able to withstand it. But I still hope for a miracle. A miracle. Many people called out in their hearts, anticipation appearing in their eyes. They were the most ordinary people and the weakest people of all, but the entire human society was made up of countless such ordinary people. It was the duty of martial artists to protect countless ordinary people like these. These people could be their siblings, their parents, or even their lovers and children. Similarly, in the hearts of everyone, they had already taken Lin Feng, this young and energetic martial artist who had the courage to risk his life against the dire beasts, to be their family. They did not want Lin Feng to die like this. However, that strike just now had already proven the power of demons. That was a power simply beyond the reach of professional martial artists. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. Even Lai Wai did not say anything. It was as if the entire world had suddenly fallen silent. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body twitched. He even lifted his head. He's fine. Lin Feng was somehow fine. Good. He withstood a strike from a demon. Impressive. Another top-notch genius has appeared in the Myriad Academy. His future is limitless. If he can survive this encounter. Many people were quietly excited. If Lin Feng could withstand a single strike from a demon, would he be able to withstand a second, or a third strike? However, the martial artists who knew a little about demons had heavy hearts. This was only one strike. There were more than 10 tentacles on the demon's body. Once it fully activated all of them, how could Lin Feng resist? How difficult would it be to survive this disaster? Lin Feng did not know that his every action had already captured the hearts of billions of people. He lifted his head and stared intently at the demon in front of him. There was not just one, but two. He had confirmed that the strike just now contained at least 200 tons of force. This was only one tentacle. What if there were 2, 3, 4 or more than 10? Lin Feng closed his eyes. He was contemplating the 3 saber moves he had slashed out previous light slashes of loyalty, revenge, and protection. The 3 strikes could not actually be considered martial arts, but a type of intent. Under that intent, Lin Feng could unleash even stronger power, just as if he had comprehended the true intent in martial arts. Intent and true intent had similarities to a certain extent. They could both erupt with unprecedented power. Or rather, potential. Did Lin Feng have potential? Without a doubt. Lin Feng's potential was immense, even greater than he had imagined. Just the genes from the 4 dire beasts he had fused alone contained incredible potential. However, Lin Feng could only unleash a little of his potential now, and he had to rely on a special intent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. T was another attack from the demon, and it sent out 3 tentacles at once. These 3 tentacles came from different directions and angles, almost blocking Lin Feng's retreat. Lin Feng could only fight head-on. At this moment, Lin Feng banished all kinds of ideas and thoughts from his mind. He could only fight, and fight to the death. Swish! Lin Feng slashed out with his saber again. After this strike, his entire being was immersed in a miraculous state. The cries of Shui, Yuan Sheng, Gao Tansai, Feng Ziu, and the others echoed in his ears. The voices were fleeting but clear as they kept echoing in his ears. At this moment, Lin Feng's saber seemed to have come alive. He was completely immersed in the realm of intent, slash of loyalty, slash of revenge, slash of protection, slash slash slash. Lin Feng even closed his eyes, but he could clearly sense the 3 tentacles in front of him whipping towards him at an extremely high speed. Yet he swung his blade. Bang! Lin Feng's body shook, but he did not retreat this time. He could clearly feel that his power seemed to have broken through the limit of strength, breaking past 80 tons, 90 tons, and even 100 tons. 100 tons, that was the standard used to distinguish between inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock and professional martial artists. But now, Lin Feng had broken this standard. In that miraculous state of intent, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and even the dire beast genes in his body were roaring implicitly. Fight! Without any hesitation. The battle was the only thing on Lin Feng's mind at this moment. Swish! Lin Feng struck with his saber again. In that wonderful state of intent, his saber technique had reached perfection, and was capable of stimulating the potential within his body. He slashed out 3 times in a row, and each strike landed at the same place. Thump! Finally, Lin Feng combined his 3 slashes. His blade descended with more than 100 tons of strength, and a tentacle that was as thick as an arm broke in response. Green blood sprayed out, emitting a putrid smell. Roar! The demon that had one of its tentacles severed went completely berserk. It was a mighty demon. In its eyes, Lin Feng was like a tiny ant, yet he was actually able to sever one of its tentacles. This was inexcusable, unforgivable. A professional martial artist injuring a demon. Not only did the demon not expect this, countless people before their screens did not expect this either. That huge tentacle was as thick as an arm and extremely tough. Even an expert who had broken the genetic lock would need some effort to sever a tentacle, let alone a professional martial artist. They were somewhat incredulous. But more than that, they were excited. What was this? It was an eruption in a hopeless situation and the ignition of potential. This was a spiritual victory. So what if this was a state of despair? So what if there were tens of thousands of dire beasts? So what if there were demons? Courage, strength, and determination could create miracles. Lin Feng had created a miracle that uplifted the hearts of people. Perhaps he did not know what this strike meant. But just look at those martial artists in dire straits. They went insane, completely insane, and were even willing to perish together with those dire beasts. This was the spirit that Lin Feng had brought. This was something that even inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock could not do. At this moment, Lin Feng was the undisputed hero of the entire Dragonlith city, and even all of humanity. Lin Feng severed one of the demon's tentacles. But this minor injury did not affect the demon at all. The severed tentacle quickly regrew. However, to it, this was a great humiliation. Hence, the two demons moved together. The overwhelming rain of tentacles were like an impermeable net enveloping Lin Feng. The howling wind was filled with the anger and killing intent of the two demons. At this moment, Lin Feng could not back down. He would not back down either. Slash of loyalty. Slash of revenge. Slash of protection. 3 strikes in one. Slash. Lin Feng's entire body was almost rendered into a white glow by the light of his saber. It was as if he himself had transformed into a giant blade as he collided fiercely with the overwhelming tentacles. Chapter 79: The Inhuman Sacrifice. Boom! As Lin Feng transformed into a giant blade and rammed fiercely into the densely packed tentacles, white light flashed and faded in an instant. Like a momentary bloom. Through the camera, everyone could clearly see that Lin Feng had severed 3 or 4 tentacles in succession with one strike of his saber. At the same time, however, more tentacles lashed hard at Lin Feng's body. Snap. In unparalleled pain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. Horrific wounds were ripped open on his flesh by countless tentacles. Blood flowed profusely. Lin Feng was almost doused in blood as he was smashed into the ground. Even his saber was tossed to the side. Smoke and dust filled the air. But Lin Feng, who had been smashed into a huge pit in the ground, could no longer move, no matter how astonishing his restorative ability was. All the bones in his body were shattered now, and his body was covered in blood. As his blood drained away, he seemed to feel that his life force was draining as well. Silence. Everyone in front of the screen fell silent. Lai Wei's mouth fell open, but she covered it tightly with her hand. She didn't dare to speak, afraid that speaking would attract the attention of the two demons. However, even if Lai Wei could control her voice, she could not control the tears in her eyes. Lai Wei, who was used to extraordinary happenings and all kinds of tragedies, could no longer hold back her tears when she saw Lin Feng being smashed into the huge pit and stopped moving. T was just Lai Wei. Many people in front of the screen already had tears streaming down their faces. Mrs. Lin Qian, and Ni Chen were all praying silently in their hearts, hoping for a miracle and for Lin Feng to stand up. However, miracles were called miracles precisely because they were so difficult to come by. The two demons seemed to feel that this was not enough to vent their rage. Hence, they waved their tentacles in anger again and whipped them fiercely at Lin Feng's body. Thud. Each lash exceeded 200 tons in strength. If it were any other martial artist, they would probably have stopped breathing long ago. Even those experts who had broken the genetic lock could not withstand the repeated lashings. Twice. Thrice. Countless people in front of the screen were already sobbing uncontrollably. The miracle they were hoping for did not happen. Fenger, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were agonized. But there was nothing they could do. Third brother. Lin Can recalled that when she was in danger, it was her third brother, Lin Feng, who had rushed in. At that moment, she felt that Lin Feng was the most lovely and reliable person in the world. But now, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, being whipped by the demons again and again. She could not even bear to look. Chen also shed silent tears. She did not cry aloud, but her heart ached incomparably. Although she had arrived at the Polar Academy, it could not be denied that Lin Feng still left his mark in her heart. This was not something that could be forgotten in a day or two, nor in a year or two. She recalled the first time she met Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng was polite and refined. Although he was a little taciturn, he was very gentle and gave her a warm feeling. Chen's family underwent an upheaval when she was young. This warm feeling was something she very much needed. She could not say why she liked Lin Feng, who seemed very ordinary back then, but she did like him, and with heartfelt feeling. Even when she chose to leave back then, it was because hope would not arrive for her waiting, and she had left in pain. She had even been looking forward to meeting him again one day. But now, everything was shattered. The hope in her heart was shattered like a mirror. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng was beaten to a pulp by the demons, and even watch helplessly as he was dying. She, on the other hand, could do nothing. This kind of agony was bone deep. At this moment, Lin Feng did not even feel pain. He felt that the world was very dark. There no longer seemed to be any sound around. However, he could sense that the demon's tentacles were whipping his body again and again. More than 200 tons of strength was contained in it. His life was draining away with each lash. No matter how strong his restorative ability was, it was futile. Lin Feng understood that he was going to die. Is it finally over? What a pity. I still haven't broken the genetic lock. I wish I could go home one more time. Father, mother, big brother, second brother, sister, goodbye forever. And Chen, actually, I've never told you that you're in my heart. It's a pity that I may never have the chance to tell you now. I'm so tired. I can finally rest. Lin Feng did not feel any pain. He even felt very relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was very tired. Ever since he learned that he was suffering from an incurable and strange illness, he had been carrying a heavy burden. He did not even dare to accept the person he liked, nor did he dare to try out the fun things that youngsters deserve to enjoy. He had always lived under heavy pressure. Even after obtaining the genetic fusion device, he had always been under pressure. Now, he was about to die. He had used all his strength, but was still unable to defeat his opponents. Since he was unable to defeat them, he might as well let it go completely. Unknowingly, Lin Feng's consciousness was completely immersed in darkness. If there was no miracle, when his consciousness completely sank into the darkness, he would really be dead. A miracle. Everyone was calling for a miracle. But looking at the enormous bodies of the two demons, many people felt despair. Swoosh! Suddenly, one of the demons swept up Lin Feng's battered body with its tentacles and opened its ravenous maw. This demon was going to devour Lin Feng alive. It was going to devour the hero of humanity. Ha ha ha, you bastards. Don't think it's that easy to kill me. Suddenly, in the great battle in the distance, an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock laughed maniacally. The inhuman expert was surrounded and attacked by the three demons. His body was already riddled with injuries, and even moving was difficult. He had been holding out desperately the entire time. Just now, his hands were entangled by the tentacles of a few demons. Even his body was entangled. Once the demons approached, he might be torn to pieces by the three demons as well. Thus, he laughed maniacally. At the same time, a violent gust of wind seemed to blow over the battlefield. With the inhuman expert at the center, a faint tornado appeared. No. Long Duo's eyes were bloodshot. The expressions of the other inhuman experts changed drastically as well. They shouted loudly, but it was useless. As the violent wind grew stronger, it emitted a frightening aura. A feeling of great terror was brewing in the hearts of dire beasts and human martial artists alike, as if a tremendous danger was gradually approaching. Storm reversal. Erupt. As the inhuman expert roared, the tornadoes around him immediately drilled into his body. At the same time, his body exploded like an enormous bomb. Boom! A mighty shockwave swept in all directions. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters, be it demons, dire beasts, or human martial artists, was within the blast radius. All the dire beasts were ripped into pieces by the terrifying shockwave. The demons that were using their tentacles to wrap around Lin Feng moved a little further away, but they were also hit by the impact. The violent impact sent the two demons flying. Lin Feng's body landed heavily on the ground again, and he rolled for a long distance before stopping. Whether it was on the battlefield or in front of their screens, everyone was shocked by this scene. However, at the same time, a trace of fear and sorrow arose in the depths of everyone's hearts. An inhuman expert. It was an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock, one of the most tenacious defenders of mankind. Seeing an inhuman expert die in such a tragic way with their own eyes, everyone felt a sense of sorrow. Only at this moment did many people suddenly realize that this was not just a war for the 3 million people in Dragonlit City, but a war for all humans in the world. Chapter 80 For the Dream. Most of the people in the world were watching this special documentary on screen. Previously, when they felt sorrow, shed tears and showed sympathy, those were actually cheap sympathy. Sorrow and tears. Perhaps even they themselves did not realize what this war meant. They could not empathize with it. Even if all 3 million people in Dragonlit City were dead, they would only think of it as a string of numbers, without seeing it with their own eyes. There was no way they could empathize through a screen. They were sitting at home in air conditioning and enjoying sumptuous food. At most, they would cry a little. How could they understand the cruelty of the battlefield? However, things were different now. An inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock was dead. Although human society was technologically advanced, due to the threat of the dire beasts in the outland, martial artists, especially the inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock, were the pillars of human society. Everyone had grown up listening to the legends of inhuman experts. In the eyes of many ordinary people, once one had broken the genetic lock, they were practically invincible. The inhuman experts were omnipotent. They expanded frontiers and protected humans. Few people would think that inhuman experts could die. In their impression, inhuman experts dying in battle was almost unheard of. But now, an inhuman expert was indeed dead. Moreover, it happened right in front of their eyes. Through the screen, they could feel the sorrow of the inhuman expert before his death, and the brutality of the battlefield. Only at this moment did many people realize that the 3 million citizens of Dragonlit City were not a string of numbers, but living people like themselves. Martial artists risked their lives on the battlefield, not for the sake of earning their cheap tears and sympathy, but truly to protect them with their lives. This war happening thousands of kilometers away was not a war that had nothing to do with them, but a war that decided their fates, and was inextricably linked to them. With the death of an inhuman expert, many ordinary people had an awakening. Perhaps this would become a major turning point in human history in the future. Humans had been at peace for too long, to the point that ordinary people had even long forgotten the threat of dire beasts. Thus, many people even began to petition in front of the government buildings and in front of the various armed forces buildings of various states to send experts to assist Dragonlit City. Some martial artists even organized teams online with the intention of saving Dragonlit City themselves. But all of them were stopped by the government. The battlefield was in shambles. Originally, a total of 16 inhuman experts retreated from the Dragon Mountain base to Dragonlit City. But now, only 15 were left. Inhuman experts shared a deep friendship. This was because even the weakest inhuman expert could live for more than 200 years, which could be considered longevity if there were no hidden injuries. They could even live for more than 300 years. As a result, many inhuman experts had known each other for many years and developed a deep friendship. But now, one of them had died, which invoked great sorrow in the other 15 inhuman experts. However, the death of an inhuman expert was only the beginning. Although the blast from the inhuman expert's self-emanation was very strong, and the 3 demons in the center were all blasted into pieces at once, they were not dead. Their flesh squirmed and they quickly recovered. This was the terrible regenerative ability of the fleshworm dire beasts. If their body tissues were not quickly destroyed, these demons would be impossible to kill. This was also the real reason why, even though so many inhuman experts had clearly severely injured the demons earlier, they still could not kill these demons in the end. This also caused the situation of the inhuman experts to become increasingly dangerous. The self-emanation of the inhuman experts also attracted the attention of those demons. Lin Feng was undoubtedly lucky. After the 2 demons were sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion, they stopped paying attention to Lin Feng and joined the ranks of the demons who were besieging the inhuman experts instead. Lin Feng lay in a pool of blood, amidst a pile of dire beast corpses. In contrast, he did not attract much attention. Even the camera had left Lin Feng and was focused on the inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock. No matter how outstanding Lin Feng's performance was before, no matter how valiant he was, his influence was naturally far inferior to that of the inhuman experts. All eyes were also focused on the inhuman experts, because the remaining 15 inhuman experts might decide the outcome of this war and the fate of the 3 million people in Dragonlit City. The 15 inhuman experts, including Chief Commander Long Duo, were actually all in imminent danger. The 15 inhuman experts were stronger than those demons in terms of attacking power. In a one-on-one battle, the inhuman experts would always have the advantage. This was thanks to martial arts. After human martial artists broke the genetic lock, they would obtain physiques that could contend with those demons, as well as all kinds of miraculous abilities. However, human martial artists still possessed martial arts. Martial arts were originally created to defeat a stronger party from a position of weakness. So in a situation where there was not much difference between their physiques, human martial artists naturally had the advantage. If these weren't fleshworm dire beasts, a miracle might really happen. Unfortunately, these fleshworm dire beasts might possess an ability, and that was regenerative ability, also known as immortality. There was no such thing as absolute immortality in this world, but these dire beasts that looked like gigantic fleshworms all had terrifying regenerative powers. Even if their heads were smashed into pieces, they would recover very quickly. They could rapidly recover from any serious injuries to any part of their bodies, if they could wantonly destroy the body tissues of these demons in a short period of time and preventing them from converging. After a period of time, these demons would naturally die. However, the 30 demons would never allow human martial artists to destroy their body tissues arbitrarily. As a result, the 15 inhuman experts were in an extremely difficult situation. Without a miracle, this was destined to be a war doomed to failure. However, the 15 inhuman experts did not give up. Even the professional martial artists besieged by the dire beasts did not give up. They still had a sliver of hope. Even though this sliver of hope was too minuscule, they continued to persevere. 10 hours. As long as they could hold out for 10 hours, one of the 9 sages, the invincible Fist Sage, would arrive at Dragonlit City. At that time, no matter how strong these demons were or how many dire beasts there were, they would be safe. This was not blind reverence, but absolute confidence. Sages were magnificent existences that suppressed the terrifying great demons in the depths of the outland. They were the greatest guarantee that humanity could rely on to survive in this world. Although only 2 hours had passed, having some hope was better than none at all. Lin Feng's figure was no longer on camera. Perhaps most people had already forgotten about that young martial artist who had appeared time and again. However, some people did not forget. spacious room. A man who had lost his legs was staring intently at the television screen. He was Yushan, who was lucky enough to return to his hometown from Dragonlit City beforehand, and his despondent state. He had returned to his hometown without even bidding farewell to Lin Feng. However, never in a million years did he expect a parasite incident to break out in Dragonlit City. He was all too familiar with those damn fleshworm dire beasts. It was precisely because of these dire beasts that he had lost his legs and his pride as a martial artist. Oh, these damn dire beasts were making a comeback. Countless former comrades of his were fighting desperately at the front line, while he was the only one lying in a wheelchair, watching this bleak scene through the screen. When he saw the inhuman expert self-destruct and Lin Feng's heavily injured body fall to the ground, he clenched his hands tightly, and veins bulged on his arms. Lin Feng, get up, you could save me back then. You could kill a dire beast king. You could create miracles time and time again. You can definitely do it again this time. There is great terror in life or death situations, but also great opportunity. Get up quickly. You can break the genetic lock. You can create miracles. Break the genetic lock. Fulfill the dream that Shui Yuansheng, Gao Tansai, and I cannot. You can definitely break the genetic lock. Yushan knew that Lin Feng could not hear him, but he still yelled at the top of his lungs. This was his comrade, a comrade that he could not give up even in death, and a close friend who bore his dreams. Yushan's eyes were bloodshot, and his fingernails had even dug into his palm. Blood flowed out, but his gaze was filled with unprecedented determination, and with eager anticipation and desire. This was his silent cry. For the sake of our shared dream, for the sake of surviving Lin Feng, you must break the genetic lock. You must. Chapter 81, Breaking the Genetic Lock. Lin Feng was tired. He had sunken into the boundless darkness in a daze. He did not even want to move a finger. However, the darkness was too enduring, and far too monotonous. Unwittingly, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to have returned. Yet it also seemed to be very blurry. The darkness here was unchanging. It felt like a very, very long time had passed. It felt like an instant. Lin Feng did not even have the concept of time. Where am I? Lin Feng was drifting around. As he had no physical body here, he was like a white mist, drifting around. However, no matter in which direction he drifted, his surroundings seemed to be pitch black. Lin Feng recalled carefully. He felt like he had forgotten something important. Lin Feng. It seems like I'm already dead. How can I be dead? A battlefield. The battlefield of Dragonlit City. Who is Chen? Who is Yushan and father? Mother. Lin Feng stopped. He was thinking carefully, recalling carefully. More and more details came up, making him feel like he had thought of many, many things. Lin Feng, if fate wills it, may we meet again. Fenger, there is still hope for you. As long as you break the genetic lock, your strange illness will be cured. Dad, I want to go to Myriad Academy. Some details slowly appeared in Lin Feng's memory. He jolted awake. I'm not dead yet. I can't give up. There's still hope. There's still one last hope. Breaking the genetic lock. Lin Feng remembered. He did not know how long he had been unconscious for, but since he still had awareness, it meant he was not dead yet. He also found this dark place very familiar. Wasn't this the place where he had come when he was unconscious in the hospital? The place that Chief Commander Long Duo had called the lock. This is the genetic lock. Lin Feng was startled. He had actually seen the genetic lock again. According to the experience of ordinary martial artists, as long as they could see the genetic lock, they would basically be able to undergo metamorphosis and become an inhuman expert. However, Lin Feng was an exception. Although he had seen the genetic lock previously, there were no signs of metamorphosis in his body at all. Later on, he analyzed that it might be related to his fusion of 4 types of dire beast genes. If he wanted to break his genetic lock, he would have to break all the genetic locks of the 4 dire beasts. In the past, Lin Feng had already seen the genetic locks of the wild bovine, unicorn, and proboscis beast. Only the genetic lock of the last dire beast he had fused, which was also a dire beast king, had not been detected yet. Now that Lin Feng had seen the genetic lock again, this was an opportunity. I will definitely break the genetic lock of the dire beast king this time. As Lin Feng made his decision, the fierce roars of dire beasts suddenly sounded beside him. He looked around and realized that without his notice, a few dire beasts had already surrounded him. They were the wild bovine, unicorn, proboscis beast, and the massive fleshworm dire beast king respectively. Good. All 4 types of dire beast genes have gathered. Let's break it then. Lin Feng bellowed. He would break through the maze with utmost resolve and break the genetic lock. The battlefield remained brutal. Tens of thousands of fleshworm dire beasts surrounded and killed the human martial artists maniacally. The over 2 people resisting on the battlefield initially. Only a few hundred remained in the present. The casualty rate had reached over 80. Very few human martial artists could now be seen on the battlefield. Even Lai Wei's news team encountered danger several times. It was the escort team that stepped forward bravely. 2 of the escorts even died in battle with the dire beasts. The intensity of the battlefield exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only ordinary professional martial artists, but also those inhuman, were in complete danger. These inhuman experts were the pillars of the human world. In the past, inhuman experts very rarely actually died in battle. But now, in despair, these inhuman experts all showed their tenacity. Almost all the inhuman experts who had really been heavily injured and could no longer fight chose to self-destruct. The mighty shockwaves made even the 30 demons incomparably furious. Some demons were heavily injured, but their regenerative ability was simply too astonishing. They could recover quickly even from grievous injuries. As for the ordinary dire beasts that died or were injured, they were just cannon fodder. Any amount of deaths meant nothing. Time passed by slowly. 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. In the blink of an eye, 8 hours had passed. From morning until afternoon, only 8 of the original 16 inhuman experts were left. Almost half of them had died in battle. Such heavy losses were simply shocking. No one would think that this was an insignificant battle anymore. Everyone had realized that if these fleshworm dire beasts charged into Dragonlith City, the amount of dire beasts born from parasitism would be unthinkable. At that time, it wouldn't just be tens of thousands of dire beasts, but millions of dire beasts. If even one dire beast was allowed to enter another city, the entire human race might be destroyed. These dire beasts had parasitic ability, just like certain terrifying infectious diseases. Dragonlith City was the source and must be controlled. However, there were only 8 inhuman experts left, and they were all exhausted and almost at their limit. How much longer could they hold out for 10 minutes? Or half an hour? In half an hour, the remaining 8 inhuman experts would probably either self-destruct or be killed by the 30 demons. They would never be able to wait until the invincible fist sage's arrival. Many people despaired. They were truly in despair. Especially the 3 million citizens of Dragonlith City. They began to despair from the bottom of their hearts. How could anyone resist these tens of thousands of savage dire beasts? Chief Commander Long Duo was also covered in injuries. He was much stronger than ordinary inhuman experts, and had only needed to deal with 3 or 4 demons previously. However, as his companions died, only 8 inhuman experts remained. Yet they still had to face 30 demons. Long Duo himself was surrounded by a total of 6 demons. He might fail to hold out at any moment. He would choose to self-destruct as well, but it wouldn't be of much use. The 3 million civilians of Dragonlith City would still become the parasitic hosts of these dire beasts, and they would be parasitized or devoured. There were endless fleshworm dire beasts everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing Long Duo could do. Deep down, he also felt very helpless. At this moment, no one saw that Lin Feng, who was almost completely mangled like a corpse among the pile of dire beast corpses, was quietly undergoing changes. Darkness surrounded him, but 4 types of dire beasts were gathered around Lin Feng. They all growled, as if in indignation, and as if in excitation. However, Lin Feng could feel the closeness between himself and the 4 dire beasts. Since their genes were fused, they were one. If Lin Feng wanted to break the genetic lock, he would have to break the genetic locks of all 4 dire beasts together. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his will became incomparably resolute. He flung his arms open and growled, "Come, you and are one. Now, we must gather all our strength to break through this darkness, break through our shackles, and break our genetic locks," Lin Feng shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 dire beasts roared towards the sky simultaneously. Then, they swiftly turned into a beam of light and merged into Lin Feng's consciousness. Boom! A rumble sounded through Lin Feng's mind. He felt as if he had transformed into a wild bovine, unicorn, proboscis beast, and fleshworm, dire beast. The various wills of the 4 dire beasts were merging with him, rapidly. In the end, they merged completely. He felt as if nothing in the entire world could stop him anymore. He needed an outlet. Under the impact of Lin Feng's firm conviction and will, the surrounding darkness shattered. He only felt the world spin, and then his consciousness continued to sink. Finally, it was as if he had returned to his mother's womb. His entire body felt warm. The feeling was incomparably affectionate and familiar. Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and saw this real world again. Chapter 82 Metamorphosis. Chapter 82 Metamorphosis. There were crimson blood, a pungent smell, and rising and falling shouts of killing. The surroundings were too familiar. Lin Feng had woken up, broken through the dark cage, and broken the shackles. He had broken the genetic lock, and woken up. However, Lin Feng could not move after waking up, because he was still undergoing metamorphosis. His body had suffered severe injuries, and his bones had all shattered. There was not a single spot of undamaged flesh on his body. Even with his extraordinary restorative ability, he could not recover from such an injury. However, it was different now. Lin Feng was undergoing a metamorphosis. What was a metamorphosis? It was a rebirth, a transition of life, the restructuring of genes, and the blossoming of the most miraculous life force. Lin Feng felt as if he was immersed in his mother's womb. His entire body felt warm. He could clearly sense that the cells in his body were dying, being reborn, dying again, and being reborn again. From then on, the cells constantly divided, and constantly died, eventually forming a new cell after repeated tempering. Another miraculous power surged out of his cells with a tingly feeling. Wherever the miraculous power passed, Lin Feng's injuries recovered at a visible speed. Not only was he recovering, even the cells in his body were constantly dividing and regenerating. Lin Feng's entire body was rapidly being remade. What Lin Feng was most concerned about was his strange illness. In the past, when he found his own consciousness, he could actually feel that countless cells were constantly weakening in his body, and his life force was draining away. At that speed, he wouldn't even be able to survive past a year. But now, what did he feel? The previous feeling of life force gradually draining and cells gradually failing was gone. Instead, he was filled with vitality. He could clearly feel that a vast amount of life force was gradually brewing in his body. Life force was everything, whether it was illness or injuries. As long as there was life force, nothing was a problem. Now, Lin Feng was still slowly metamorphosing. The metamorphosis had not ended, yet he already had such considerable life force. What would happen at the end of the metamorphosis? Actually, Lin Feng had a faint guess in his heart as well. Normally, a martial artist's metamorphosis was only the metamorphosis of their own genes. As for him, he had fused 4 types of dire beast genes. The genes of every dire beast were not inferior to his own genes. What was this equivalent to? This was equivalent to 5 times of his own genes, undergoing metamorphosis, and his natural life force would also be more than 5 times that of an ordinary martial artist. His strange illness was cured. Just like that, Lin Feng felt his entire body relax. And even his spirit relaxed. The strange illness had always been pressing down on him like a huge rock. No matter what Lin Feng did and no matter when, he was always very tired and could not shake off his burden. Now, the strange illness had finally been completely cured by genetic restructuring. There was no more burden or baggage. Only the joy brought by the metamorphosis of the body and the transition of life. When a martial artist broke the genetic lock, their body would undergo a metamorphosis for a period of time. It could take as long as 2 or 3 months, or as short as 10 days to half a month. Theoretically speaking, the longer the metamorphosis took, the deeper the martial artist's accumulation it signified, and the more benefits they would obtain. Typically, it took 2 or 3 months to complete the metamorphosis. Once the metamorphosis was completed, one would be considered the cream of the crop among inhuman experts. However, there were actually not many such martial artists. It was impossible for Lin Feng to complete the metamorphosis process immediately, but since he was beginning to undergo metamorphosis, his body was metamorphosing at every moment. Strands of power began to be born continuously from within his metamorphic body. No one noticed Lin Feng, because everyone's attention was focused on Chief Commander Long Duo. Long Duo was currently facing the siege of the 6 demons, so he was in a precarious situation as well. Thump! Another demon's tentacle struck Long Duo hard, ripping a wound on him. His physique had improved substantially after he broke the genetic lock, and his ordinary injuries could also recover quickly. However, he was surrounded by 6 demons of the same level. A casual attack from every demon contained more than 200 tons of strength. Even being brushed by it had serious consequences. Long Duo had already endured many hits due to his powerful physique, but he did not possess the characteristics of immortality like those demons after all. As his injuries became more and more severe, his attacks gradually weakened. Long Duo, who was like a god of war, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and was even in mortal danger. Everyone was anxious. They all knew Long Duo's importance. He had almost become the spiritual symbol of this battle in Dragonlith City. If even Long Duo died, what hope would there be for Dragonlith City? Moreover, only more than 8 hours had passed. There was still a long way to go before the 10 hours were up. Once Long Duo died, who could still contend against these demons? Dragonlith City would probably become a living hell immediately. By then, even if the invincible Fist Sage rushed here, he would probably have to face millions of dire beasts. Such a scene was terrifying to imagine. Therefore, Long Duo must not die. Even though countless were praying, and countless were looking forward to a miracle never came. Long Duo could not hold out anymore. Even though inhuman experts had endurance that far exceeded that of ordinary people, he had already held out for so long against the 6 demons, and he could no longer hold out now. Bang! Long Duo was smashed into the ground by more than 10 tentacles. Dust filled the air. Even though Long Duo had leaped out again, anyone could see that he was already at his limit. As far as the eye could see, there were dire beasts everywhere. As for human martial artists, they were almost nowhere to be seen. Of the thousands of martial artists, how many were there left? 200 or 300? Long Duo's heart ached for it. These were the elites of Dragon Mountain Base, and the elites of the Myriad Academy 1 or even more. Inhuman experts could have emerged among them in the future. But now, last time, Long Duo sucked in a deep breath. He would have to self-destruct. 2. Even if he died, he could not let these demons have it easy. 8 of his companions had already self-destructed one after another. Even if he wanted to hold out for a while longer, there was no more time. He did not want to be devoured by these demons. Apart from being parasites, these demons were also predators. Once they devoured the corpses of inhuman experts, There was no knowing how strong they would become. This was also why the aiding human experts all chose to self-destruct. None of them wanted to leave their corpses to these demons. Now, Long Duo was about to follow in their footsteps. He had made up his mind to self-destruct. When people were about to die, they would always remember their regrets in life. It might be a thought, or perhaps a memory. He wondered what the others would remember before they died. But on the verge of his death, Long Duo remembered a little fellow that even he found regrettable. It's a pity. If the little fellow wasn't dead, perhaps he could have broken. Long Duo shook his head. He glanced into the distance. A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, but it made his heart skip a beat. Chapter 83 Walking in the Air. Chapter 83 Walking in the Air. The little fellow is alive. Long Duo was stunned. Even in such a precarious state, his expression revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. Not only was he not dead, he seemed to have broken the genetic lock. 2. With Long Duo's insight, there was absolutely no mistake. There was great terror in life-or-death situations, but also great opportunity. Perhaps Lin Feng had grasped this opportunity and broken the genetic lock on the verge of death. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Long Duo had been overseeing Dragon Mountain Base for decades without seeing an inhuman expert emerge. How could he not be overjoyed to see the birth of an inhuman expert under such circumstances? Yet, in circumstances like these, so what if he broke the genetic lock? Lin Feng would not even have the time to complete his metamorphosis. The next moment, Long Duo felt saddened again. Actually, Long Duo was not the only one who noticed Lin Feng's abnormality. Many people also noticed it too. This was because the commotion after Lin Feng had awakened was just too huge. So much so that it'd be hard to not notice him. Boom! Lin Feng extended his hand and clenched it. He had an unprecedented feeling of a constant surge of power flowing into his body. This was a powerful strength that he had never possessed before, even when he unleashed 3 spiral forces. As he clenched his hand, it was as if an invisible force erupted. The entire ground trembled slightly. The dire beast corpses beside him were actually blasted away by it. Such a huge commotion was hard to go unnoticed. Lai Wai naturally noticed Lin Feng's figure. A trace of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Wasn't this young martial artist dead? Xiao hurriedly pointed the camera at the young martial artist. Reviving from the dead, this was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Lin Feng, who had revived, seemed to emanate a completely different aura. If one had to put words to it, it would be a rebirth. This was a change that even ordinary people could see, let alone those martial artists. This isn't resurrection. If I'm not wrong, he's undergoing metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. Breaking the genetic lock and becoming an inhuman expert. A martial artist in the escort team said with a weak smile. Breaking the genetic lock was simply an unattainable dream for him. There wasn't a single martial artist who didn't want to break the genetic lock. Unfortunately, basically all the martial artists in the escort team had exhausted their potential, and had no hope of advancing any further in this life, let alone breaking the genetic lock. Even in the entire Dragon Mountain Base and the entire Myriad Academy, how many people could break the genetic lock? Lai Wai also caught the newsworthiness in the martial artist's words. Such a legendary thing as breaking the genetic lock. Breaking the genetic lock in a dire situation, and metamorphosing into an inhuman expert that actually happened in front of her. No, it should have appeared on camera, through the lens. It also allowed countless people around the world to witness this moment. To witness this miracle. Lin Feng slowly stood up. Not only did he stand up, he even extended his hands. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering and full of vitality. A great amount of energy surged into him at every moment. This feeling intoxicated Lin Feng. He even had an instinct, as if the air was tangible, and he could step onto it gently. Buzz! Lin Feng extended his foot and took a light step forward. However, he did not fall. Instead, he took step by step in the air, and slowly walked up into the air like a deity. Boom! This scene appeared on camera and in the eyes of everyone in the world. At this moment, there was no need for any explanation. Everyone knew what this meant. There was only one kind of person who could walk in the air without any superpowers or tools. And that was an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock. Everyone erupted into commotion. They were both shocked and in disbelief. This is walking in the air. Right, he doesn't have any tools. And he didn't have any flying superpowers before. Could it be? Breaking the genetic lock. He must have broken the genetic lock. He broke the genetic lock in a desperate situation. It's really incredible. So those miracles in movies can also happen in reality. He's really too young. He looks like he's only about 20. It's unbelievable that he could break the genetic lock. Inhuman experts who broke the genetic lock were actually the most publicized figures in human society. As for the characteristics of inhuman experts, that was even more familiar to everyone. Without a doubt, walking in the air was the most obvious characteristic of inhuman experts. There were many people who were surprised, envious, and confused on the screen. Naturally, there were also people who were happy. The happiest people were none other than Lin Feng's family and friends. In front of the television, Yu Shan waved his hand hard. A miracle. Lin Feng had created another miracle. In Yu Shan's eyes, Lin Feng was someone who was good at creating miracles. Moreover, Lin Feng was the one who carried all of Yu Shan's dreams. Yu Shan was genuinely happy for Lin Feng for being able to break the genetic lock. Chen also stopped crying. She looked at the familiar figure on the screen. It felt like a dream. And it felt unbelievable. Breaking the genetic lock even in the Polar Academy. How rarely could people break the genetic lock? Mr. and Mrs. Lin, as well as Lin Kaiyan, cried tears of joy. They knew the significance of breaking the genetic lock to Lin Feng. Perhaps for others, it was simply breaking the genetic lock, increasing their strength, and raising their status. However, for them, this was a life-saving matter for Lin Feng. It was as if a huge burden had been lifted from their hearts. Once Lin Feng broke the genetic lock and restructured his genes, the strange illness that had plagued Lin Feng for 20 years would naturally disappear as well. Lin Feng stood in the air. He felt the wind blow past his face. The wind was so gentle, but also mixed with the thick scent of blood. This was a battlefield, with dire beasts and demons. Swoosh! Lin Feng looked into the distance. He saw the situation of Chief Commander Long Duo at a glance. He did not hesitate at all. He did not even have the time to familiarize himself with the explosive increase in strength after breaking the genetic lock, as well as some special innate abilities. All he knew was that Long Duo was in danger. And on the brutal battlefield right now, the chief commander absolutely must not die. Lin Feng took a step forward, and his entire body shot towards Long Duo like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that his ears were filled with the howling of the wind. He even had a feeling that his speed had definitely exceeded the speed of sound. The speed of sound was something that even many inhuman experts could not attain, unless they were inhuman experts who had awakened speed-type innate abilities. They would not be able to reach the speed of sound. Lin Feng did not know why he could be so fast. It was like his instinct. He only wanted to reach Long Duo's side as soon as possible and save him. Hence, his speed increased faster, even faster in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng's speed was already comparable to the speed of sound. As the speed was too fast, his body rubbed against the air, causing flames to appear on his body, which grew stronger and stronger. However, Lin Feng paid no mind to it. These flames couldn't even injure his skin. In the eyes of others, Lin Feng had already transformed into a huge fireball at this moment, smashing towards the middle of those demons like a falling meteor. Chapter 84 Armor. Chapter 84 Armor. Boom! The huge fireball that Lin Feng had transformed into smashed into the ground like a meteor. Immediately, flames shot in all directions, and the ground trembled slightly, forcefully creating a huge pit. During this period, there was even a demon which stepped forward bravely, prepared to block Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not slow down at all and charged directly. This was practically charging by brute force. Lin Feng was fearless. The huge impact sent a demon flying, and even injured its entire body severely. As the dust settled, Lin Feng's figure appeared in front of Chief Commander Long Duo, but he was completely uninjured. Chief Commander Long Duo had a look of pure shock on his face. Although he could also severely injure some demons, it was through incorporating martial arts. Furthermore, he was a senior inhuman expert. As for Lin Feng, in Long Duo's eyes, Lin Feng had just broken the genetic lock, and his body had not even undergone a complete metamorphosis. After all, even after breaking the genetic lock, one's strength would not immediately reach its peak. Instead, there would be a rapid period of growth. And this growth period was metamorphosis. Only after the metamorphosis was complete would one be a true inhuman expert. Lin Feng had yet to complete his metamorphosis, and he already dared to clash head-on with demons, which are famed for the toughness of their physiques. Moreover, he had the complete upper hand. This exceeded even Long Duo's expectations. Roar! Although the demon that was sent flying was heavily injured, its powerful regenerative ability allowed it to recover very quickly. It let out a deep roar, as if it provoked. It suddenly leaped forward and charged towards Lin Feng again. Up until now, Lin Feng had not been able to familiarize himself with his strength. In fact, his strength was still constantly increasing. Even Lin Feng did not know when he would reach his own limit. However, facing these demons now would be a good reference. The speed of the demon was very fast. With basically just a gust of wind, Lin Feng felt more than 10 tentacles whipping towards him. He did not unleash the spiral force, but simply reached out and grabbed. He had a strong intuition and powerful confidence that he would definitely be able to grab it. Thud. As expected, Lin Feng made a grabbing motion. It seemed very casual, but he did not miss at all and grabbed a tentacle with accuracy. Many inhuman experts' eyes suddenly focused. The tentacles of these demons were not easy to catch. It was not that they could not see the trajectory of the tentacle, but that they did not dare to grab it. A full swing of a tentacle could unleash more than 200 tons of power. They were not confident that they could withstand the impact of such a powerful force. However, Lin Feng succeeded in grabbing it. Furthermore, even though there were other tentacles whipping towards him, he ignored them completely and bellowed up. Grabbing the tentacle, Lin Feng flung it towards the side forcefully. Bang! The huge demon howled in pain. Lin Feng had actually grabbed it by the tentacle and smashed it onto the ground. The force Lin Feng exerted from grasping and swinging it had already far exceeded 200 tons, and might even be 300 tons or 400 tons. Even Lin Feng himself could not be certain how strong he was now. He felt as if his entire body had inexhaustible power, and he needed to unleash it all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, Lin Feng was not facing a single demon, but a total of 6. Hence, countless tentacles, accompanied by the sound of wind, whipped towards Lin Feng fiercely. The densely packed tentacles almost weaved into a huge net that left Lin Feng with nowhere to run. Good. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He also wanted to test the defense of his metamorphosing body. Hence, he focused his attention, and the proboscis beast's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, as if by instinct, with a single thought, the proboscis beast in his mind hissed and dissipated with a bang. At the same time, Lin Feng's body underwent a huge transformation. A layer of gray cuticle appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's originally somewhat frail and thin body. Moreover, it rapidly grew and covered Lin Feng's entire body. Whether it was his head, legs, or even the soles of his feet, they were all completely covered by this new layer of cuticle. Lin Feng appeared to be draped in a strange armor now, and his entire being exuding a ferocious aura. This is Lin Feng's awakened innate ability. Seeing this, Long Duo immediately thought of the innate abilities that inhuman experts would awaken after breaking the genetic lock. Normally, one type of innate ability would be awakened in special cases. There might be 2 or even more innate abilities. Some awakened flames, some awakened ice, some awakened wind power, and so on. In short, their innate ability was the power obtained from the depths of their genes after breaking the genetic lock. Just like the Demon King's ice and fire superpower back then. Strictly speaking, ice and fire superpowers were also considered innate abilities, but they were just a weakened version of innate abilities. Only innate abilities obtained after breaking the genetic lock would grant astonishing power. What surprised Long Duo was that innate abilities were generally attained only when one was about to complete the metamorphosis. Lin Feng had clearly just broken the genetic lock. Lin Feng did not know about innate abilities. He had only just broken the genetic lock, and did not know much about common knowledge. After breaking it, however, he could follow his instincts. His instincts made him feel that this kind of ability was very beneficial to him. Hence, he naturally used this ability. The armor made of cuticle was still changing. Apart from covering Lin Feng's entire body, a layer of something soft like a sponge appeared on the armor. It quickly thickened and completely covered the armor. A buffer. This thought naturally appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This layer of very soft sponge-like substance was fleshy, and even a little cold to the touch. As it covered the hard armor, Lin Feng looked a little strange. However, before Lin Feng could carefully experience the benefits of this armor, the attacks of the 6 demons had already come upon him. Dozens of tentacles swept towards him from all directions, accompanied by the gushing wind. Even a building would probably be demolished. However, Lin Feng did not move a muscle, allowing those tentacles to lash at his body. Bang, bang, bang. When the first tentacle struck Lin Feng, his entire body shook. It was not because it was strong, but because it was too weak. It did not feel like 200 tons of strength at all. At the same time, tentacle after tentacle lashed onto Lin Feng's body with a stream of incessant sounds, and Lin Feng's figure was instantly drowned out by the countless tentacles. Even Chief Commander Long Duo would find it hard to withstand such a terrifying attack. Hence, even though Long Duo was heavily injured, he was prepared to grit his teeth and attack. At the very least, he would keep 1 or 2 demons busy and take some pressure off of Lin Feng. However, just as he was about to attack, he realized that Lin Feng was actually as stable as Mount Tai among the countless tentacles. He did not even take a step back, and withstood the attacks of the 6 demons and dozens of tentacles by force. Impossible. Long Duo's eyes widened. He was so agitated that even his voice was shaking. Chapter 85 blasted apart from a distance. Chapter 85 blasted apart from a distance. In truth, it didn't just surprise Long Duo. Even Lin Feng himself was shocked. Lin Feng had experienced the tentacles of these demons before. Every tentacle contained more than 200 tons of strength. If these demons got aggressive, they would certainly be only stronger. What's the concept of 200 tons of strength? Even a building or a mountain could be easily demolished by it. However, Lin Feng was fine now. He didn't even take a single step back. This was despite the fact that he wasn't just facing off 1 or 2 tentacles, but dozens of tentacles smashing into his body from all directions. This was not because the strength of these demons had weakened. Either, to be precise, the strength that could strike Lin Feng had been diminished by a lot. The reason lay in the layer of cuticle armor on Lin Feng's body and the sponge with a fleshy appearance. When the demon's tentacles struck Lin Feng, the layer of seemingly fleshy and soft sponge could absorb most of the power. With this buffer, by the time the 200 tons of strength landed on the armor, only about half of it remained. The layer of cuticle armor was even more miraculous. It could withstand most of the power. A mere 100 tons of power was naturally unable to break through Lin Feng's armor. As for the shock force, it was almost negligible. With Lin Feng's current physique, how could he not be able to withstand mere shock force? Hence, even though the dozens of tentacles seemed to be unstoppable as they struck Lin Feng, they were actually unable to injure Lin Feng at all. They could not even tickle him. The armor and sponge that Lin Feng had formed were simply too powerful. Just in terms of defense and deflective power, they were already far more powerful than those specialized defensive martial arts. The 6 demons widened their eyes as well, seeing that they were actually unable to do anything to Lin Feng even after joining forces. They were momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, Lin Feng wouldn't just take beatings passively. Since he wasn't afraid of these demons, it was now his turn to attack. Boom! Lin Feng threw a punch. It was just a casual punch, but with the enhancement of his explosive strength, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he landed on a demon. The demons had strong defenses, and they were soft. Even if over 100 tons of strength landed on them, they wouldn't cause any damage. Only forces with over 200 tons of strength would cause some damage to them. However, they had terrifying regenerative and undying characteristics. So what if they were injured? They could recover almost instantly. Even in a battle of endurance, they could stall their enemies to death. This was why 4 out of the 16 inhuman experts died. Despite having martial arts, various innate abilities, powerful attacks and being at an advantage, while the 30 demons were almost unscathed, and not a single one of them died. The regenerative ability and undying characteristics were simply too formidable. At least the 16 inhuman experts had not been able to find a solution. Lin Feng did not know how powerful a single punch of his was, but when he threw a punch, a demon opposite him exploded. Then, a pained cry sounded. Looking at that demon again, its entire stomach was gone and a mess of flesh and blood. It had clearly been blasted apart by Lin Feng's punch. With that, the 30 demons became a little alarmed. Meanwhile, the eyes of the martial artists and inhuman experts lit up, and they immediately became excited. Lin Feng could severely injure these demons with just one punch. Did this mean that he could also kill these demons? Again, Lin Feng felt bold. He did not know how strong he was, but it was obvious that his casual strike must have far exceeded 200 tons, and might even reach 300 or 400 tons. Otherwise, it would never have dealt so much damage to these demons. One spiral force. Lin Feng sensed the surging power in his body. It felt like an unending stream of power was flowing into his body ever since he broke the genetic lock. With his absolute control over his body, he quickly condensed a spiral force and unleashed it rapidly. Boom! A spiral force erupted. Lin Feng's limbs and bones were filled with an explosive force. He felt that nothing could stop him. Not even these tens of thousands of dire beasts in front of him. As Lin Feng's spiral force erupted, he threw a punch. It was as if an invisible force enveloped a demon at once. Before Lin Feng's fist could even reach it, the demon was blasted apart. He had blasted apart a demon from a distance. One of the demons, which were so tough that even the 16 inhuman experts were unable to fight against, had been blasted apart by a single punch from Lin Feng. Everyone was stunned. Even the demons were stunned. Buzz! However, the flesh of the demon that Lin Feng had blasted apart somehow squirmed rapidly, before coalescing into a demon body again. However, besides hatred, there was also a trace of fear in its eyes. Yes, fear. These demons with undying characteristics also knew fear now. Even if Lin Feng was unable to kill it with a punch, Lin Feng at least had the ability to blast it apart with a punch. O demon would willingly endure the pain of having their body blown up in an instant. Roar! However, the other demons did not hold back. They were afraid, but at the same time, they were even more furious. Lin Feng had the power to threaten them now. They even gave up on the other inhuman experts, and a full 20 demons converged toward Lin Feng. Although there were still 8 inhuman experts remaining, they were all pushed to their limits and did not have much combat strength. Even if only 10 demons were left to deal with them, that was basically enough. Just the overwhelming aura from the 20 demons alone was almost suffocating. 2 spiral forces. Lin Feng unleashed 2 spiral forces again. This time, His strength became more powerful. The invisible force of his fist could even blast 2 demons apart. But that was it. If there were only a few demons, he would follow up with another punch even at risk to himself, and blast their flesh completely to ashes. If that happened, no matter how strong the demon's regenerative ability was, they would probably be unable to recover. There was no such thing as a true undying characteristic in this world. The only reason they were undying was insufficient power. If Lin Feng had the power to annihilate all the cells of these demons in an instant, how could they not die? The undying characteristic would probably be a joke. If there were only 1 or 2 demons, Lin Feng could blast them apart with a single punch, then destroy their scattered flesh with another punch. If it really didn't work, he'd use 3 punches to ensure all the flesh of the demons were destroyed. Then, these so-called undying demons would actually be jokes. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was not facing 1 or 2 demons, nor was he facing 3 or 4 demons, but a total of 20 demons. He could ignore the attacks of the demon's tentacles, but condensing his armor seemed to require energy as well. Once, twice, thrice. If this depletion of power went on, no matter how much strength and endurance Lin Feng had, he would not be able to hold out for long. Even if he unleashed 3 spiral forces, he could only manage to blast 3 demons apart at once with difficulty. Being obstructed by the other demons, Lin Feng was still unable to pursue and kill these demons completely. Hence, despite fighting for a long time, Lin Feng was unable to kill even a single demon. However, he had finally reversed the disadvantageous situation from before, granting the other 8 inhuman experts a moment of respite. Chapter 86 Innate Ability. Chapter 86 Innate Ability. A total of 20 demons surrounded Lin Feng and attacked him in a frenzy. However, unlike what the others thought, Lin Feng was not struggling. In fact, he was not even injured. 3 spiral forces. Lin Feng threw a punch, and the terrifying force of the punch blasted 3 demons apart at once. This was simply too shocking. The 20 demons surrounding Lin Feng had no advantage, and were instead howling in pain intermittently. Everyone was stunned. Even those battle-seasoned inhuman experts were dumbfounded. They had struggled so much to fight against these demons earlier, but now, they were watching Lin Feng deal with these demons effortlessly. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or was Lin Feng too strong? The 20 demons were incomparably furious. They clearly had intelligence, which was not inferior to ordinary people. The 20 demons knew that Lin Feng was a variable. They converged their strongest forces to surround and kill Lin Feng together. Yet, the reality was that they were blasted apart by Lin Feng time and time again. The pain of their entire bodies exploding instantly caused these demons to almost go insane. On the screen, Lin Feng was wearing a special armor, like a god of war. He looked majestic. No matter how many demons there were, they could do nothing to Lin Feng. Countless people in front of the screen were dumbfounded. Was a martial artist who had just broken the genetic lock so powerful? Ordinary people only knew that Lin Feng's current performance was very impressive, but only those 8 inhuman experts truly understood the difference, and knew what Lin Feng's current performance meant. He had just broken the genetic lock, and had not even completed his metamorphosis. Yet he was already so powerful. Even the demon king of the Myriad Academy back then wouldn't be this formidable, would he? No matter what the others thought, Lin Feng was already immersed in battle. In the past, when he unleashed 3 spiral forces, he could do it a dozen times or so at most, before his body would almost be unable to withstand it. However, after he broke the genetic lock, his physical fitness had improved substantially. Even he himself did not know how strong his current body was. However, he could clearly feel that his body would not suffer any problems even if he unleashed 3 spiral forces hundreds of times, let alone a dozen or so. Moreover, he was still in the middle of metamorphosis, so his physical fitness would only strengthen continuously. Lin Feng felt very carefree in battle. This feeling of being able to unleash power at will without fearing attacks from the enemies was just too enjoyable. He had never experienced such a wonderful battle before. Moreover, these demons also had undying characteristic, which was even better. In battle, Lin Feng was actually slowly familiarizing himself with his strength. For example, his armor should be one of the innate abilities that he had awakened after breaking the genetic lock, and it should be strongly related to the proboscis beast genes. As far as he knew, proboscis beasts were dire beasts with tough physiques and defenses. The innate ability he had awakened was rather similar to that of proboscis beasts. If it was really related to the proboscis beast, innate abilities must have been awakened from the genes of other dire beasts too. Right. It was just that Lin Feng had not discovered them yet. He only unleashed his power again and again. Occasionally, he would be struck, and his body would receive a slight shock. But it could not cause him any harm at all. In just a few minutes, he had already blasted apart the 20 demons time and time again, putting them through great suffering. Roar! These demons were also very intelligent. They would not take beatings again and again. Even though they were undying, they were in great pain. Thus, the 20 demons growled in unison. Buzz! As the 20 demons growled, the tens of thousands of dire beasts also began to stir restlessly. These dire beasts were different from demons. Their intelligence was generally low, and they were clearly under the control of these demons. Hence, the tens of thousands of dire beasts began to move, rumbling as they charged towards Lin Feng, trying to exhaust my endurance by surrounding and attacking me. Lin Feng frowned. These demons were indeed very smart. They knew that they could do nothing to him, so they used countless dire beasts to exhaust his endurance. However, would Lin Feng's endurance really be exhausted? Lin Feng did not think so. He was in the midst of metamorphosis. His endurance was so strong that even he did not know his limit. What was there to fear about these dire beasts? Haha, good timing. Lin Feng threw his head back and laughed aloud. At the same time, he transformed into a giant fireball again. He charged straight into the horde of dire beasts like a meteor. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, martial arts were utilized. In fact, Lin Feng did not unleash spiral forces, nor did he attack. He only charged forward in a frenzy at top speed. This kind of wild charge was completely unreasonable. With Lin Feng's current strength and speed, once he used this wild charge at full force, even those demons would be sent flying, let alone these ordinary dire beasts. Hence, with every charge Lin Feng made, the entire horde of dire beasts would be in complete disarray. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Practically every charge could kill a few or even a dozen dire beasts. The collisions were really killing them. After all, only those demons had the undying characteristic. These ordinary dire beasts only had decent regenerative ability at best. Hence, Lin Feng's repeated collisions brought about a rain of blood among the dire beasts. Be it ordinary dire beasts, elite dire beasts, or dire beast lords, none of them could withstand Lin Feng's wild charge. And just over 10 minutes, 200 to 300 dire beasts had died to Lin Feng's wild charge. This scene stunned those who were initially worried that Lin Feng would be exhausted to death. How was this being surrounded and attacked? It was clearly a one-sided massacre by Lin Feng. Powerful. Too powerful. Just how many innate abilities has this youngster awakened? Furthermore, isn't he an inhuman expert who had just broken the genetic lock? TT was not just the ordinary people. Even the remaining 8 inhuman experts were dumbfounded. They knew more than the ordinary people. Lin Feng definitely had more than one innate ability. This was because Lin Feng would more or less suffer some injuries during the continuous charges. However, Lin Feng did not look injured at all. Hence, they guessed that Lin Feng might have a second innate ability. In reality, Lin Feng had also sensed that while he was constantly colliding with the demons wildly, and in fact during his continuous battle with the demons, the small shocks would accumulate continuously, eventually causing some damage to him. However, He did not suffer any injuries. He observed carefully and discovered that whenever any injuries appeared, his body would recover as quickly as possible. This was no longer the small-scale restorative ability from before. Instead, it had truly become an instant recovery, or rather, an undying characteristic. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had a rough understanding of the reason. It seemed that after breaking the genetic lock, every kind of dire beast genes he had fused would awaken a kind of innate ability. The armor with astonishing defensive power was awakened from the proboscis beast. On the other hand, the ability awakened from the genes of the fleshworm was very likely an undying characteristic. The same undying characteristic as those demons. This kind of ability was phenomenally strong, even unimaginable to ordinary martial artists. For reference, just look at those demons. Even though Lin Feng was much stronger than them, and had even blasted them apart a few times, he had yet to succeed in killing a single demon so far. This was all thanks to the undying characteristic. It was proof of how terrifying this ability was. If he really obtained this ability, his life preservation capability would definitely increase significantly in the future. Lin Feng was also thinking during the battle. Since innate abilities were awakened from the genes of the proboscis beasts and the fleshworm dire beast, what other innate abilities had awakened from the genes of the other two dire beasts? Chapter 87 The Sage's Arrival. Chapter 87 The Sage's Arrival. Immersed in the battle, Lin Feng did not at all notice that the entire battlefield had gone very quiet. This was not to say that it was truly silent, but that there was no other sound apart from the screams of the dire beasts, be it the ordinary martial artists or the inhuman experts. All of them were very silent. They only watched silently as Lin Feng displayed his prowess and rampaged through the horde of dire beasts, invoking terror and inflicting violence on the horde of dire beasts with his wild charge time and time again. In just half an hour, Lin Feng's charges through the dire beast horde killed or injured almost 1,000 dire beasts. Even Commander Long Duo could not achieve such a feat. Time passed by slowly. The war had already lasted for 9 hours. Strangely enough, ever since Lin Feng broke the genetic lock and unleashed his prowess, those dire beasts stopped harassing other martial artists. Even if some did, there were very few of them. The few remaining martial artists all gathered together and retreated to the side. Their expressions were either excited or envious as they watched Lin Feng slaughter the dire beasts continuously. Roar! Suddenly, the 30 demons all bellowed at the sky. Their voices rang out across the entire battlefield. One by one, the rampaging beasts all stopped and began to retreat in an orderly fashion. They are retreating. Many people were stunned. Didn't these dire beasts still have the absolute advantage? There were tens of thousands of dire beasts. And there were also 30 demons looking on menacingly. Why had they suddenly retreated? However, seeing how those demons were all glaring at Lin Feng, many people roughly understood the reason. On the surface, the dire beasts seemed to have the absolute advantage, but in reality, ever since Lin Feng had emerged as a new force to be reckoned with and suddenly broken the genetic lock, his performance had been rather eye-catching. He fought against 20 demons alone without being at a disadvantage, and even had the upper hand. Even if the demons mobilized those dire beasts like cannon fodder to attack Lin Feng charged through them with brute force and killed over thousands of them almost effortlessly. If neither the demons nor the dire beasts could not do anything to Lin Feng, what were they staying here for? These demons were very intelligent. Since they could not kill Lin Feng, they could only retreat for the time being. We won. Haha. Those dire beasts have retreated. We have held Dragonlith City. No, it's not us, but that young martial artist. Seeing the dire beasts retreat, many people cried tears of joy. The people of Dragonlith City were even more jubilant. Even those who were watching the battle on their screens were genuinely happy. However, they all knew who the most crucial person in holding Dragonlith City was. It was that incredible young martial artist who broke the genetic lock at the critical moment and defeated thousands of dire beasts alone. Who is this young martial artist? He saved the entire Dragonlit City. He is the hero of 3 million people in Dragonlit City. That's right. We must always remember this martial artist. He was the one who defended Dragonlit City. Does anyone know him? Many people were trying to find out everything about Lin Feng, especially the people in Dragonlit City. They knew very well what would have happened to Dragonlit City without Lin Feng. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng had saved the 3 million people in Dragonlit City. He was the savior of 3 million. People had deserved even a statue erected in his honor to be worshipped by generations. However, after inquiring many people around them, they found that no one knew the young martial artist's name. Who was he for a time? It became information that everyone in Dragonlit City sought after. Lin Feng frowned. These dire beasts had retreated. But he did not feel that he had won. On the contrary, he felt that these dire beasts would always be a hidden danger. This was because these dire beasts did not go far. They only stopped 3 kilometers away from Dragonlit City. It seemed that they were still unwilling to give up, and were also discussing strategies. On careful thought, this was actually very understandable. Although Lin Feng had repelled these dire beasts, repelling them was all he did. He couldn't even kill a single demon. How could these dire beasts be willing to give up? They were predators. Once they captured Dragonlit City, it would mean millions of fresh bodies for their consumption. Then, their numbers and strength would grow to an unimaginable level. Such was the nature of predators. The more they plundered, devoured, and slaughtered, the stronger they became. Hence, predators were the natural enemy of almost all living beings. Wherever they went, almost nothing could survive. Hence, they were unwilling to give up on their prey just like that when they were so close. They were only retreating temporarily, and must be discussing ways to deal with Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng was actually thinking of ways to deal with these dire beasts as well. Ordinary dire beasts were one thing. They were practically cannon fodder. So as long as he was given time, he could even kill all these dire beasts alone. The difficult ones were the demons. These demons were all-powerful. More importantly, their undying characteristic was really difficult to deal with. It was true that Lin Feng benefited from it now, as he had fused the genes of the fleshworm dire beast. He also possessed a certain degree of undying characteristic. However, dealing with these demons with the undying characteristic also gave Lin Feng a headache. Moreover, he had to face a total of 30 demons, which would be even more troublesome. Haha. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to break the genetic lock at this moment. As expected, there is great terror in life or death situations, but there is also great opportunity in life or death situations. At this moment, Chief Commander Long Duo, who had recovered a little, led the remaining 7 inhuman experts before Lin Feng. These inhuman experts were all in a sorry state, but at the same time, they were also very exuberant. They had escaped death. If not for Lin Feng's appearance and the retreat of these dire beasts, they would all have died on the battlefield. Today, no one asked Lin Feng why he was so strong, nor did they ask him how many innate abilities he had awakened. This was personal privacy, especially for inhuman experts. This kind of private information could not be shared with anyone except those closest to one. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I only repelled these dire beasts for the time being. They are still unwilling to give up. But I can't kill those 30 demons. Although Lin Feng also wanted to kill the 30 demons, he could not do it. He had just broken the genetic lock, and had not even completed his metamorphosis. Yet he was already able to suppress the 30 demons. This was already a miracle. No one could expect Lin Feng to do any better. Chief Commander Long Duo looked at Lin Feng in satisfaction. Then, he smiled and said, Lin Feng, you've already done a good enough job. You are the hero of the entire Dragonlit City, and the hero to all of humanity. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. Looking at the time, the sage should be here soon. The sage Invincible Fist Sage. Lin Feng had actually forgotten about this matter. They were putting up resistance outside Dragonlit City not to kill all the dire beasts, but to hold off the dire beasts and buy time. And now, almost 10 hours had passed. The legendary founder of the Myriad Academy, the invincible Fist Sage, one of the 9 sages of the world, was about to arrive. Buzz! As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a fiery red cloud appeared in the distant sky. It came closer and closer. Finally, a violent wind howled, and the entire sky seemed to be set aflame. A massive fireball abruptly descended from the burning cloud. He's here! He's finally here! Lord Invincible Fist Sage. The remaining 8 inhuman experts looked up at the fiery sky, their eyes filled with excitement and reverence. Chapter 88 What a huge palm! Chapter 88 What a huge palm! Lin Feng was also shocked. That fiery cloud seemed to be burning in the sky. Even from afar, he could feel the heat. Being able to blot out the sky and sun was not something that he could comprehend. It was rumored that the 9 sages presided over the depths of the Outland, and every single one of them possessed unparalleled destructive power. In the past, he hadn't quite believed it. However, now that he saw this astonishing phenomenon, even if he didn't believe it, he still felt a faint reverence for a sage. Not only Lin Feng, but everyone in the world who saw this through the lens was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. There was almost no one in the world who did not know the names of the sages who presided over the depths of the Outland. Although their reputation spread throughout the world, very few people had actually seen them. Witnessing the power of these sages was even further beyond their reach. Only now, seeing that the sky illuminated in crimson like a flaming cloud, did they gasp in wonder at the power of sages. It was simply incredible. With the arrival of a sage, perhaps the crisis in Dragonlit City would now be resolved. Whoosh! The huge fireball landed like a falling meteor. However, when it was 1 meter away from the ground, the huge fireball suddenly stopped and floated silently in the air without moving. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused. His speed was also very fast, and he had even reached the speed of sound previously. However, compared to the speed of the invincible Fist Sage, his speed was insignificant. Lin Feng knew how much power it would take to come to a halt all of a sudden at such a fast speed. At the very least, Lin Feng could not do it in the present. His strength might be powerful, but he could not control and release it as freely as the invincible Fist Sage. The flames on the fireball slowly dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man in a fiery red martial arts uniform. The man was very tall, almost 9 meters in height. He had close-cropped hair, giving him a very valiant appearance. The flames around his body just now seemed to have no effect on his clothes and hair. This valiant middle-aged man, who looks to be in his 30s or 40s, was the founder of the Myriad Academy, one of the 9 sages of the world. He was already more than 400 years old. It was no secret that sages lived a long life. Once they broke the genetic lock, underwent life transitions, and had increased cell activity, their lifespans would basically exceed 200 years. The man in the fiery red martial arts uniform was none other than the invincible Fist Sage. One of the 9 sages of the world. He was tall, sturdy, and had sharp eyes. With vigorous strides, he appeared before Lin Feng and the others. Long duo, wasn't your Dragonlit City under siege from dire beasts and in imminent danger? Why does it seem not that serious now? After the invincible Fist Sage descended, his first reaction was confusion. Wasn't he informed that Dragonlit City was in imminent danger? He had even rushed over as quickly as possible. However, from the looks of it, Dragonlit City had not fallen. Instead, even Long Duo was alive and well. Long Duo hurriedly said, "Lord Sage, we were indeed in imminent danger earlier. However, thanks to Lin Feng breaking the genetic lock at the critical moment, he saved us and the entire 3 million citizens of Dragonlit City. Lin Feng saved you, and he had just broken the genetic lock." The invincible Fist Sage saw Lin Feng at a glance. With his insight, he could naturally tell that Lin Feng's body was still constantly metamorphosing. and the speed of metamorphosis was very rapid. You've mastered the first 3 levels of non-nupple body tempering with 3 spiral forces. Lin Feng had a feeling of being seen through. Before the pinnacle existence among martial artists of the entire human world, Lin Feng was genuinely afraid that the invincible fist sage would see through the 4 types of fused dire beast genes in his body. This was a secret that belonged solely to him. If the secret was seen through, he did not know what would happen. Fortunately, the invincible fist sage could not see through the dire beast genes fused within his body, and could only see the non-nupple body tempering that he had practiced. After all, this was a martial art created by the invincible fist sage, so it was naturally obvious at a glance to him. Yes, Dean, I purchased the first 3 levels of the non-nupple body tempering you created, and was lucky enough to master it. You call me Dean, not bad. Very few people call me that anymore. Interesting little fellow. The invincible fist sage nodded, clearly very satisfied with Lin Feng's answer. Sages like the invincible fist sage actually had many identities, such as the sage, the supreme marshal of the Department of Armed Forces, the dean of Myriad Academy, and so on. However, the invincible fist sage's favorite title was still the dean of Myriad Academy. Even now, the invincible fist sage was still the dean of the Myriad Academy. However, he did not deal with the Academy's matters specifically anymore, and left it to the other Vistians. Dean, the crisis in Dragonlet City has not actually been resolved. Those dire beasts have only temporarily retreated. They have yet to give up and are entrenched not far away from the city. Commander Longduo and the other Inhuman experts have already done their best. Out of the 16 Inhuman experts, only 8 remain. And of the thousands of martial artists, only 200 or 300 remain. Although I broke the genetic lock and could repel those dire beasts and demons, those demons have an undying characteristic. I can't kill them either. With Lin Feng's explanation, the invincible fist sage finally understood how devastating this battle was. There were many dire beast corpses left outside the city, but not many martial artists' corpses. He did not expect it to be so devastating. The corpses of those martial artists had all been devoured by the dire beasts. It was only natural that the invincible fist sage could not see them. That's right, Lord Sage. Those dire beasts are a species of dire beasts that we have never discovered before. Basically, we are certain that they are predators, but they are an unknown type of predators. They possess terrifying regenerative abilities and parasitic abilities, and the demons among them are practically undying. Chief Commander Longduo had a bitter expression on his face as well. There was nothing he could do against such difficult dire beasts. Even if the 8 Inhuman experts had self-destructed and died earlier, it hadn't actually inflicted much damage upon those demons. At the mention of the dire beasts, everyone's heart was heavy. Lin Feng's previous performance had already been very strong, and he had even suppressed those demons. But even so, what was the outcome? Those demons were impossible to kill. Up until now, not a single one of the 30 demons had died, and only some cannon fodder. Dire beasts had died. To the dire beasts, there was no loss at all. Even if they deployed more martial artists, there was still the parasitism to fear. After all, up till now, they still didn't know the parasitic method and pathways of these dire beasts. Of those of them who survived, there was a possibility that some of them were already parasitized, and they would immediately turn into dire beasts at the onset. Between their inability to ask for reinforcements in the form of a great number of martial artists, and those dire beasts being impossible to kill, this kind of situation spelled almost certain death. Even if a sage came, how many demons could one person kill? All right, it's best if those dire beasts haven't retreated yet. That way, I won't have to chase after them again. Let me see if they are really undying. With that said, the invincible fist sage took a step forward and flew into the air. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the invincible fist sage was a little nonchalant. Like, he didn't take it seriously, and was a little rash. Could he deal with those dire beasts and demons alone? Forget about demons. There were tens of thousands of dire beasts, and also 30 demons with the undying characteristic. Just as Lin Feng was feeling that this invincible fist sage was a little unreliable, the invincible fist sage stood in the air and gently extended his hand. Buzz! In that instant, it was as if the sun had been blotted out. The world spun and turned dark all of a sudden. Unknowingly, the sky had already been covered by a huge dark cloud. No, those were not dark clouds, but a palm. What a huge palm, Lin Feng muttered in a low voice. His eyes were also somewhat dazed, as if he was experiencing unprecedented shock. Chapter 89 Annihilated by a Palm. Chapter 89 Annihilated by a Palm. A huge palm stretched across the void. All the martial artists below, AMD even everyone in Dragonlith City, saw this huge palm. Everyone was incomparably quiet, even somewhat strangely so. Forget about ordinary people. Even the inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock were stunned when they saw this huge palm. They were extremely shocked. How many people could personally witness a sage in action? Lin Feng was also very shocked. He had suppressed 30 demons previously and had also awakened a few innate abilities, even including the undying characteristic. He had also seen the innate abilities of some other inhuman experts, and all of them were extraordinary. However, be it a great increase in strength, power that allowed one to demolish a building with their bare hands, or the undying characteristic that could allow one to recover from even having their heads blasted off. All of these were within his understanding. Even though it was a little unbelievable, it was still ultimately acceptable, and within Lin Feng's understanding. Although inhuman experts were strong, their strengths all advanced step by step, and weren't that incomprehensible. But now once the invincible fist sage attacked, that gigantic palm that blotted out the sky looked about the size of an ordinary palm. But how could an ordinary palm made of flesh and blood be so enormous? However, if it wasn't made of flesh and blood, what was with this gigantic palm? Was it some kind of innate ability? Lin Feng did not know, nor did the other inhuman experts, including the chief commander. They could only stare blankly at the gigantic palm in the sky, which lay across the void. Moreover, this palm was still growing larger and larger. The palm had yet to land, but everyone could sense the terrifying power contained in it. Lin Feng had no doubt that if this palm landed, the entire Dragonlith city would be reduced to ashes. His palm continued to expand and expand, rapidly extending to the sky above the dire beasts not far away. How could the dire beasts not be afraid when the massive black palm hung above their heads? Even the 30 demons seemed to have sensed something horrifying, and were fleeing frantically. But how fast could they run? The gigantic palm in the sky could expand almost a kilometer in range per second. In just a few seconds, this gigantic palm had covered an area of about 5 kilometers. No matter how fast those demons were, how could they be faster than the speed at which the palm landed? All of a sudden, a gigantic palm fell. The dark mass of the palm descended from the sky, as if Mount Tai was crushing down upon them. Countless dire beasts wailed, howled, and screamed, but all of it was futile. They fled in a frenzy. But how far could they escape the tens of thousands of dire beasts, and the 30 demons were all enveloped by the gigantic palm. Boom! The enormous palm finally landed. It was as if an earthquake had occurred within a radius of 50 kilometers. For a moment, the mountains and rivers shook. Even the buildings and houses of Dragonlith City were shaking violently. Fortunately, it was only one shock wave, and it did not last for long. The earth returned to normal, and the buildings of Dragonlith City stopped shaking. However, to those dire beasts, this was a true catastrophe. As the gigantic palm landed, the area covered by the palm was completely razed to the ground. Whether it was mountains, rivers, forests, or farms, they all vanished. All that was left was rubble. As for the dire beasts, none of their corpses could be seen. They had all been crushed into a bloody mush that seeped into the ground, blending into the soil and rocks. The other 30 demons were nowhere to be seen either. They were obviously no different from other dire beasts. The so-called undying characteristic was laughable under this calamitous palm strike. This was the might of a sage. It could destroy worlds, and was the pillar of support for all humans. Only with 9 sages presiding over the depths of the outland could there be peace and stability in human society today, free of harassment from the dire beasts. It had been a long time since any sages had appeared in public. Moreover, they would not display their strength easily. But now, the invincible fist sage in action made everyone realize just how formidable a sage was. That was completely incomprehensible and unimaginable. Having reached the far side of a profound state, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that sages were deities. While everyone was still stunned, the invincible fist sage had already landed again. He shook his head and said, "There's still some follow-up work to be done. You'll leave it to Long Duo. Lin Feng, lead the way to the Research Institute in Dragonlit City. I want to see the parasitic bodies of those dire beasts." "Yes, Lord Sage." Long Duo caught on immediately. What finishing touches, all those dire beasts did not even leave behind corpses. It was even less likely for any dire beast to survive. With a single palm strike, tens of thousands of dire beasts were reduced to dust. The demon that they were helpless against earlier on did not even have any strength to resist. Even the inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock had felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Lin Feng did not know why the invincible fist sage had specifically asked him to follow him. But he did not ask. After seeing the invincible fist sage fly towards Dragonlit City, he followed behind. Being able to follow a sage was a rare opportunity. Lin Feng had just broken the genetic lock, and there were many things he had yet to understand about the genetic lock. Even the majestic power of the invincible fists sage just now had stunned Lin Feng. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to consult the invincible fist sage. At this moment, Lin Feng did not know how many martial artists envied him before televisions and computer screens. When those inhuman experts saw Lin Feng following the invincible fist sage, their faces were also filled with envy. Everyone knew how lucky it was to be by the side of a sage. However, most of the ordinary people in the world did not envy Lin Feng, because their focus had long been attracted by the invincible fist sage's almost legendary palm strike. How majestic was that palm even with technological weapons? It would be rather difficult to level a 5-kilometer radius. However, this was only a casual palm strike from the invincible fist sage. Hence, there was another round of discussions about sage's strength on the internet, whether they knew about it or not, or if it was just hearsay. Everyone was discussing it in full swing. They were all analyzing how powerful a human sage's strength was. As for Dragonlit City, parasitic dire beasts, dead or injured martial artists, and so on, they had long been forgotten by the ordinary people. Humans were the most forgetful beings of all. They were only concerned about interesting things. Without a doubt, the sage's palm strike was what interested them the most right now. In the sky, Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage flew towards the research institute at high speed. On the way, Lin Feng held it in for a long time. He had countless questions that he wanted to ask, but he held them back in the end. Now was not the time to ask. The research institute was not far from the city. The invincible fist sage and Lin Feng soon arrived at the research institute. Swoosh! Immediately, a great many armed soldiers and fully armed martial artists came forward to surround Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage. After all, the research institute was an important place, and entry was not permitted freely. However, someone quickly recognized Lin Feng and the invincible fist sage, and immediately dismissed the guards. "How's the research on those parasitic dire beasts coming along?" the invincible fist sage asked with a solemn expression. "Lord Fist Sage, Professor Y is researching the best he can in the laboratory. He'll get Professor Y to report to Lord Fist Sage immediately." "No need. Let them focus on researching." "Well, wait first." With that, the invincible fist sage led Lin Feng directly to the living room to wait. "Little fellow, just ask what you want to ask. Don't hold it in anymore." Seeing Lin Feng's hesitation to speak, the Invincible Fist sage also revealed a rare smile. Wasn't his very purpose of specifically calling Lin Feng over to give him an opportunity? Chapter 90 Guidance. Chapter 90 Guidance. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Lin Feng naturally would not miss it. He was just organizing his words. Having organizing his thoughts, he asked the Invincible Fist sage, Dean, it seems impossible to attain your level just by awakening innate abilities after breaking the genetic lock and continuing to train the body. Lin Feng was already being very tactful. But he was indeed very puzzled. Even if he continued to train his body and unearthed the power deep within his genes, how could he reach the level of the Invincible Fist sage? He wielded almost world-destroying power in a simple gesture. This was too unbelievable, and exceeded Lin Feng's current understanding. For example, perhaps a person could lift things that weighed hundreds of kilograms through training, but it was absolutely impossible for them to lift a planet through training. This was not a concept at all, nor could it be explained by a so-called miracle. The Invincible Fist sage smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. You have the insight to realize this question. Then let me ask you, how did you feel after breaking the genetic lock? It probably felt very powerful. My body felt like a treasure trove from which potential can be constantly unearthed. However, no matter how great the potential is, it can't reach your level. Indeed, this was Lin Feng's feeling. Although the power after breaking the genetic lock was very strong, it seemed to be completely different from the kind of power wielded by the Invincible Fist sage. The two were incomparable. Very good. It's impressive that you've thought of these. Actually, these are just general knowledge. You can ask any inhuman expert. Since you asked, I'll say a few more words. The human body is indeed a treasure trove. But how do we unearth this treasure trove? We can rely on martial arts to train in the early stages otherwise. Some crude methods of training that strengthen the body are also fine and can also break the genetic lock. But what about after? When we broke the genetic lock, our lives were sublimated. It was actually a transition of life. There are multiple genetic locks in a person's body that can be broken continuously. Every time it's broken is a transition of life. It's easy to break the genetic lock once, but it's not easy to break it twice, thrice, or even 4 times. At this point, we need to absorb astral power. Do you see the sky? As everyone knows, there's a layer of canopy above us. This invisible canopy appears to be restricting us, preventing us from stepping into the stars. But isn't it protecting us as well? We do not know what lies beyond the stars. But, at least with the protection of the canopy, we can absorb astral power without worrying about what's messed up within the astral power. By absorbing the power of the stars, we condense our own astral power. And from there, we can continue to break the genetic lock and complete the transition of life. Since ancient times, we have classified every time we break the genetic lock and complete the transition of life into several detailed cultivation realms. The first time we break the genetic lock and our lives undergoes a transition, we call it the metamorphic realm. It means that we are slowly metamorphosing and becoming distinguished from mortals. The second time that we break the genetic lock and our life undergoes the second transition, the essence of life would be already different from that of ordinary people. The various abilities could be considered akin to that of gods in ancient legends. So it is also known as the divine realm. Before the technological boom, there were many myths and legends. Many of those were actually legends left behind by some initial cultivators who broke the genetic lock twice. Deities really existed, but they were just cultivators who broke the genetic lock twice. As for the third time we break the genetic lock, before the technological boom, there were actually very few people who broke the genetic lock. The number of people in the entire world could be counted on one hand. Normally, after they appeared, they could become the hegemons of an era, having undergone 3 life transitions. We call it the meta-divine realm. As for breaking the genetic lock for the 4th time, and the 4th life transition, this almost never happened in the ancient times before. The technological boom. Even if some prophets had predicted it, no one had actually attained it. Only after the technological boom, when humans gained a deeper understanding of their own bodies, and with the support of technology and research on some powerful dire beasts, did we finally break the genetic lock for the fourth time. This would be the Sage realm. Lin Feng listened very carefully, but he was already deeply shaken. He was shocked. Extremely so. Although in modern society, technology was advanced, and there were all kinds of information on the internet, Lin Feng had never heard of the cultivation realms above breaking the genetic lock that the invincible fist sage had mentioned. There wasn't even any information online. What did this mean? It meant that this information was definitely classified online. It turned out that breaking the genetic lock was only the beginning of cultivation. If one wanted to reach the level of the invincible fist sage, one had to undergo 4 life transitions and break the genetic lock 4 times. How difficult was this? Dean, you're in the Sage realm. What is above the Sage realm? Lin Feng was also very curious. People had only reached the Sage realm after the technological boom. Then, what came after the Sage realm? The invincible fist sage shook his head and said, I don't know what comes after the Sage realm either. Perhaps there are more profound realms. Or perhaps there aren't. All of this requires someone to take a new path, to break the genetic lock 5 times and complete life transitions 5 times. Before it can be confirmed, don't bite off more than you can chew. You should complete the metamorphosis of your body properly first. Dean, how can I absorb the astral power? These are just the most basic knowledge. Once you choose to join Myriad Academy, you will naturally receive guidance on cultivation. By the way, if you want to continue practicing non-upper body tempering, you can join the Myriad Academy. Only the inhuman experts of Myriad Academy are qualified to purchase content above the 3rd level of non-upper body tempering. Haven't I already joined the Myriad Academy? Lin Feng was a little startled. He was a current student of the Myriad Academy. Haha. Of course Myriad Academy welcomes you. However, the other factions wouldn't see it that way. You can just ask Long Duo about the exact situation when you have the time. After all, you broke the genetic lock under his jurisdiction. Alright, let's call it a day. Little fellow, I have high hopes for you. I hope that when we meet again, you can complete the 2nd transition of life and reach the divine realm. With that, the invincible fist sage stood up. As a prestigious sage, it was already generous of him to answer these few questions from Lin Feng, and it was Lin Feng's luck. After all, even meta-divine experts might not be able to receive the guidance of the invincible fist sage. Lord Sage, the results of the experiment are out. There are new discoveries. A researcher rushed over from the laboratory and said excitedly, Alright, let's go in and take a look. At the same time, Chief Commander Long Duo, who was dealing with the aftermath of the battlefield outside the city, also rushed to the laboratory. It seemed that the laboratory researcher had also sent him a message. The invincible fist sage said indifferently, Long Duo, let's go in together. Long Duo nodded with a solemn expression. The research results of the research institute were of great importance. Even though the parasitic dire beasts outside the city had been eliminated, if they could not find the method of parasitism and the parasitic pathway, this war could not be considered a complete victory. Chapter 91 Screwworms. Chapter 91 Screwworms. In the laboratory, there were many exhausted researchers. Professor Y. Yuan, who was leading the research, in particular had not slept for days and nights. They were giving their all to study the parasitic dire beasts. Professor Y. Yuan, what are your research findings? Long Duo was already asking eagerly. Professor Y. Yuan raised his head and glanced at Long Duo and the invincible fist sage. But his expression was very calm. Of course, he knew the invincible fist sage's identity. But he was only a scholar and wasn't as excited as martial artists. Professor Y. Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he replied in a hoarse voice. Lord Fist Sage, Chief Commander, we have finally lived up to expectations during this period of time, and found some results regarding the parasitic dire beasts. The parasitic dire beasts that appeared this time have very strong cellular activities in their bodies, and their cells can divide constantly. The cells that divide can even develop into a complete life form under suitable conditions. That is parasitism. However, there won't be many cells with such complete biogenetic characteristics. Therefore, they need to parasitize certain cells in living beings in a specific way. We've already confirmed that this method, they spread and parasitize hosts through their blood. Thus, as long as we're not injured, those dire beasts cannot parasitize us. Long Duo and Lin Feng both understood. It's no wonder that out of so many martial artists who retreated from the Dragon Mountain base, only some of the people were parasitized, while the others were not. It turned out that the dire beasts parasitized hosts through blood. In other words, only those who were injured could be taken advantage of. Those dire beasts could not parasitize martial artists who were not injured. Professor Y. Yuan paused for a moment and continued. We also discovered that the stronger the genes, the harder it is for dire beasts to parasitize. It might even be impossible for them to parasitize. For example, dire beasts can't parasitize experts who broke the genetic lock. This made sense. The 16 inhuman experts have fought with the demons for such a long time. Some out of them would definitely be injured, but none of them were parasitized. It seemed that as long as one broke the genetic lock, they would be immune to the parasitism. Now that the cause of parasitism and method of dissemination were clear, the invincible fist sage asked slowly, have you guys figured out how to differentiate if someone is parasitized? We already have some rough ideas. The parasitism of these dire beasts has an incubation period of around a week, and it might be shorter for some. We will immediately produce some testing devices. As long as the parasitized is in the incubation period, we will definitely be able to find out. And the solution, Long Duo asked in a low voice. If someone was parasitized, even if it was detected during the incubation period, could they only wait for death in quarantine? There's a way. We studied the blood of the dire beasts and found that its blood is lethal to the parasitic seed. As long as we develop this drug, we can resolve the parasitic problem completely. Hearing how Professor Y. Yuan speaking so much in one sitting and even come up with a solution, Long Duo finally heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible fist sage also nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. Produce the detection devices and drugs as soon as possible. The parasitic dire beasts are already slowly spreading throughout the world. We will do our best. By the way, did you guys come up with a name for this dire beast? This dire beast crisis is considered a major event. The losses it caused are significant. Furthermore, the source has yet to be found. Those that came were all ordinary demons. Name our research institute calls it the screwworm. Screwworm, all right. Let's call these dire beasts screwworms. I'll be leaving now to discuss with the other sages about whether we should continue pursuing them deep into the outland. These screwworms are not simple. With that said, the invincible fist sage left the research institute. He transformed into a fireball again and shot into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Seeing the invincible fist sage leave just like that, Long Duo could only shake his head and smile helplessly. With the invincible fist sage gone, he would have to clean up this mess in Dragonlit City. However, they were finally safe. Although the production of detection devices were still incomplete, and the drugs to eliminate the parasitic seeds had yet to be developed, at least the threat of the parasitic screwworms had been resolved. Dragonlit City continued to be under martial law. Those who should be quarantined still had to be quarantined. As long as Dragonlit City was not in chaos, the losses from the screwworm crisis could be controlled. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Professor Y, you haven't rested for a few days. Go downstairs and rest for a while. The testing devices and drugs won't be successfully developed in a day or two. Your health is the most important thing. Long Duo ignored Professor Y Yuan's objections and ordered people to forcibly take Professor Y Yuan out of the laboratory. If Professor Y Yuan were to continue staying in the laboratory, he might die suddenly from exhaustion. That would be a terrible outcome. Lin Feng and Long Duo also left the laboratory, but they did not go to the living room. Instead, they went to a quiet room, with only Lin Feng and Long Duo. After the two of them sat down, Long Duo sized Lin Feng up carefully and could not help but exclaim, "Lin Feng, you've made a great contribution this time. No matter which faction you decide to go to in the end, with your contributions, it won't be a problem for you to apply for a Hero of Humanity medal." Lin Feng, on the other hand, was confused. He had no idea what Long Duo was talking about. Hence, Lin Feng asked carefully, "Chief Commander, what do you mean by the Hero of Humanity medal?" "You don't know?" Long Duo was rather taken aback. "I don't know. Didn't Lord Fist Sage introduce it to you just now when you were following him?" "No. Dean only told me some things about cultivation. As for specific general knowledge questions, he asked me to consult the Chief Commander." Long Duo smiled weakly, feeling that this invincible Fist Sage was really absent-minded. Lin Feng was such a genius, and he did not know to strike while the iron was hot and rope Lin Feng in. But on careful thought, perhaps a great existence at the level of the invincible Fist Sage wouldn't care about a mere metamorphic realm martial artist who had just broken the genetic lock. It didn't matter how outstanding Lin Feng's performance was. "All right, since you broke the genetic lock under my command, I'll be your guide. Although these are all common knowledge, remember them carefully. Normally, after a martial artist breaks the genetic lock, they will reach the metamorphic realm. The outside world calls them inhuman. But you should know that we are actually in the metamorphic realm. All the factions in the world have a common agreement regarding metamorphic realm martial artists, which is the inhuman agreement. Basically 99 of metamorphic realm martial artists have signed the inhuman agreement. There are many details, so I won't explain them one by one. When the time comes, you will naturally be provided with an inhuman agreement. My main introduction is that after you reach the metamorphic realm, you will have a chance to choose again, no matter what faction you belonged to in the past. Once you break the genetic lock, you can choose again from all the factions in the world. These factions roughly include the government faction, military faction, consortium faction, the freelance cultivators union, and the academic faction, making a total of 5 major factions. Out of these 5 major factions, you must make a choice, and theoretically speaking, the 5 major factions can openly compete for a new martial artist in the metamorphic realm. To put it simply, you're in high demand right now, and the target of competition to rope in among the various major factions. At this point, Long Duo could not help but smile when he saw Lin Feng's confused gaze. Back then, he had his own moments of confusion as well. This was what all of them had experienced. Sometimes, having too many choices could be a real pain. Chapter 92 Competition to Rope in Talent. Chapter 92 Competition to Rope in Talent. What are the benefits of joining these 5 major factions? With so many choices, Lin Feng could not just make a choice arbitrarily. He had to find out more first. Of course there are benefits. For example, there are some special martial arts that can only be obtained after joining a certain faction. There are also some internal benefits for the faction, and so on. You'll naturally understand once you join the faction in the future. The process of roping in metamorphic realm martial artists is generally fair. Of course, there are actually some unspoken rules. Unspoken rules? Lin Feng was very curious. What unspoken rules? Haha. It's actually very simple. For example, you are a student of the Myriad Academy, and you broke the genetic lock at the Dragon Mountain base in the Myriad Academy's sphere of influence. You have a natural affinity to the Myriad Academy. This is the unspoken rule. Long Duo was very frank, and Lin Feng could not help but agree inwardly. Indeed, he was already leaning towards the Myriad Academy. In the depths of his heart, the reason he did not agree immediately was just that he was a little curious about the other factions. Which of the 5 major factions is the strongest? The strongest faction actually. All the major factions have their own unique advantages. If we really want to compare power, the academic faction's power should be the strongest. The reason is very simple. The academic faction is mainly composed of the top 3 martial arts academies in the world, and the founder of each academy is a sage. Therefore, the academic faction alone has 3 sages. Following it are the military and government factions, which have 2 sages each. The consortium faction and freelance cultivators union come last, with 1 sage each. This is a division of overall strength, but every faction has its own advantages. For example, the consortium faction might not have very strong high-end military power, but their financial resources are formidable. Just the consortium faction alone controls more than 50 of the world's wealth. In terms of wealth, the consortium faction must come top among the 5 factions. The government faction and military faction can arrange many higher-ranking administrative or military positions. Moreover, there is a lot of advanced scientific research within government and military factions. For example, Professor Yun is actually a scientist from the government faction. It was because our Dragon Mountain base urgently requested him to come and even paid a small price to the government faction that Professor Yun and his team came to Dragon Mountain base in the end. The Freelance Cultivators Union has a high degree of freedom, although they would also fig on the front line, due to their overall strength being relatively weak. The Freelance Cultivators Union's sphere of influence does not extend to many dangerous areas. Overall, there would also be many people who enjoy a safe and carefree life. Not everyone has the opportunity to reach the peak of martial arts. Our academic faction has many advantages. The greatest advantage is that we have archived many profound martial arts. After all, we have 3 sages, and they are the top sages. Be it high-end combat power or overall strength, we are the strongest. Of course, there are also disadvantages. For example, we are definitely far behind the consortium faction in terms of wealth. As for government and the military matters, our academic faction can't interfere either. Hearing this, Lin Feng gradually understood the advantages of the 5 major factions. Seeing that Lin Feng was considering the options, Long Duo said with a smile, "Lin Feng, go back and consider it carefully. Don't rush, and choose carefully. The impact of joining a certain faction is huge. I will report your contributions truthfully. I believe the Hero of Humanity medal will definitely be awarded to you." Lin Feng also stood up and bade farewell to Long Duo. The martial law in Dragonlit City was not lifted yet, and no one could leave. He could also take this opportunity to understand his own situation properly. Seeing Lin Feng's departing back, a trace of envy appeared in Long Duo's eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "I'm really envious. Not only will you obtain the Hero of Humanity medal, the 5 major factions will be competing to rope you in. However, you must not be seduced by the temporary benefits of the moment. I hope you can make the right choice." After returning to his room, Lin Feng somehow did not feel the least bit tired, despite having fought a huge battle previously. Perhaps it was because he was still undergoing metamorphosis. His body seemed to be undergoing tremendous changes at every moment. Endless power surged into his body constantly. This feeling was amazing. It was as if he had infinite energy every day, and his entire being had changed. Lin Feng prepared to go to the forum of the Myriad Academy to take a look. He wanted to learn more about the details of the metamorphosis after breaking the genetic lock. After all, the metamorphosis period was relatively long, and it was an extremely important period for metamorphic realm martial artists. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator vibrated. He realized that it was an unfamiliar communication request. Lin Feng found it a little strange. There were only a few people who knew his contact number, and almost no strangers contacted him. Why did a stranger suddenly contact him today? Although he had some doubts, Lin Feng quickly connected the call. "Are you Mr. Lin Feng?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the communicator. "It's me. You are. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Taiya, and I am liaising with Mr. Lin Feng on behalf of the consortium faction. I believe You know about the 5 major factions. Mr. Lin Feng, although you are from the Myriad Academy, the 5 major factions can compete fairly for someone who has broken the genetic lock. The conditions of our consortium faction are very generous. Once Mr. Lin Feng chooses to join our consortium faction, we can provide Mr. Lin Feng with 300 billion yuan's worth of wealth or resources. We can also provide you a book on martial arts cultivation techniques that absorb astral power and a high-level martial art created by a sage for free. Hearing the conditions offered by the consortium faction on the other end of the line, Lin Feng was very taken aback. He was not just shocked, but extremely so, and even vaguely frightened. They actually offered 300 billion yuan on the get-go. That was incredible. Lin Feng's father, Lin Xing, built the Lin Corporation from scratch with decades of hard work, and it was only 100 billion yuan in total worth. Lin Feng had only broken the genetic lock, but the consortium faction could casually give away 300 billion. The difference was stunning. You'll think about it. Lin Feng naturally did not agree immediately. No matter how good the other party's conditions were, he had to consider it carefully. Zelia 1. As soon as he hung up the call, he received another call from an unknown number. Are you Mr. Lin Feng? It's me. You are. My name is Long Gang. I'm contacting Mr. Lin Feng on behalf of the military faction. This time, it was someone from the military faction. They offered very good conditions as well. As long as Lin Feng joined, he would be able to obtain the rank of Major General. This was already an exception. Even though metamorphic realm martial artists had extraordinary statuses, entering the military did not mean that they could obtain the rank of general from the start. In order to rope in Lin Feng, the military was indeed willing to pay a tall price, and was full of sincerity. Aside from the military faction, the government faction and the freelance cultivators union also contacted Lin Feng next. All of them offered extremely generous conditions, which stunned Lin Feng. Could it be that all metamorphic realm martial artists who broke the genetic lock could obtain so many benefits? This had really exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Chapter 93 Consideration. Chapter 93 Consideration. Even though Lin Feng did not know what kind of treatment ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists would receive, he had a feeling that the benefits offered by these factions were just too generous. Lin Feng did not ask long duo either. Instead, he entered the forum of the Myriad Academy. The discussion on the forum was mostly about the events in Dragonlith City, including Lin Feng breaking the genetic lock, parasitic dire beasts, and the invincible sage's attack. The most lively topic was naturally the invincible sage's attack. That video was on the top of the forum. After all, the 9 sages of humanity rarely fought in public. Moreover, the invincible fist sage was the founder of Myriad Academy. So, the students of Myriad Academy naturally worshipped him. These discussions were mostly exclamations and praises. They were not actually very meaningful. Lin Feng lost interest after reading a couple of them. He started searching for posts, mainly to check posts related to the genetic lock. After searching, countless posts regarding the genetic lock actually showed up. Lin Feng searched for a while and found some useful information. After spending about 2 to 3 hours, Lin Feng browsed through all the posts regarding the genetic lock on the forum and gained a rough understanding of it. It was indeed as he had guessed previously. Ordinary martial artists who broke the genetic lock and became a metamorphic realm martial artist would not receive such treatment at all. Although the 5 major factions would also rope them in, their conditions paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. There was simply no comparison. The reason behind this was actually very simple. Even Lin Feng himself could think of a few points. Firstly, Lin Feng was very young. Up until now, he was only 20 years old, and not yet 21 years old. Although he had only started practicing martial arts after obtaining the genetic fusion device, it had been less than a year since then. Breaking the genetic lock by practicing martial arts in a year's time was unheard of. Of course, even if other factions investigated, they would not be able to investigate it so thoroughly After all, Lin Feng had been afflicted with a strange illness since he was young. He was also practicing martial arts at that time, and it was just that it had no effect. However, even just looking at his age of 20, there were no more than 5 people who had broken the genetic lock at a younger age than him in the past few decades. Secondly, after Lin Feng broke the genetic lock, his body had yet to undergo a complete metamorphosis. Yet he was able to suppress the 30 demons. He had practically turned the tide and saved the 3 million citizens of Dragonlit City. If not for Lin Feng's eruption, the 3 million citizens of Dragonlit City probably wouldn't have been able to hold out until the Invincible Fist Sage's arrival. He was already extraordinarily strong just after breaking the genetic lock, even stronger than Long Duo, a senior expert of the mortal molting realm. This had been tested through actual combat. The 5 major factions naturally saw this, so they had to fight for him with all their might. To put it simply, Lin Feng had great potential and was strong. He was a rare genius. It was not easy for a genius like Lin Feng to come into being. The 5 major factions would naturally compete to rope him in. However, Lin Feng was also very sober. He must not get carried away at a time like this. Choosing a faction and joining it was crucial to his future growth. Lin Feng still had to analyze things carefully. Firstly, the Freelance Cultivators Union could be excluded from the 5 major factions first. Although the Freelance Cultivators Union was very sincere, this faction's overall strength was indeed weak, be it in terms of martial arts, wealth, honor, and so on. They could not give Lin Feng much, and were far inferior to the other 4 major factions. Hence, it was the first to be excluded. Then, there were the military and government factions. Comparatively speaking, these 2 forces provided very generous treatments. It was a fact that Lin Feng could become a major general as soon as he entered the army. Lin Feng's second brother had stayed in the army for so many years, but if he wanted to become a general, he would have to work unthinkably hard, and it was still nowhere in sight. However, the military and government factions alike were tightly organized factions with very strict management. There was even a military court. Once a metamorphic realm martial artist violated the rules, they might even be sent to the military court. The management was too strict for Lin Feng to feel comfortable. Hence, although it was a shame, he would not consider the military and government factions. The remaining consortium and academic factions were almost on par. No, the consortium faction even offered more generous terms. They had all the martial arts, wealth, resources one could wish for. Their sincerity was immense, and even Lin Feng was moved. As for the academic faction, it seemed like apart from Long Duo, Lin Feng had yet to come into contact with other representatives sent by the academic faction. Even Long Duo had not told Lin Feng about any benefits after joining. No, the academic faction can't possibly be indifferent. Perhaps I overlooked something. Lin Feng frowned and thought carefully. He had followed the Invincible Fist's sage and interacted with him for a period of time. Apart from the matter of non-upper body tempering, Lin Feng really could not think of any other benefits after he joined the academic faction. Being able to obtain the last few levels of the non-upper body tempering martial arts was indeed an advantage. But this should be a treatment that all martial artists who join the academic faction would receive, and could not be considered a special treatment for Lin Feng. Hence, Lin Feng carefully recalled his conversation with Long Duo again. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hero of Humanity, that's right. Long Duo once mentioned the Hero of Humanity medal. Could it be that the special treatment the academic faction offered me is the Hero of Humanity medal? Lin Feng did not know what the Hero of Humanity medal represented, but he could research about it. With the Omnipotent Network and Omnipotent Forum, he quickly found information regarding the Hero of Humanity medal. It turned out that as long as someone made a major contribution to humanity, be it martial artists, technicians, or others, they would all receive certain medals. These medals were divided into 3 types, corresponding to the contributions made. The person who obtained the third-class merit was the Protector of Humanity medal. For awardees who obtained this medal, their relatives and themselves would receive all aspects of care from the human society, regardless of school, housing, work, entrepreneurship, retirement, and so on. They would receive the best coverage. It could be said that, once one had obtained the Protector of Humanity medal, their status would be equivalent to that of senior government officials and generals in the army. If one obtained a second-class merit, they would be rewarded with the Hero of Humanity medal, which was even more impressive. In addition to the aforementioned treatment enjoyed by the Protector of Humanity, one could also obtain discounts when purchasing goods from the 5 major factions. They would automatically receive a 20% discount for all goods. Just this point alone was enough to make countless people envious. However, there were very few people who could obtain the Hero of Humanity medal. Forget about the metamorphic realm. Even those in Divine Realm or Meta-Divine Realm might not be able to obtain the Hero of Humanity medal, and could at most obtain the Protector of Humanity medal. There was also a third type of medal called the Meritorious Service medal. It was awarded for major contribution to humanity, and could only be obtained with unanimous approval from all the sages. As for what benefits a Meritorious Service medal would bring, the forum did not provide an answer. After all, ever since the establishment of the medal system, there had only been 5 people in history who had obtained a Meritorious Service medal. Even most sages had not obtained such a medal. The 3 medals, Protector of Humanity, Hero of Humanity, and Meritorious Service to Humanity, served as both examples and incentives. All 3 types of medals were all extremely precious. Even for the Protector of Humanity medal, many metamorphic realm martial artists might not be able to obtain this honor in their entire lives. Chapter 94 Choice. Chapter 94 Choice. Lin Feng felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. It was not that the academic faction did not offer him special benefits, but that they had already told Lin Feng in a very subtle manner through Long Duo. If Lin Feng did not choose the academic faction and turn to another faction, such as the consortium faction, would his credit be erased? This was basically impossible. After all, this war occurred under the attention of all the eyes in the world. Everyone knew that Lin Feng had turned the tide. It was impossible for the credits to be erased. But the people who recorded the credits were people from the academic faction, such as Long Duo. If they did not try their best when applying for the medal, a Hero of Humanity medal would probably become a Protector of Humanity medal. The difference between the two was considerable, and this was a manipulable difference. No one could fault them for anything. However, this was something dishonorable after all, so Long Duo did not say it directly. He only mentioned this very vaguely and asked Lin Feng to consider it carefully. Though he figured out this point, Lin Feng was dissatisfied. His contribution was great, but while considering it worthy of the Protector of Humanity medal was acceptable, considering it worthy of the Hero of Humanity medal was not objectionable either. This would depend on Lin Feng's choice. In truth, even without the Hero of Humanity medal, Lin Feng would still choose the academic faction. The reason was very simple. Lin Feng was not satisfied with stopping at the metamorphic realm. He wanted to reach the peak of martial arts, especially after seeing the invincible fist sage's palm. It had touched him deeply. If one wanted to reach the peak of martial arts, there was no doubt that the academic faction was the most suitable. In terms of the integrity of martial arts alone, the academic faction was indisputably the first. Even the military and government factions were inferior to it. Moreover, Lin Feng was very satisfied with non-nupple body tempering. If he wanted the mnemonics of the subsequent 6 levels, he could only join the academic faction. Lin Feng, have you made your decision? Long Duo asked with a solemn expression. Chief Commander, I've decided to apply to join the Myriad Academy. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. This was a comprehensive decision after a long period of consideration. Haha. And there I thought you'd get cross-eyed from all the choices. I didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly. This is a very Correct decision. I'll post your application immediately, as well as the application report regarding the Hero of Humanity medal. There will be an outcome in about 3 days. Thank you, Chief Commander. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this. He had guessed correctly. Only by deciding to join the academic faction would his Hero of Humanity medal be in the bag. Otherwise, it might become a Protector of Humanity medal. Don't worry, Lin Feng. Joining the academic faction is certainly the right choice. I believe that you will definitely be able to break the genetic lock twice, undergo 2 life transitions, and become a divine realm martial artist. After talking with Long Duo for a while, Long Duo bade farewell and left. He had a lot going on lately as well. Although peace had returned to Dragonlit City, the city was still far from recovering from its damage. This was especially since the Research Institute was rushing to research the devices to detect the parasitic seed and the drugs to eliminate it. All of these required some time. On Lin Feng's communicator, his parents and friends also called in succession to inquire about the situation. Lin Feng naturally reported his safety. His family was very happy to learn that he had broken the genetic lock and that his strange illness had been cured. Lin Feng's mother, in particular, even cried tears of joy. Lin Feng also asked about his family situation briefly. The Lin Corporation was still being targeted and suppressed, and their situation was not too good. But Lin Feng could not return to Central Sea right now. If he could return to Central Sea, with his power and influence as an inhuman expert, he would be able to help the Lin Corporation tide through this crisis with little trouble. He would even have the ability to settle scores with the Zhao family. Lin Feng was very free in the period after. Originally, he wanted to obtain some cultivation techniques that could condense astral power to practice first. But Long Duo could only shake his head. These cultivation techniques had to be purchased by martial artists themselves. Right now, Lin Feng had yet to sign the Inhuman Agreement, and he had yet to obtain the status of a metamorphic realm martial artist. He still did not have the qualifications to enter the shop of the academic faction. Hence, he was temporarily unable to purchase any cultivation techniques. Having nothing better to do, Lin Feng began to study his innate abilities. He was very certain that his innate abilities had already awakened. At least for now, he only knew about the 2 innate abilities, armor and undying characteristic. The armor should be the ability of the proboscis beast genes, while the undying characteristic was the ability from the screwworm genes. Lin Feng had also fused the unicorn and wild bovine genes. What innate abilities did these 2 types of genes produce? Even Lin Feng's own genes could produce innate abilities. However, Lin Feng had no time to study them in the past. Now, he could study them properly. Innate abilities were basically available as long as one broke the genetic lock. The only difference was that some would awaken only after completing the metamorphosis, while others would awaken once the genetic lock was broken. Lin Feng's genes had already fused with the 4 types of dire beast genes. However, they were different genes after all, so he could awaken different innate abilities. Since he had already awakened 2 innate abilities, there was no reason why innate abilities could not be awakened from the other 2 types of genes. Lin Feng carefully began to sense the changes in his body. Innate abilities were actually very simple. Since it was an innate, it was almost instinctive. He should be able to detect it by sensing it carefully. A galloping unicorn appeared in Lin Feng's mind. With a thought from Lin Feng, the unicorn disappeared and was replaced by a strange metal covering Lin Feng's fist. Is this the unicorn's innate ability? Lin Feng was a little surprised, but he then smashed the ground lightly. Boom! Lin Feng did not use force, but as he smashed, he felt that the layer of metal wrapped around his fist appeared indestructible, easily smashing a huge pit in the ground. The toughest part of the unicorn is its horn. It seems that the innate ability awakened by the genes of the unicorn is similar to the ability of the horn. It's indestructible. Lin Feng clenched his fists. With the help of the unicorn's innate ability, his fists were covered in a layer of metal, and a small horn could be vaguely seen on his fists. Seeing the horn, Lin Feng no longer doubted that this was the unicorn's innate ability. But apart from the unicorn, what about Lin Feng's own genes and the innate ability of the wild bovine's genes? This time, no matter how Lin Feng sensed for them, he did not seem to detect any innate ability. If one had to say that something was different, it would be that when he was sensing for it, a large amount of power seemed to surge out of his body, like a gushing inundation. It made Lin Feng feel like his power was boundless. However, wasn't it the power obtained through gradually strengthening one's physique during the metamorphosis process? No, this isn't an increase in strength from the metamorphosis of my body. Lin Feng carefully sensed every inch of his body again, and his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 95 Strength. Chapter 95 Strength. During the metamorphosis of his body, his strength was increasing little by little. Unlike now, when a large amount of power would immediately pour in with a thought from Lin Feng. This was definitely not a normal increase in strength from the metamorphosis of his body. But where did this power come from? Could it be an innate ability? An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind as he thought of a possibility. After a martial artist broke the genetic lock, they would awaken some innate abilities. Some would awaken one type, while others would awaken two or more. There were all kinds of innate abilities, such as flames, ice, wind, and so on. These abilities were not actually inherently superior or inferior to each other. It only depended on how they were used. For example, the Invincible Fist Sage had only awakened his fire ability. However, no one would dare to underestimate the Invincible Fist Sage's innate ability with the terrifying burning cloud when he descended. Most martial artists' innate abilities were tangible and could be seen and touched. However, Lin Feng's innate ability, if his guess was correct, was an extremely rare innate ability. Strength. I feel that there are two forces that can erupt at any time. Could it be the innate abilities of my genes and the wild bovine? Genes? Lin Feng's guess was really bold, but it was not without reason. No one said that innate abilities had to be manifested in tangible abilities, like flames, wind, ice, and so on. The outstanding characteristic of the wild bovine that Lin Feng had fused previously was strength. If the wild bovine genes had awakened the innate ability of strength, that would entirely make sense. As for why Lin Feng's own genes had awakened strength as an innate ability as well, he did not know. However, without a doubt, it was precisely through the innate abilities of strength awakened by types of 2 genes, in addition to the increase in strength brought about by the metamorphosis of his body, that Lin Feng could be invincible when facing the screwworms back then, suppressing 30 screwworm demons. Lin Feng was not sure if he had awakened 2 innate abilities of strength. However, this was not a difficult problem. He only needed to give it a try. Lin Feng left the room and hurried to the training hall. There were all kinds of complete training equipment inside. Naturally, there was also equipment for testing strength. At this moment, there were not many people in the training hall. However, Lin Feng's arrival still attracted the attention of many. After all, the current Lin Feng was worthy of being called a celebrity. He would receive attention everywhere he went. Lin Feng Sr., Senior Lin. Some martial artists greeted Lin Feng, but they did not know how to address him. Of course, calling Lin Feng by his name was out of the question. After all, Lin Feng had already broken the genetic lock and become a prestigious and human expert. However, Lin Feng was not a platoon leader, nor did he have any specific position, so they could only call Lin Feng Sr. Fortunately, most of the martial artists here were former students of the Myriad Academy. Calling Lin Feng Sr. could be considered appropriate. Even though Lin Feng was only a new student of the Myriad Academy, his performance was that outstanding. After all, in the world of martial artists, the accomplished came first. All martial artists who broke the genetic lock would receive respect. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Everyone, do continue training. I'm just here to give things a try." Having said that, Lin Feng ignored the others and came straight before the strength testing device. With Lin Feng's arrival, how could the others train in peace although none of them dared to approach? They still looked at Lin Feng from afar. After all, it was not easy to see an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock train with their own eyes. Lin Feng also had no way to banish these people. This was a public training hall, and everyone could use it. Lin Feng closed his eyes slightly. He sensed the power in his body. There was no intention of erupting, and it was purely the power of his body. Bang! Lin Feng threw a punch, and the device quickly rang. Beep! Lin Feng looked at it. The numbers on the instrument showed 128 tons. 128 tons. This was Lin Feng's current pure physical strength. He did not unleash it in any way. This was not a small number. Ordinary, metamorphic realm martial artist's pure physical strength was only about 100 tons. Lin Feng had reached 128 tons now, but he had yet to complete the metamorphosis. Once he completed the metamorphosis in a few months, how strong would he be? 150 tons, 200 tons. Lin Feng could not say for certain, but he would definitely far surpass ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists. Next, Lin Feng began to brew his power. There were obviously two forces in his body. He suddenly unleashed one of them, and it was as if the wild bovine was roaring in his mind. Thud! Lin Feng threw a punch, and the numbers on the instrument flashed madly again. Lin Feng focused his gaze. This time, the numbers had already reached 230 tons. Lin Feng was shocked. This increase was not 1 or 2 tons of strength, but a total of 102 tons just based on strength alone. The innate ability of the wild bovine genes in Lin Feng was comparable to that of a metamorphic realm martial artist. Of course, this was purely based on strength. The true strength of a metamorphic realm martial artist was not their strength, but the astral power within their body and innate abilities. However, this also indirectly showed how powerful the innate ability of Lin Feng's wild bovine genes was. Again, Lin Feng's gaze was passionate. He unleashed the two powers in his body at full force. In other words, the innate ability awakened from his own genes and the innate ability awakened from the wild bovine genes in his body all erupted instantly. Bang! This time, even the instrument was shaking violently. Lin Feng even felt that he was about to blow up the instrument. Then, he took a closer look. The figures on the instrument stopped at 350 tons. This was a total increase of 120 tons. This meant that Lin Feng's own genes were not bad either. At least in terms of strength. They were even stronger than the wild bovine genes. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the numbers on the instrument. But how could the spectating martial artists not be 350 tons of strength? They did not know that this was just Lin Feng's pure physical strength. He had yet to unleash his martial arts, and did not have any astral power. However, this was enough to shock these martial artists. How much strength could an ordinary martial artist have? Even if they paid slight attention to strength 1 ton, 2 tons, or 10 tons, compared to Lin Feng's 350 tons of strength. That was almost nil. They were not comparable at all. Is this what inhuman experts who broke the genetic lock are like? He's so powerful. A strength of 350 tons. It's unbelievable. With 350 tons of strength, even a building can probably be easily demolished. No wonder Senior Lin Feng could suppress 30 demons. He's invincible. He's so strong. We have to break the genetic lock. Only by breaking the genetic lock can we possibly be as strong as Senior Lin Feng. The gazes of these martial artists were all passionate. They thought that breaking the genetic lock would allow them to possess Lin Feng's current strength. But this was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Ordinary martial artists could not reach Lin Feng's level even if they broke the genetic lock. Chapter 96 Genetic Capacity. Chapter 96 Genetic Capacity. Lin Feng's senses were sharp. He naturally knew what the surrounding martial artists were exclaiming about. However, he did not intend to explain this beautiful misunderstanding. Letting these people misunderstand would also give them more motivation to break the genetic lock. In reality, Lin Feng himself was also very shocked. This was only the strength erupted from his physical body, and it had reached 350 tons. If he unleashed 3 more spiral forces, Lin Feng could instantly unleash more than one. He had tons of strength. No wonder he could crush 3 screwworm demons with a single punch after erupting 3 spiral forces. And even the force in the wind could crush a screwworm demon. His strength was actually that formidable. An eruption of more than one zillion of strength could completely allow Lin Feng to suppress others with his strength alone. No matter what method was employed, a punch would be enough to resolve it. Although Lin Feng did not know how strong other metamorphic realm martial artists were, for an experienced metamorphic realm martial artist like Long Duo, even with the enhancement of astral power, he should only be able to unleash 300 to 400 tons of strength at most, which was far inferior to Lin Feng. Not to mention that Lin Feng had other miraculous innate abilities. Even if there were 10 Long Duos, Lin Feng would be able to defeat them easily. Moreover, Lin Feng had yet to complete his metamorphosis. After his metamorphosis was over, his strength might still increase greatly. Phew! Lin Feng gradually calmed his agitated emotions. He had already confirmed that he had indeed awakened 5 innate abilities. However, 2 of the innate abilities were the same, and they were both awakened innate abilities of strength. It seemed like a repetition was not a good thing. However, it was precisely because of these 2 repetitive innate abilities that Lin Feng had the complete upper hand the moment he broke the genetic lock, getting an explosive increase in strength. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to repel those screwworms. Lin Feng left the training hall and returned to his room. He was very satisfied with the strength test, and also got a rough understanding of his current strength. Even though he was still in the midst of metamorphosis, his strength already far surpassed that of ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists. However, Lin Feng naturally did not forget what he relied on to have such strength, and even break the genetic lock. The genetic fusion device was Lin Feng's greatest secret and his greatest reliance ever since he broke the genetic lock. Lin Feng had not checked the various data on his body again. Hence, Lin Feng mobilized the genetic fusion device to check the various data on his body. Physique 380, 49, Strength 366, 21, Agility 160, 37, Skills Wild Bovine's Might Mastered, Comprehended Wild Bovine's True Intent, Non-Upple Body Tempering Mastered, Condensed 3, Spiral Forces, Lightning Arc Blade Technique Mastered, Innate Abilities Defensive Armor, Sharp Horn, Undying Characteristic, Strength Amplification, Genetic Fusion Wild Bovine Genes, Unicorn Genes, Proboscis Beast Genes, Screwworm Genes, Genetic Capacity 48. Lin Feng was not surprised to see these data. His various physical attributes had indeed improved substantially. It could even be considered an explosive improvement. The data on physique and strength had basically increased by 5 times. In the past, Lin Feng's strength was 20 tons before he broke the genetic lock. Now, it was 128 tons, which was an increase of about 5 times. Although the data was very strong, beyond imagination, breaking the genetic lock was equivalent to a life transition. It was an improvement in the essence of life, and the various physical data naturally improved by an incredible extent. Moreover, there was an additional innate abilities item in the data column. In it were the various innate abilities that Lin Feng had awakened. As expected, the increase in Lin Feng's strength indeed came from awakened innate abilities. However, what caught Lin Feng's attention the most was the genetic capacity. He remembered clearly that before breaking the genetic lock, Lin Feng's genetic capacity had reached 98, and it was almost impossible for him to fuse other genes. But now the genetic capacity had changed again, to 48. The change in this number was not simple and was very informative. A genetic capacity of 48 meant that Lin Feng could continue to fuse genes. Also, the change of the previous 98 to the current 48 indicated that the genetic capacity had expanded, almost doubled. If one wanted to fuse genes again, the amount that can be fused would be almost the same as the total amount of genes from the 4 previous dire beasts. Once a life transition occurred, the genetic capacity would increase. What if it happened once more or twice? Or thrice? If the genetic capacity continued to expand, Lin Feng would have a shortcut. He could continue to fuse with other powerful dire beast genes, and his strength could increase rapidly, saving countless years of difficult cultivation. Perhaps 2 life transitions wouldn't be a problem. And 3 life transitions wouldn't be too difficult either. It might even be possible for him to become a sage after 4 life transitions. This was Lin Feng's greatest reliance. However, Lin Feng would not fuse with the genes of dire beasts casually. If he just fused the genes of dire beasts but could not break the genetic lock after fusion, and could not obtain innate abilities, it could only improve his strength or physique by some extent. What would be the use of that to Lin Feng in the present? It would even be meaningless. He was planning to one day fuse with the genes of a demon. In fact, it would be even better if he could obtain its innate ability, EOV. However, this required careful planning, and Lin Feng was not confident in the exact outcome. He had to be careful. Moreover, he was still in the metamorphosis period. No one could say for certain if there would be any changes. Whether to fuse other genes and everything else could be decided after the metamorphosis ended. During this period of time, Lin Feng was extremely bored. Apart from waiting for news from Long Duo, he could only study the few innate abilities he had awakened. For instance, how strong was the defense of the defensive armor? And what was the limit? For another instance, the sharp horn was indestructible, so what could counter the sharp horn? There was also the undying characteristic, how astonishing his restorative ability was. Which level of damage was more lethal to Lin Feng? And so on. All of these required Lin Feng to study and practice for a long time. Even learning how to make these few innate abilities synergize with each other in battle to maximize their effects was a long-term process. Hence, even though he was rather idle, Lin Feng did not waste time. Although his innate abilities had not improved, his overall combat prowess was subtly improving as he became more familiar with utilizing his abilities. Stone City was located at the intersection of 3 rivers. It was an economically developed city and a transportation hub. This was also Yu Shan's hometown. After he left Dragonlith City, he returned to his hometown and lived in a high-end sanatorium. For an initial period of time, Yu Shan was overall in a state of depression. He felt that the entire world was very dark, with the path of martial arts severed. Leaving the familiar battlefield and returning to a peaceful and tranquil society made him feel very elagistated instead. He even saw his lifelong friend, Lin Feng, become the hero of 3 million people in Dragonlith City, even breaking the genetic lock and became an inhuman expert. Yu Shan was really envious. He'd be very envious even about dying on the battlefield. Unfortunately, he was already crippled and without his legs. He could only sit in a wheelchair every day. In these gloomy days, neither lengthy nor fleeting, there was a girl who always stayed by his side. Her name was Chang Zai, and she was a very quiet and gentle girl. Chang Zai was a nurse at the sanatorium and inadvertently got to know Yu Shan. She was Yu Shan's friend during the darkest days of his life. She accompanied him every day, listening to him tell stories about the battlefield and his comrades. Chang Zai listened very attentively. In the course of time, without their realization, the two of them had fallen in love. Love helped Yu Shan pull himself together again. It made him feel that there were things in this world that were worth cherishing other than martial arts. The girl beside him, for instance, was worth protecting for all his life. Chapter 97 Yu Shan's Love. Chapter 97 Yu Shan's Love. Chang Zai pushed the wheelchair, and the two of them strolled in the garden of the sanatorium, smelling the fragrance of the flowers and plants in the garden and feeling the slight breeze. Both of them felt unanimously blissful. Yu Shan, tell me about the battlefield again. Chang Zai did not deny that she was attracted by Yu Shan's heroic stories. She had lived in an intellectual family since she was young, and was a dutiful daughter at home. When she grew up, she followed the prescribed path and became a nurse. Almost every step was arranged by the elders in her family. However, deep down, she yearned to see the outside world. She was only more fascinated by those martial artists who fought valiantly in the outland. Thus, when Yu Shan appeared, he naturally tugged at the strings in the depths of Chang Xi's heart. Let's talk about Dragon Mountain Base. Then, I wasn't outstanding back then, and was just an ordinary martial artist in Dragon Mountain Base. Yu Shan began to tell his story again. He talked about the merit rankings, about Shui Yuansheng and Gao Tansai, about Lin Feng, and about that great battle. Even though this was not the first time Chang Zai had heard the story, she still listened with relish. Her large eyes were fixated on Yu Shan. In the wheelchair, this ordinary-looking man who had even lost his legs was once a powerful martial artist and a hero. By the way, is the Lin Feng you mentioned the hero who saved Dragonlith City on television previously? Chang Zai couldn't help but ask. The matter of parasitic dire beasts in Dragonlith City had long caused an uproar throughout the world. How could she not know there was even a time when she idolized Lin Feng, that young, handsome martial artist who turned the tide? This was something that was so distant from her that their paths would never cross. Unexpectedly, Yu Shan knew Lin Feng. Yes, that's him. Speaking of which, he was the one who saved my life. He became a great hero, broke the genetic lock, and fulfilled his dream, while I could only become a cripple in a wheelchair. At the mention of Lin Feng, Yu Shan was very envious. Wasn't his dream just like Lin Feng's back then? There was a trace of sadness in Yu Shan's heart. But soon, a pair of soft and warm hands held his hand. Chang Zai said softly, "No, you're not a cripple. You're a great hero in my heart." A faint fragrance came from the girl's body, and a gentle voice lingered in his ears. At this moment, Yu Shan felt himself falling. He only felt that the girl in front of him was an angel, and the smile on her face was so warm. "I'll leave the sanatorium in a few days. I want to take you home to see my family." Yu Shan mustered his courage to say this to the girl. Chang Zai was slightly taken aback, but then she lowered her head. A smile appeared on her lips as she replied in a soft voice. "All right, Yu Shan. What are you going to do after you leave the sanatorium? Do you have any thoughts?" Although Chang Zai was not a snobbish girl, she still hoped that Yu Shan had something to do so that he could cheer up. Yu Shan said confidently, "I've already thought it through. Although my legs are immobile, I've been fighting with dire beasts at the front line for so many years. I have many martial artist friends and some connections. When the time comes, I'll open a transportation company that specializes in transporting goods to the front line. With my connections, I believe it won't be a problem." Indeed, Yu Shan had thought a lot during this period of time. Whether it was facing his future life or giving Chang Zai a stable life, he had to shoulder the responsibility and pull himself together. Using his network to open a transportation company and travel between the front line and human cities was almost a guaranteed profitable business. Many martial artists who left the front line were actually in this profession. As long as he familiarized himself with it for a period of time, it would definitely not be a problem. "Since you've thought it through, I'll support you." Chang Zai smiled as well. Both of them were filled with joy and were immersed in blissful love. 3 days later, Yu Shan was discharged. He also brought his girlfriend, Chang Zai, home. The two of them had officially confirmed their relationship. Yu Shan also fulfilled his promise and brought Chang Zai home to meet his family. Yu Shan's home was a luxurious villa in Stone City. Yu Shan had worked hard at the Dragon Mountain Base over the years, and sent almost all his money back to his family. He had even sent the compensation for his injuries this time back to his family. Other than his parents, Yu Shan had a younger brother and sister. His family members were relatively simple. In the past, Yu Shan's family was very poor. He was practically the entire family's only hope. Yu Shan did not disappoint his family either. He had talent in martial arts and practiced martial arts independently. Eventually, he went to the front line as a mere grade 7 martial artist. Yu Shan was also very lucky. He arrived at the Dragon Mountain Base after going to the front line. As he worked hard, he became stronger and stronger. In the end, he became an influential figure in Dragon Mountain Base, suppressing countless geniuses from the Myriad Academy. Later, Yu Shan enrolled in Myriad Academy as a student through self-funding. In fact, it was just a formality. Then, he applied to go to the Dragon Mountain Base. From then on, he excelled. This was until the last battle, when he was saved by Lin Feng. Although he survived, he lost his legs and had no choice but to return to his hometown, Ni. Therefore, Yu Shan was basically the only one holding out for this family. When he risked his life at the Dragon Mountain Base, he had lost count of how many times he had been in danger. It was by relying on his conviction for his family did he hold out. Dad, Mom, this is Chang Zai, my girlfriend. Chang Zai, these are my parents. That's my second brother and my little sister. Yu Shan had naturally contacted his parents before returning, so the family wasn't surprised. Nan, Chang Zai appeared very well-mannered and nice, so the family was rather harmonious. After all these years of living in wealth, Mr. and Mrs. Yu had long become portly. Although the second son was dressed appropriately, he seemed a little listless, and his gaze was slightly sharp. On the other hand, perhaps because the youngest sister was also a woman and their ages were close, she got along with Chang Zai. After the family finished their meal, Chang Zai brought and his youngest sister went to the garden. Yu Shan, his parents, and the second son Yu Shui were the only ones in the house. Dad, Mom, my legs are already crippled. I won't be able to become a martial artist in the future. Therefore, after I'm discharged from the hospital, I want to do something and open a company myself. How much money do I have left with you? Let me do some calculations and see what scale I can attain. Yu Shan explained his thoughts. He had even thought that hard endeavors were best performed in unison by family members. Since he wanted to open a company, and he had trouble with mobility, he might as well rope his second brother into it. The two brothers could make a name for themselves together. This way, even if he was no longer a martial artist, opening a company would still make money, and the family could live without worries. However, after he suggested opening a company, his parents' expressions changed slightly and became a little unnatural. Chapter 98 Bitter Disappointment. Chapter 98 Bitter Disappointment. Mr. and Mrs. Yu's expressions were a little unnatural. Sensing that something was up, Yu Shan frowned and asked, Dad, Mom, is there a problem? Yu Shan, your legs are already crippled. Why are you still going out to start a company? Isn't that very tiring? Why don't you recuperate? At home the money you earned in the past is enough for our family to live a rich life. You want to marry that girl, right? Well, agree to it, Father Yu said sincerely. But Yu Shan was not stupid. He vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with his parents' expressions. Dad, Mom, how much money do you have left from the funds I asked you to manage? Not much. Just a few million. Mr. and Mrs. Yu stammered while Yu Shan's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? I've given you a large sum of money almost annually all these years. Even by a rough estimate, I've given you more than 10 billion yuan. How can there only be a few million left? Dad, Mom, where did all this money go? Yu Shan was very angry. All these years, he had selflessly helped his family. He would give his parents whatever they wanted. The affluent life of his family was all provided for by him. He had put his life on the line at the front line, without regrets. However, being without regrets did not mean that he was foolish. It did not mean that he could be indifferent about the money. One had to know that the money included a large sum that was compensation for his decisive battle at the front line. This was money he earned with his life. Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu stammered, not knowing what to do. Finally, Mr. Yu said cautiously, Shanzi, the money you sent us is indeed a lot, but we don't know how to manage money and speculated in stocks, so we lost it all. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Shan smiled coldly. Dad, Mom, Can you believe your own tale? Whether there's a deficit would be uncovered once it's investigated. Dad. Mom. What exactly is going on? Yu Shan was even somewhat disappointed. What did his parents do behind his back? A sum of 10 billion yuan was enough for an ordinary person to live affluently for 10 lifetimes. All he wanted to do was start a company. The initial investment would require only about 1 billion. No matter how his parents squandered the money, this small amount of money should definitely be available. Moreover, he knew his parents well. They weren't the kind of people who would spend recklessly. At this moment, the second brother, Yu Shui, who had a sinister look in his eyes, stood up. He said indolently, Dad. Mom. Stop lying. You can't fool Big Brother. After all, Big Brother worked hard to earn this money. Even if it's gone, you have to tell him the truth. Yu Shan suddenly had a bad feeling. This was his second brother, the younger brother who was both familiar and a stranger to him. Back when he left home to go to the front line, his younger brother was still in high school. He was just a little brat who caused trouble all the time. And now, his second brother had grown up. Yu Shan felt like he was a stranger. Second brother. What's going on? Yu Shui smiled and said, My dear brother, can't you tell all that money is mine? Including this villa and all the cars in our family. Also, the top-notch sanatorium you're living in. I'm paying for all of it. Your money? What do you mean? You still don't get it. Dad and Mom have no money anymore. All the money you sent home over the years, was it 10 billion or 20 billion? I'm not sure myself. But I've transferred every sum under my own name. In other words, all the money in the family is mine now, and has nothing to do with Big Brother at all. This is impossible. Dad. Mom. This is impossible. Yu Shan's face was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at his parents, wanting to hear their refutation. How did the money he worked with his life to give his parents become his second brother's money? Mr. Yu heaved a long sigh and said, Shanzi, the two of us are useless. It's all because of our bastard second son. He used every means he could to get us to transfer the money to him for investment. But he cheated us of all the money. You were not at home, so there was nothing we could do. Yu Shan gritted his teeth and said, Nothing you could do, Dad. Mom, you could have contacted me back then. I could have returned at any time from the outland. Why didn't you contact me? Did you just allow second brother to swindle all the money? Mr. Yu said in a panic. Shanzi, I didn't dare to tell you at that time. You're a martial artist, and you were at the front line. If you come back and kill your brother, that'd be a great disaster. Familial harmony brings prosperity to everything. I just wanted to let things be for the meantime. By the time you return, we would also have scrimped and saved some money so that you can live without problems. A few millions from scrimping and saving, that's my money. The money I risked my life to earn, second brother. No matter what methods. You used to cheat Dad and Mom of the money. I sent this money to Dad and Mom. There's always a trace. You have to return whatever you took, otherwise, once I apply in court, it'll be useless even if you return it. Yu Shan's heart was bleeding. He was very disappointed in his parents, his second brother, and this whole family. His parents might weak and ignorant, but in reality, they were also biased towards his second brother. Otherwise, how could second brother cheat his parents of the money time and time again? Yu Shan was bitterly disappointed. He had risked his life at the front line just to provide his family with good living conditions. But he never expected his parents and brother to be plotting against him. These were the people closest to him. However, the second brother, Yu Shui, seemed totally unconcerned. He curled his lips and said, Big brother, do you think I'd leave a trace when doing these things? The money has long been transferred to my secret account. After countless transactions, it has long been laundered. No matter how you investigate, this money would be earned by me through legitimate means. Actually, Big brother, I really respect you. It'd be wonderful if you could have stayed at the front line all the time. You could keep earning money non-stop, And I could also do my best to be filial to dad and mom. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Second brother. You really disgust me. Did I let you down? I'm not your cash cow. Yu Shan gritted his teeth. If his legs were not crippled, he would even want to punch his second brother to death. This was no longer his family. Big brother. This may be the last time I'm calling you big brother. Actually, it's quite a good thing that you're crippled. The money you earned is enough for me to splurge my entire life. If you were still a martial artist, it would probably be somewhat difficult for me to pocket the money for myself. But now, you're just a cripple. What's there for me to be afraid of? Brutes are just brutes. Since we were young, you were smarter than me, stronger than me, and even became a martial artist. But so what? Everything still ended up mine. On account of your pitiful state, I'll give you 5 million yuan. Leave this place and don't even think about getting back all your money. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yu Shui's sinister gaze was deeply unsettling, and the living room fell into a terrible silence. After a long while, when Chang Zai and the youngest sister returned to the living room, it was to see both parties at each other's throats. Chang Zai, let's go. Yu Shan did not argue. His expression even instantly recovered its calm. However, behind that calmness, there appeared to be a brewing storm that made one's heart tremble. Although Chang Zai did not know what had happened, she did not ask at a time like this. Instead, she pushed Yu Shan out of the villa. Mister, Yu heaved a long sigh. We've let Shanzi down, second son. You've already gotten what you wanted. Don't make things difficult for your brother. Dad, don't worry. Big brother will give in after a few failed attempts. I won't do anything to him. On the contrary, I'll give him money so that he can live out the rest of his life in a decent manner. After all, he's already a cripple. The second son opened a bottle of red wine, swirled the glass in his hand, and took a sip. His expression was very relaxed. Chapter 99 Depressed. Chapter 99 Depressed. Yu Shan left without a word. Chang Zai did not ask anything. The two of them returned to the sanatorium. Yu Shan suddenly said, Xiaoxi, why didn't you ask me what happened? Chang Zai smiled and said, if you want to tell me, I'll tell me. Yu Shan fell silent, but his fists tightened. He briefly explained what had happened. A hint of anger appeared in Chang Xi's eyes, but she quickly recovered her composure. Yu Shan, even though this matter is very unfair to you, you still have me. Since your younger brother has done this, he must be prepared. It'll be fine as long as we don't interact with your brother in the future. Chang Zai did not seem to care about Yu Shan's enormous wealth at all. In her eyes, Yu Shan was the most important. Yu Shan took Chang Xi's hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. Second brother doesn't have the capability to hide the truth from everyone. I'll investigate and lodge a complaint. What belongs to me will definitely be mine. Besides, I can't let you suffer with me. Yu Shan clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't accept this. He had fought so hard for so many years, but in the end, he was schemed against by the person closest to him. It was all for nothing. How could Yu Shan possibly accept this? The next day, Yu Shan began to investigate the bank. He even hired a private detective to assist in the investigation. However, in the end, he discovered that it was just as his second brother had said. Yu Shui deceived his parents into making various investments in various ways. Then, the money went down the drain and was transferred to Yu Shui in a complicated manner. Even if Yu Shan proved that he was the one who sent the money to his parents, it was useless. Yu Shan's parents had the right to manage the money. It did not mean anything if they used it in the investment and lost everything with no returns. Yu Shui's power lay in his ability to convince his parents to willingly mobilize the money to make a legitimate investment. But they actually fell into Yu Shui's trap. In a fit of anger, Yu Shan even sued Yu Shui. However, at the stage of evidence in court, Yu Shan could not produce any strong evidence, so Yu Shan naturally lost the case. Yu Shan, I've already told you. No matter what you do, it's useless. Yu Shui stared coldly at Yu Shan. his expression filled with derision. In fact, he was very carefree inside. Since they were young, Yu Shan had practically lived in the shadow of his eldest brother, Yu Shan. Yu Shan was older than him, smart, and very filial. He led the family, and provided for his family early on. Without the help of his family, Yu Shan became a martial artist by himself. He even made a name for himself in the outland, causing the entire Yu family to break free from poverty and enter the upper class. However, Yu Shui did not engage in honest work and was looked down upon by his parents. Hence, Yu Shui was very jealous. Gradually, his jealousy even turned into hatred. Hence, he began to plan to take all the money in the family, the wealth his eldest brother Yu Shan had risked his life to earn, for himself. Although his parents did not think highly of Yu Shui, he had one advantage, and that was that he stayed by his parents' side all year round. On the other hand, in order to provide a better life for his family, Yu Shan might not return home once in a few years. This gave Yu Shui a chance. He put up a show in front of his parents, and even tempted his parents to invest step by step. As a result, all the money ended up in his hands. Sometimes, Yu Shui was also very afraid that his eldest brother would suddenly return. He had been very afraid of his eldest brother since he was young, especially since Yu Shan was a powerful martial artist. If Yu Shan came back and learned what he had done, even if Yu Shui had planned everything, what was the use? Yu Shan was free to use his influence and connections to make Yu Shui spit out the money obediently. Fortunately, Yu Shan was severely injured at the front line. Although he wasn't dead, he was crippled. Yu Shan was no longer that omnipotent martial artist with despairing strength. The so-called connections were no longer useful after Yu Shan was crippled. As long as Yu Shui bribed them with a large sum of money, even the Professional Martial Arts Association would not stand up for Yu Shan. After all, this matter was still a family matter of the Yu family. Outsiders could not justifiably interfere. After a few days, Yu Shan was exhausted and disheartened. When he went to ask for help, he could feel the disdain in their eyes. Perhaps there was a trace of pity as well. But what was the use? He was no longer a powerful martial artist. He was just a cripple who had lost both his legs. Such a failure. A complete failure. Yu Shan was disheartened. He became depressed day by day. The regret, pain, and resentment in his heart tormented Yu Shan every night. Even with Chang Xi's company. Even if Chang Zai wanted to be with Yu Shan at all costs, and even after her family forbade her from going back, she still chose to take care of Yu Shan. Seeing Yu Shan becoming increasingly depressed, Chang Xi's heart ached. She didn't care about money or wealth, but she cared about Yu Shan. She couldn't see Yu Shan continue to be depressed like this. Yu Shan, we will definitely find a way. There's definitely a way. You have to pull yourself together. Chang Xi's eyes were filled with tears, but Yu Shan did not even raise his head. What hope was there left? All his previous pride, his previous self-esteem, and his previous spirits were shattered in just a few days. This was the real world. A world that invoked despair. Yu Shan had never felt such despair, even from those incomparably savage dire beasts he had once faced. Don't give up. There must be hope. Well, find someone can help. Chang Xi's heart ached deeply. She could not let Yu Shan keep being so depressed like this. She feared that she would wake up one day and never see Yu Shan again. Yu Shan was drunk today. Chang Zai helped him to the bed to rest. Suddenly, Chang Zai saw the communicator beside Yu Shan's pillow. During this period of time, Yu Shan contacted many people, but none of them lent a helping hand. For some reason, Chang Zai suddenly recalled the stories that Yu Shan had told her some time ago. He and his comrades had gone through thick and thin when facing off the dire beasts. Furthermore, wasn't the young martial artist known as the hero of Dragonlit City Yu Shan's lifelong friend? They had fought alongside each other and gone through life-or-death situations together. You're a great hero. If you can step forward and save the 3 million people in Dragonlit City, you definitely won't stand by and do nothing, right? As if possessed, Shangzai immediately picked up Yu Shan's communicator and searched carefully. Finally, she found a name in the communicator: Lin Feng. Lin Fengthai's name was all too familiar. As the war in Dragonlit City came to an end, as the genius martial artist who saved 3 million people in Dragonlit City and broke the genetic lock, Lin Feng's name and even his background were naturally uncovered. Even Shangzai, who hadn't been paying much attention to the matter, knew Lin Feng's name. Shangzai hesitated for a moment, but when she saw Yu Shan's haggard face in his sleep, she gritted her teeth suddenly, and dialed the communicator. Chapter 100 Awarding of Honors. Chapter 100 Awarding of Honors. Beep beep beep. The beep of the communicator sounded, echoing in Shangxi's ears. Her heart seemed to be on tenterhooks. She was afraid that Lin Feng would reject her, or that Lin Feng would ignore it like everyone else. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the voice on the communicator disappeared, Shangzai was stunned. No one picked up. Was he deliberately not answering? Or was there something wrong? Shangzai was not willing to give up, so she dialed the communicator again. About a dozen seconds later, Shangzai put down the communicator. No one had picked up still. With a lost look, she muttered softly, "Even you aren't willing to help Yu Shan." Even though Shangzai was very disappointed, she still held on to a trace of hope. Lin Feng had not accepted the call, but she did not give up. Instead, she composed a message and sent it directly. The content of the message was about what had happened to Yu Shan recently. She asked Lin Feng for help. Even if Lin Feng did not answer the call, he should be able to see the message. Right. This was Shangxi's only hope. After Shangzai sent the message, she gently put down her communicator. Looking at Yu Shan's sleeping face, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She really hoped that Yu Shan would still be the martial artist who would never back down when facing dire beasts, and could risk everything to protect ordinary people. In Shangxi's heart, Yu Shan was her hero. In the city conference hall of Dragonlit City, 8 inhuman experts, as well as the upper echelons of the city council and the Department of Armed Forces, were all gathered. There were also reporters from the Dragonlit City television station below. The reason why it was so lively was that the chief commander of Dragon Mountain Base, Long Duo, was awarding a shining gold medal to Lin Feng. This was the Hero of Humanity medal, one of the 3 highest medals in human society. Lin Feng received the medal from Long Duo with a solemn expression, and it was pinned on his chest. From then on, there was another wielder of the Hero of Humanity medal. Congratulations! Congratulations! That's the Hero of Humanity medal. I'll be content if I can obtain it in this lifetime. Haha. You getting a medal? You're lucky to survive this time. If not for brother Lin Feng, we wouldn't be alive now. Naturally, only heroes of humanity are worthy of the Hero of Humanity medal. I'm completely convinced about brother Lin Feng deserving this medal. The ones who spoke were a few inhuman experts. During this period of time, they had all heard the news that Lin Feng had joined the academic faction. He also belonged to the Myriad Academy like them. Naturally, they felt closer to Lin Feng. Thus, they called him brother and were all sincerely happy for Lin Feng for obtaining the Hero of Humanity medal. The award ceremony was very solemn and complicated. It took about 3 or 4 hours to end. Lin Feng did not like the hassle initially, but he had to cooperate. After all, Lin Feng had saved Dragonlit City and obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. Dragonlit City, naturally, would not let this opportunity for publicity slip by. Recently, Dragonlit City had slowly stabilized. There were no more incidents with the parasitic screwworms. Moreover, good news kept coming from the research institute. It was said that they had already developed the first batch of devices to detect the parasitic seeds. Even the drugs to eliminate the screwworm parasitic seeds would be developed very soon. Then, the martial law in Dragonlit City would be lifted, and Lin Feng wouldn't have to stay in Dragonlit City anymore. Lin Feng, congratulations on becoming a Hero of Humanity. Moreover, your application to join the academic faction has been issued. This is your identity card. The higher-ups have given you an extremely high evaluation. And there's also a reward of 1. Merit value. Tisk tisk. This is a huge sum. Even I'm very envious. Long Duo called out to Lin Feng and gave him a new smart identity card. Moreover, Lin Feng's information was already bound to it. What is merit value? Merit value isn't merit points. In fact, merit value is also derived from merit points. To put it simply, merit value is the currency used by martial artists who broke the genetic lock to purchase goods in their respective factions. They are like the points used by the Myriad Academy, except they have broader uses. Not only can it be used to purchase things in the shop of the academic faction, it can also purchase things in the shops of other factions. These are all settled using merit value. Hearing Long Duo's explanation, Lin Feng was very surprised. Weren't the 5 major factions competing with each other? How could merit value be used to buy things from all the factions? Seemingly aware of Lin Feng's confusion, Long Duo explained. Lin Feng, what do you think merit value is? The so-called merit value is extremely difficult to obtain. Basically, only inhuman experts who have broken the genetic lock and made significant contributions to humanity can obtain merit value. For example, I've guarded the Dragon Mountain base for decades, but I can only receive 10 merit value per year, and that is because I'm the person in charge of the Dragon Mountain base. Other ordinary inhuman experts would get even less. Of course, there are also some scientific researchers and other ordinary people. If it's ascertained that they have made a major contribution to humanity, they will also be able to obtain a certain amount of merit value. Although merit value can't be directly converted into money, it can be used to purchase many precious things. Most of the things in the 5 major factions can be purchased, except for some of their core items. With merit value, the upper echelons of the human world have no barriers and fewer disputes. Together, we work hard for the development of humanity. For so many years, humanity has been able to remain united. Much of it is thanks to this system of merit value. Alright, you're already an inhuman expert of the academic faction now. You already have the authority. You'll learn a lot of general knowledge when you go back and surf the internet. Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't wait to go back and find out more. Either way, since I've become part of the academic faction, I have to follow the arrangements. Where will I be deployed to? Lin Feng also knew about the basic situation of some metamorphic realm martial artists. Once one became a metamorphic realm martial artist, they would basically stay at the front line all year round. It was impossible for them to travel to and from cities as casually as ordinary people. Haha, don't worry. You just broke the genetic lock and have a leave of half a year. You can arrange your itinerary freely, but I suggest you go home. After all, after half a year's leave, you won't have such a long leave in the future. I can't go home right now. Lin Feng shook his head. The martial law in Dragonlith City was still in effect. He couldn't return even if he wanted to. Lad, I'll disclose a piece of news to you. In 3 days at most, the martial law in Dragonlith City will be lifted. So fast. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It turned out that the research institute's progress was really fast. The parasitic seeds that were used to detect the screwworms and the drugs to eliminate them had all been developed. The martial law could naturally be lifted. Subsequently, a few other metamorphic realm martial artists dragged Lin Feng over for drinks. All of them gave Lin Feng their blessings. This could be considered a rare moment of relaxation. All the metamorphic realm martial artists were very grateful to Lin Feng. If not for Lin Feng, they would probably be long dead. Hence, all of them treated Lin Feng as their little brother, and felt both gratitude and admiration towards him. In this lively atmosphere, Lin Feng also integrated into the circle of these metamorphic realm martial artists without realizing it. Chapter 101 Martial Domain Network. Chapter 101 Martial Domain Network. Lin Feng was a little tipsy from drinking. Although his physique was powerful, that did not grant him the ability to resist alcohol. This was especially the case since this fine wine was specially brewed for those metamorphic realm martial artists. It naturally guaranteed that Those metamorphic realm martial artists could get drunk. Lin Feng had obtained the Hero of Humanity medal and joined the academic faction as he had wished. His strange illness had finally recovered too. In this relaxed mood, he had a few more drinks than usual with the few inhuman experts. He was still drunk now, so he swayed and fell onto the bed. He did not notice the flashing red light on the communicator on the table at all. Early the next morning, Lin Feng woke up refreshed and stretched. It's been a long time since he had slept in the past. In order to break the genetic lock as soon as possible, he would wake up early and train regularly every day. How could he sleep in until this late? He glanced at the clock on the wall and realized that it was already 9 in the morning. He quickly got up. It wasn't that there was something urgent today, but that he was in a rather urgent mood and wanted to browse the online shop. Lin Feng quickly entered the virtual network. There was a link at the top of the forum of the Myriad Academy. Only martial artists who became inhuman experts and obtained recognition and authority could access it. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to access it at all. Lin Feng immediately clicked on the link. Instantly, a window appeared. Checking authority. Authority approved. Welcome, Mr. Lin Feng. Lin Feng's vision blurred. The scene in front of him had changed drastically. This was a brand new place. There was even a forum below. And also some simple explanations. This was a platform for all the inhuman experts in the world to interact. And it was not limited to any faction. Not only that, the online shop panel was divided into 6 main boards. Apart from the boards of the 5 major factions, there was also a free board, where martial artists traded freely. There was a dazzling array of many strange items hanging on it, with the majority of them being some things from demons. For example, the corpses of demons or things from the bodies of demons could all be sold, which amazed Lin Feng greatly. Lin Feng found a message in his personal mailbox, so he immediately clicked it. Welcome to the Martial Domain Network. This is a paradise for communication among people who have made important contributions to humanity, including human martial artists, scientists, and soldiers. You can use merit points to purchase things in the online shop, or trade freely. Your identity authority cannot be transferred to others. This message was only a simple introduction to the Martial Domain Network. Apart from martial artists, there were other human elites. Here, it could be said that they were the true upper class of humanity. The Martial Domain Network covered all kinds of things, including technology, martial arts, and so on. Transact and communication could also be conducted freely here. The only currency here was merit value. Also, it was extremely difficult to obtain merit value. The 9 sages jointly created the Martial Domain Network and controlled the merit value strictly, so that phenomena similar to inflation or deflation would not occur. Thus, the value of merit value here was extremely high. Lin Feng had never come into contact with this level before. This was clearly the upper echelons of human society. Apart from inhuman experts, anyone else who had the authority to enter could probably only be elite politician or expert scientific researchers. In any case, only the most outstanding and top-notch geniuses of various professions could enter the Martial Domain Network. This could also be considered a way to integrate the resources of human society. Moreover, Lin Feng also noticed that whether it was trading or speaking on the forum, it was all done under real names. There was no possibility of hiding one's identity. After getting a brief understanding of it, Lin Feng eagerly entered the shop. He naturally chose to enter the shop of the academic faction. Swoosh! The screen flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. The academic faction's shop was filled with all kinds of goods. Lin Feng selected martial arts, cultivation techniques, and the like. Lin Feng had just broken the genetic lock, and his body had yet to undergo a complete metamorphosis. However, with his physique, condensing astral power in advance was not a problem. Hence, he needed a cultivation technique for cultivating astral power. There were too many astral power cultivation techniques in the school's shop. At a glance, there were almost 1,000 cultivation techniques for cultivating astral power. but their prices were actually about the same. The price of almost every cultivation technique was 50 merit value. 50 merit value was actually quite an expensive price. After all, Longduo only received 10 merit value per year while guarding the Dragon Mountain base. If it were an ordinary metamorphic realm martial artist, it might be even less. This 50 merit value was not a small amount. However, generally speaking, metamorphic realm martial artists who broke the genetic lock would receive some rewards regardless of which faction they joined. They would receive at least 50 merit value. This was basically everyone's tacit agreement. After all, only 50 merit value could purchase a cultivation technique to cultivate astral power. Martial artists could not cultivate astral power without merit value. Otherwise, if they delayed the martial artist's condensation of astral power, it would be a loss for humanity. Lin Feng had a total of 1 merit value. This was a reward given to Lin Feng by the academic faction. Lin Feng even vaguely guessed that the invincible fist sage might be the reason behind this. Otherwise, how could he be rewarded with 1 merit value at once even though he was a hick of humanity? Rewarding a few hundred would be enough. But he now had 1 merit value. Without a doubt, the upper echelons of the academic faction took Lin Feng very seriously. They hoped that Lin Feng would not have to worry about merit value in the early stages, and could improve his strength as soon as possible. Lin Feng did not make a purchase immediately. After all, he had 1 merit value on him, and it was enough to buy anything. Hence, he naturally had to make a good choice. Cultivation of astral power was about building a foundation, and he had to ensure it was stable. However, after Lin Feng studied these cultivation techniques carefully, he began to hesitate. It turned out that there was no difference in power between cultivation techniques that cultivated astral power. This was because they all absorbed star power. Meanwhile, due to the canopy looming over this world, the power of stars had actually been filtered before it descended and became relatively mild, allowing one to absorb it without worries. All astral powers were about equally powerful, and the only difference was how many there were. However, this was also a fixed amount. Metamorphic realm martial artists condensed star power and transformed it into traces of astral power. According to the amount of astral power, there were actually 3 minor realms in the metamorphic realm. At the first level of the metamorphic realm, one could condense a maximum of 99 strands of astral power in the body. At the second level of the metamorphic realm, one could condense a maximum of 999 strands of astral power in the body. At the third level of the metamorphic realm, one could condense a maximum of 999 strands of astral power in the body. There was almost a tenfold difference in the amount of astral power in the body between every minor realm. As for why there were only 99 strands of astral power in the first level of the metamorphic realm, this might be the limit that no one could break. Those cultivation techniques could only assist in cultivating astral power. At most, they could allow it to happen slightly faster, and could not even break through minor realms. Therefore, the cultivation techniques were basically all similar. In that case, Lin Feng did not have much of a choice to make. He directly chose a cultivation technique called Astral Swirl. The price was 60 merit value. The introduction said that its speed of condensing astral power was slightly faster. As for how much faster it was, Lin Feng did not know either. Although the price was slightly more expensive than ordinary astral power cultivation techniques, he did not mind spending just 10 more merit value. After all, Lin Feng could be considered truly wealthy in the martial domain network now, with a huge wealth of 1 merit value. Why would he care about the price? Moreover, Lin Feng had the Hero of Humanity medal. He could get a 20 discount when purchasing things in the shop. Hence, he only spent a mere 48 merit value to purchase the Astral Swirl cultivation technique. Chapter 102 Astral Swirl. Chapter 102 Astral Swirl. After purchasing the Astral Swirl, Lin Feng also went to search for the remaining 6 levels of non-nupple body tempering. There was indeed non-upper body tempering in the school's shop, but the number of purchases was very small. Lin Feng thought carefully and roughly understood some of the reasons. The last 6 levels of non-upper body tempering required 100 merit value per level. This was simply daylight robbery. At this price, almost no one was willing to buy it. It was just too expensive. The reason was very simple. The non-upper body tempering was not a martial art that used astral power, but a martial art that mobilized pure physical strength. Why would any inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock care about physical strength? All inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock had shifted their focus to studying astral power. For example, a casual strike from a first-level metamorphic realm martial artist could only exert about 100 tons of strength. However, with astral power imbued, it would probably increase by 1-fold or 2-fold. Furthermore, there were astral martial arts. Once one practiced astral martial arts, they could unleash astral power, and the increment would be even more terrifying. With so many advantages in astral power, who would want to temper their physical strength even if they exhausted their energy? It might not be effective. The losses outweighed the gains. This was only the first level of the metamorphic realm. If it were the second level, third level, or even the second transition of life to the divine realm, the astral power would bring even more benefits. The non-upper body tempering created by the Invincible Fist Sage was actually just a failed product. Back then, the Invincible Fist Sage had envisioned creating a martial art that could combine physical strength and astral power, and even combine the two to unleash 10 or 100 times the strength in an instant. However, this thought was too shocking. Even if one practiced non-upper body tempering to the extreme, he would only be able to increase his strength by 9-fold. How could he possibly unleash it 10-fold or 100-fold? Hence, in the end, the Invincible Fist Sage just dumped the failed creation into the shop. Although it was a failed item, it still originated from a sage, so the price always remained exorbitant. Very few people would spend so much merit value to practice non-upper body tempering. He'll purchase all 6 levels. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He bought all the remaining 6 levels of cultivation techniques, even though he already knew that this non-upper body tempering was actually a flawed martial art and a failed product. To Lin Feng, it was almost as if non-upper body tempering was tailor-made for him. The effect of non-upper body tempering would be unleashed to incredible effect in his hands. Perhaps even the Invincible Fist Sage, who had created non-upper body tempering back then, would not have imagined that this martial art would be such a good fit for Lin Feng. The price for the subsequent 6 levels of non-upper body tempering was 600 merit value. However, Lin Feng could enjoy a 20 discount, so it required 480 merit value. In addition, Lin Feng had purchased the Astral Swirl technique for 48 merit value. Today, Lin Feng had spent 528 merit points at one go. Apart from astral power cultivation techniques and non-upper body tempering, ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists would also purchase some martial arts that utilized astral power. This was the mainstream practice for inhuman martial artists. These martial arts were all very expensive. Lin Feng browsed through them casually. They generally cost more than 100 merit value. It wasn't that Lin Feng couldn't afford them. He still had 472 merit value left in his account, which was enough to purchase a first-class astral martial art. However, he was in no hurry. Now was not the time to purchase astral martial arts. After all, Lin Feng had not even condensed any astral power, and it was useless to purchase astral martial arts. The urgent matter at hand was to condense astral power first. Hence, Lin Feng exited the martial domain network. He received the Astral Swirl technique as well as the follow-up cultivation techniques for 6 levels of non-upper body tempering in his personal inbox. Lin Feng eagerly checked the Astral Swirl cultivation technique. There were naturally some necessary reminders on it regarding how it could not be privately imparted. Lin Feng remembered them firmly. In reality, basically all martial arts purchased in the shop could not be imparted privately and could only be practiced by oneself. The astral swirl cultivation technique was not very complicated. Firstly, it gave an introduction on the power of stars. What was the power of stars according to the research of modern technology? The world they were in was actually a huge sphere, massive to the extreme. Above them was a layer of canopy. Beyond the canopy lied the stars of the cosmos. This was the result of research. There was even a special science called cosmic astronomy. A world like theirs was called a planet. Every planet was actually a star. Some stars emitted light and heat infinitely, and that was star power. There might also be life forms on those cosmic stars. With modern technology, it would be very easy to manufacture spaceships to fly beyond the planet and enter the universe. However, they had yet to succeed because the planet was enveloped by a canopy. No one knew who had set up this canopy, or if it was formed naturally. In short, the appearance of the canopy impeded the dreams of humanity to fly. They were unable to enter the starry cosmos. However, at the same time, when the sages were researching about the star power, they discovered that star power in its original state was very violent and difficult to absorb for humans. However, the star power was automatically filtered after passing through the canopy. It was no longer so violent. As long as one's physique was strong enough, they could withstand the impact of the star power. It was precisely due to the appearance of the canopy that many metamorphic realm martial artists and even quite a few divine realm martial artists had appeared before the technological boom. These divine realm martial artists relied on star power to complete the two transitions of life. Powerful martial artists advanced the development of technology, while technology aided martial artists in accelerating evolution. Eventually, there were even sages who underwent 4 life transitions. No one could say for sure if the canopy provided more advantages or disadvantages. Lin Feng knew about the existence of the canopy, but he had not known about its importance to martial artists. After understanding star power, the rest was simple. The astral swirl actually mainly simulated the astral vortex. Although the canopy impeded people from breaking through the restrictions of the planet, it did not impede the line of sight of humans. Through some large astronomical telescopes or other technological equipment, some astronomical phenomena in the cosmos could be seen. For example, the astral vortex was a unique phenomenon of the universe formed by countless stars converging in the vast universe. From afar, it looked like a spiral. The astral swirl technique simulated the vortex to accelerate the entry of star power into the body, thereby increasing the speed of condensing astral power. The prerequisite was that one's physique had to be strong enough. Otherwise, they would be unsuited for practicing the astral swirl. Lin Feng naturally met the prerequisites of the astral swirl. His physique had almost exceeded that of all metamorphic realm martial artists. Even divine realm martial artists might not be stronger than Lin Feng in terms of physique alone. Hence, Lin Feng was not afraid of massive amounts of star power at all. His body could withstand it. What he wanted was to condense astral power faster. He did not want to spend a large amount of time slowly condensing astral power. Hence, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. The star power was pervasive. Even at home, it did not affect him much. There was no need for him to specially go to an open space. Lin Feng visualized the astral swirl in his mind. He was fully focused and free of distracting thoughts. Soon, he was completely immersed in the vast and massive astral vortex. At the same time, Lin Feng's entire body shook. He felt as if countless icy substances were boring into his body like mad. Chapter 103 Ineffable. Chapter 103 Ineffable. Star power. Lin Feng immediately came to a realization. This must be the star power. He did not expect that this star power would be chilly and like water as it bore into his body. However, as Lin Feng jolted out of his trance, he could no longer maintain the astral swirl in his mind. Once the astral swirl dissipated, the star power naturally could not subsist and quickly dissipated, as if what had occurred just now was an illusion. It seems like this star power isn't as violent as I imagined. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Although the canopy filtered it automatically, the star power was still very violent. Many metamorphic realm martial artists had to try many times to slowly condense a strand of astral power. According to ordinary standards, from the moment star power entered body to the point of condensing a strand of astral power, it would take about 10 days. 3 strands of astral power could be condensed in a month. To condense 99 strands of astral power, one would need at least over 2 years to close to 3 years. This period of time could be considered a standard period, from the moment many metamorphic realm martial artists broke the genetic lock to when they entered the peak of the first level of the metamorphic realm. It usually took 3 years. Of course, some gifted martial artists were different. They could condense 99 strands of astral power in a year. Lin Feng naturally wanted to condense astral power as soon as possible. This time, he focused all his attention on visualizing the astral swirl. Immediately, that icy feeling appeared again. This time, Lin Feng did not get distracted. Instead, he focused all his attention on continuing to visualize the astral swirl. As a large amount of power from the stars entered his body, Lin Feng finally felt the violent side of this astral power. A massive amount of power from the stars surged wildly within Lin Feng's body, destroying his flesh, blood, and bones. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, which was why he was not completely destroyed by the star power. However, as his physique was strong, the star power he accommodated was also several times that of ordinary martial artists. The star power rampaged through his body almost without restraint. Even with Lin Feng's willpower, he almost could not endure it. However, he gritted his teeth and held out in the end. As the power of the stars continued to devastate, Lin Feng's undying characteristic was unleashed to its fullest extent. Every time his flesh and blood were damaged, the undying characteristic would immediately restore them. Hence, between the continuous cycle of devastation and restoration, Lin Feng's body actually familiarized itself with the star power. Gradually, it even gradually accommodated the star power. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Feng. Under normal circumstances, a metamorphic realm martial artist would need at least a week's time to familiarize their body with the star power, or even half a month. However, it only took him an hour to completely familiarize his body with the star power. A large amount of star power was still entering Lin Feng's body continuously through the astral swirl. A thought came to Lin Feng. His body was already familiar with the star power, so he could start condensing astral power. Therefore, he began to channel the star power in his body with his invisible consciousness. Buzz! It went very smoothly. Even though the star power was very violent, Lin Feng's channeling of it went very successfully. He compressed the star power constantly, as if drawing strands from a cocoon of silk. Finally, a strand of crystalline and terrifyingly strong astral power appeared. Although there was only one strand, it obeyed Lin Feng's command completely, as if it were a part of his own body. With a thought, this strand of astral power could fuse into his flesh and erupt with powerful strength. In fact, the astral power could even transform the body. Constantly, its effects were much better than the violent star power. This strand of astral power took Lin Feng 2 or 3 hours, and there was still a lot of star power in his body. At this moment, even a martial artist in the metamorphic realm with a strong physique would not be able to withstand the destructive star power, and would most likely not continue to condensing astral power. However, Lin Feng was different. He had the undying characteristic and astonishing regenerative ability. No matter how the star power destroyed it, Lin Feng's body could withstand it. Hence, Lin Feng decided to continue condensing astral power. As time passed, the star power in Lin Feng's body kept increasing. Incredibly, the speed at which he condensed the astral power also became faster and faster, and there was no sign of it stopping at all. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands in the blink of an eye. By the time the sky lit up and people came and went outside, Lin Feng had already condensed more than 10 strands of astral power. However, Lin Feng did not stop condensing. Instead, he continued condensing As the star power contained in his body increased, the speed at which he condensed the astral power also became faster and faster. 20 strands, 30 strands, 40 strands, 50 strands, 60 strands. Stop. Finally, when Lin Feng had condensed 66 strands of astral power in one sitting, he stopped. He began to sense that something was amiss. Didn't others condense 3 strands of astral power in a month? As for him, in just 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Feng had condensed 66 threads of astral power. It was as if condensing astral power was as simple as eating and drinking to them. This was truly unheard of and somewhat unbelievable. It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng even stopped, although he did not feel any discomfort. If the speed at which astral power was being condensed was so fast, wouldn't it mean that he could finish condensing 99 strands of astral power in a few days? When Lin Feng stopped, he found that his body was undamaged. His regenerative ability was simply too strong. Having awakened the innate ability of the undying characteristic, it was difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. The impact from the star power was not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps this was also the reason why Lin Feng's astral power condensed at an abnormally fast speed. No one but Lin Feng could condense astral power so quickly. Moreover, despite the speed, upon careful inspection, Lin Feng found that the astral power in his body was like a part of himself. It was very docile and there was nothing wrong with it. This meant that although it was fast, its foundation was very stable. That's good. At this rate, he'll be able to completely condense 99 strands of astral power in a few days at most. A smile also appeared on Lin Feng's face. He did not need a long time to condense astral power at all. Ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists would need 2 or 3 years to condense 99 strands of astral power. Top-notch genius martial artists also needed at least a year to condense 99 strands of astral power. As for Lin Feng, he only needed a few days, at most a week, to condense 99 strands of astral power. This speed was simply world-shattering. No one could compare to it, and it was practically unprecedented. And it was very likely that no one would be able to match it in the future either. This could no longer be described as a genius, but a monstrosity, an ineffable person. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. Whether he was a genius, a monstrosity, or ineffable, he was very satisfied with his current speed. However, this was his secret. He had to guard it and disclose it to no one. Fortunately, as long as he did not use astral power casually, no one could know the exact amount of astral power in Lin Feng's body. With Lin Feng's current strength, just his pure physical strength was enough to deal with matters. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator rang. He hurriedly picked up the call. Chief Commander Long Duo's voice came through. Lin Feng, the martial law has been lifted. Haha. From today onwards, people are free to enter and exit Dragonlith City. I know you're eager to go home, and you only have half a year of leave. Hurry up and come to the Research Institute to do a test. As long as you confirm that you don't have the parasitic seeds of the screwworm, you can leave Dragonlith City. Alright, I'll be right there. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He could finally go home. When he switched off the communicator, he realized that there was a communication request on it, and the contact was very familiar. You Shan contacted me 3 days ago. Lin Feng frowned. 3 days ago. He was busy cultivating the astral swirl and condensing astral power, so he did not notice that Yu Shan had sent a communication request on his communicator. Yu Shan left without a word in Dragonlith City. Lin Feng was actually very worried. Now that Yu Shan took the initiative to contact him, could there be a problem? Lin Feng saw the message column again. There was another unread message. Lin Feng, Yu Shan's girlfriend. Yu Shan told me that you saved his life. Yu Shan is in trouble now. Please, you have to save him. As he read the content of this message, Lin Feng's expression gradually turned grim. There was even a vague hint of murderous intent. How could Yu Shan, a good friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, be humiliated like this? Seeing that the message was already from 3 days ago, Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately called back. Chapter 104 The Call. Chapter 104 The Call. For 3 days, Shangzai did her best to take care of Yushan. However, the sanatorium was very expensive, and this was a very high-end sanatorium. After the previous incident, Yu Shui stopped paying for Yushan's stay in the sanatorium. Hence, the sanatorium had already ordered Yushan to move out. Yushan had been becoming more and more depressed recently. He would even go through the entire day in a daze. He was completely unlike how spirited and hopeful towards life he used to be. This pained Shangzai deeply, but there was nothing she could do. Today, Mr. and Mrs. Yu, as well as their second son, Yu Shui, came to the sanatorium. Yu Shui even brought a few powerful bodyguards with him. It was obvious that they were professional martial artists. When Mr. and Mrs. Yu saw Yushan's despondence, both of them could not help but weep. Shanzi, you can't torture yourself like this. It's all your brother's fault. He's a bastard. Mr. Yu also shouted. Second son, are you really so heartless you drove your brother into this state? Just return the money to your brother. Do you think our family can possibly be destitute? Mr. and Mrs. Yu were merely ordinary elders who were kind and honest. They did not want to see their two sons turn out like this, and only wanted less for Yushan to continue sinking into depression. Familial harmony brings prosperity to everything. But now, because of money, the brothers had turned against each other. This also distressed them greatly. However, Yu Shui ignored his parents' scoldings and said indifferently, Yushan, I'll call you big brother one more time. You must have tried all kinds of methods over the past few days. Did it work in any case? You're my big brother. Just give me an answer. Don't cause trouble anymore. Leave your future life and your marriage with sister-in-law to me. All right, if you want to open a company, I can also provide the funds. We can work together and divide the shares equally. How about that? You just have to give me an affirmative answer. If you continue to cause trouble, it won't do any good for you, me, or our entire family. In reality, recent events in the Yu family had become a joke to the entire Stone City. The Yu family was considered to be somewhat prestigious and famed in Stone City. Now that something like this had happened between the two Yu brothers, it also caused a huge impact on the Yu family. Moreover, Yu Shui did not really want to give no quarters, so he came over to reconcile. Of course, to Yu Shui, this was reconciliation. To Yushan, however, this was simply humiliation. Yu Shui had embezzled all his money, and even his compensation was no exception. Now, Yu Shui came over as if he was giving alms and told Yushan to stop causing trouble. How could reclaiming his own money be considered causing trouble? Heh. Yushan only lifted his head and glanced coldly at the bodyguards behind Yu Shui. He said suddenly, Second brother, are you afraid of me? Afraid of a cripple like me? Yu Shui's expression turned rather ugly. He was indeed afraid of Yushan. He had lived in the shadow of Yushan since he was young. How could he not be afraid of Yushan? Big brother, my dear big brother, of course I'm afraid of you. Even if you're crippled, you were once a high-level martial artist. If I don't bring some bodyguards, I'm really afraid that Yao'll do something foolish in a moment of impulse. If you really don't accept my sincerity, and don't want to reconcile, then don't blame me for being ruthless. From today onwards, Yao'll have to move out of the sanatorium. No, you can't do this. Yu Shui, you can't do this to your big brother. I don't want to judge who's right and who's wrong, but he's your big brother. Shangzai hurriedly blocked in front of Yushan and rebuked Yu Shui sharply. Yu Shui stared intently at Yushan and suddenly chuckled. Big brother, I really envy you. Even when you're crippled, you can still meet such a good girl as sister-in-law. There's no point in continuing to cause trouble, even if you don't consider it for yourself. You have to consider it for sister-in-law, right? You can't let down such a good girl. As long as you promise to stop causing trouble everywhere, you can continue to live in the sanatorium. You can open the company if you want. I'll sponsor it. And we can have half the shares each. I believe that with your ability, the company will definitely prosper. Then, we'll still be a family. How's that? At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. You also persuaded. That's right. Shanzi. Just agree to it. Our second son is a bastard. He's inhumane. But, he's your brother after all. Just agree to his terms. A trace of determination appeared in Yu Shan's turbid eyes. He said coldly, "You should leave, Shanzi. You, Shanzi, listen to our advice. You are family and shouldn't fight with each other." As tears streamed down Mr. and Mrs. Yu's faces, they really did not want to see Yu Shan and Yu Shui fighting and harming each other as brothers. But they were undeniably responsible for the state the two brothers had come to today. However, it was too late to say anything now. Yu Shui took a deep breath and sneered. "All right then. Yu Shan, I'll make you give up completely. Let's see how long you can hold out." For, seeing Yu Shui's sinister expression, Shang Zai was very worried. She was really afraid that Yu Shui would do something harmful to Yu Shan. In his current state, Yu Shan could no longer withstand any more blows. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the communicator beside Yu Shan rang urgently, attracting everyone's attention. Why would someone contact Yu Shan at a time like this? Out of the corner of her eye, Shang Zai saw the name of the contact on the screen. Her expression lit up. Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng, who she had sent a message to 3 days ago. At this moment, Lin Feng had finally contacted Yu Shan. 101. Yu Shan was a little surprised. Why would Lin Feng suddenly contact him? Although Yu Shan had also thought of asking Lin Feng for help before, for some reason, he hesitated to call Lin Feng's communicator. He did not know why. Perhaps it was fear. Perhaps it was a lack of confidence. Or perhaps there was some other reason. However, now that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to contact him, he could only answer, "Lin Feng." The other end of the communicator was silent for a long time without speaking. Eventually, a familiar voice came from the communicator. "Yu Shan, I'll rush to Stone City as soon as I can. Wait for me with that short sentence." Lin Feng switched off his communicator. Yu Shan opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but held back from doing so. However, deep down, he was very touched. Just that one sentence, a few words was enough. This was his true brother. The brother who would go through life or death with him. Sioxi, what's going on? Yu Shan also saw the unnatural expression on Shang Xi's face, so he asked. Shang Zai did not conceal it. Her voice was filled with joy as she said in a low voice, "Yu Shan, it's Lin Feng. Right, I sent him a message 3 days ago, and told him in detail about the trouble you're in now. I didn't expect he'd really interfere. He'll help us. Right? Yes. Of course he'll help," Yu Shan said with conviction. Although he still looked a little tired, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He was no longer dispirited and despondent. The Yu Shan and Shang Xi's memory had returned. However, Yu Shui, who had yet to leave, caught sight of this scene. His expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Yu Shan, who was the person who contacted you just now?" Chapter 105 Young Master Zhang. Chapter 105 Young Master Zhang. Yu Shui's expression changed drastically. He vaguely heard a name just now. An idea flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Impossible to restrain. Yu Shan looked up, his eyes cold. "Yu Shui, didn't you say that no one can help me? I don't believe it. No one can take what rightfully belongs to me." With that, Yu Shan got Chang Zai to push him out of the sanatorium, leaving Yu Shui with an ugly expression. Yu Shui thought of all kinds of possibilities. Who was the person who contacted Yu Shan just now? Could it be Yu Shan's former comrade, or could it be someone else who's willing to help Yu Shan? A high-level martial artist maybe? Yu Shui could no longer sit still. He seemed to have vaguely heard the name Lin Feng. It felt very familiar. He had heard it somewhere before, but he could not remember it at this moment. no matter who it was. Yu Shui had to investigate thoroughly. Judging from Yu Shan's look just now, it seemed like there was a turn of events. Yu Shui absolutely would not allow Yu Shan to have a chance to turn the situation around. Second brother. You have to think carefully. He's your big brother. Yu Shui ignored his parents completely and hurriedly left with his underlings. Mr. and Mrs. Yu looked at each other, and both heaved a long sigh. What a shame. It's all our fault that our two sons turned against each other. I hope they can reconcile. At this point, they were just ordinary old people and couldn't do anything. After Yu Shui left the sanatorium, he did not return home. Instead, he went to a high-end clubhouse. He quickly found a luxurious room. A young man sitting inside was flirting with a few young women. Yu Shui stood in front of the young man with a dark expression. The young man looked up. Seeing Yu Shui's dark expression, he put down his wineglass and said with a smile, Yu Shui, what's wrong? Is your big brother unwilling to accept your kind intentions? Or does he want to continue causing trouble? Yu Shui glanced at the other women in the room. Frustrated, he barked coldly. Young Master Zhang and I have something to discuss. Get out. Hearing that, the women all glanced at young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang waved his hand, and only then did the young women stand up and leave. Soon, only young Master Zhang and Yu Shui were left in the room. Young Master Zhang, there might be some trouble with the matter. What trouble? Yu Shan received a call today, and he seemed to have become confident all of a sudden. I was afraid that something would go amiss. So, I wanted to ask young Master Zhang to investigate it properly. Oh, someone is still willing to help your big brother at a time like this. Tell me, who do you want to investigate? Young Master Zhang. I happen to hear big brother call that person Lin Feng. I find the name very familiar, so I'd like you to investigate who this Lin Feng is. Young Master Zhang was initially nonchalant, as if he was confident and didn't have a care. However, when he heard the name Lin Feng, his expression immediately turned solemn. Are you sure? Yu Shan called the other person Lin Feng. Almost completely sure. Young Master Zhang frowned. He stood up and paced back and forth. Which base did your brother Yu Shan get injured in? I think it's the Dragon Mountain base. I can't remember the details. Young Master Zhang. Is something wrong? Yu Shui was a little flustered now. He vaguely felt that things had gone beyond his expectations and he was no longer in control. Why are you panicking? I'll get someone to confirm it. Young Master Zhang appeared very calm in contrast. He immediately picked up his communicator and dialed. Hello. Is this Uncle Yi? Help me investigate the eldest son of the Yu family. Yu Shan. Which base on the front line was he injured at? Previously also. Regarding the hero of humanity, Lin Feng, who broke the genetic lock in Dragonlith City recently. Which base is he currently affiliated with? After young Master Zhang hung up, his expression turned grim again. Hearing young Master Zhang mention Dragonlith City and the hero of humanity, no matter how foolish Yu Shan was, he recalled them immediately. Hence, his expression became horrified. He said in a panic, Young Master Zhang, you mean that my brother knows Lin Feng, that hero of humanity, Lin Feng, in Dragonlith City? Yu Shui was panic-stricken. How could he not be? Lin Feng was the great hero of Dragonlith City, an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock, and even obtained the hero of humanity medal. Such a high and mighty figure was far from someone he could offend. Even young Master Zhang's background might not be enough to handle it. What should we do? What should we do if Lin Feng comes? No matter how flawless our plan is, we'll be finished with a word from him. Yu Shui was not that stupid. Although his money had been laundered through complicated procedures, did an inhuman expert and a hero of humanity need evidence? There were some things that Lin Feng did not even need to do. As long as Lin Feng expressed a certain attitude, countless people would fight to be the first to do his bidding. Even the most perfect of plans still had flaws. Moreover, what he did could not be considered flawless at all. Shut up, the investigation hasn't turned up results yet. What are you scared of? Young Master Zhang was also rather angry, and his expression appeared very grim. However, He had no choice but to interfere in this matter, for it was precisely him who started it. He was the one who instigated Yu Shui to swindle all the assets of his older brother, Yu Shan. He even helped to plan and help Yu Shui launder the money. The benefit was that young Master Zhang obtained 30 of Yu Shui's wealth. 30% was not an amount to be underestimated. Although young Master Zhang came from a wealthy family with 2 inhuman experts and famed in Stone City, no matter how illustrious his family was, he was not the family head. Young Master Zhang's original name was Zhang Hui, and he was only ranked 4th among the many descendants of the Zhang family. Zhang Hui's father had 6 sons and 3 daughters. He was not very valued, and was usually short on money. He was not even as rich as Yu Shui. Hence, after befriending Yu Shui, he began to incite Yu Shui to take all the wealth of his eldest brother, Yu Shan. Step. Originally, this matter was nothing serious. Zhang Hui even intended to use Yu Shui, even if the 2 brothers turned against each other. He had already obtained his share of benefits. Would a high-level martial artist like Yu Shan dare to cause trouble for him? Some time ago, Yu Shan had returned to Stone City after being injured. Without his legs, Yu Shan had become crippled. With that, Zhang Hui was even more at ease. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to be involved now. Although Zhang Hui was a profligate son of a wealthy family and did not have much ability, he was very smart. He knew who he could provoke and who he could not. Lin Feng was the hero of humanity who had risen to popularity recently. He had already broken the genetic lock and become an inhuman expert, and was not inferior in power to Zhang Hui's family. If he had known that Yu Shan and Lin Feng were related, even remotely, he would not have participated in this matter. However, it was too late now. He had already participated and was tied to Yu Shui. It was a difficult situation that was impossible to back out of. Zhang Hui could only pray that things would not turn out as bad as they could be. Perhaps the Lin Feng Yu Shan had mentioned was just someone with the same name. Beep beep beep. Zhang Hui's communicator rang. He hurriedly picked it up. Uncle Yi, what has the investigation turned up? 4th young master, I thoroughly investigated the matter you requested me to. Yu Shan was injured at the Dragon Mountain base. As for Lin Feng, he has also retreated to Dragonlith City with the Dragon Mountain base, so he should also be affiliated with the Dragon Mountain base. Hearing Uncle Yes' words, Zhang Hui's hands could not help but tremble slightly. The worst outcome had occurred. Yu Shan was really related to Lin Feng. How could this be? Switching off his communicator, Zhang Hui glared at Yu Shui viciously. He only wished he could kill Yu Shan. The fool! Why didn't he do his research and learn that Yu Shan and Lin Feng knew each other beforehand? Zem NH1 if you find any errors ads pop up. Ads redirect. Broken links. Non-standard content. Etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106 Decision. Chapter 106 Decision. Seeing young Master Zhang's sinister gaze, Yu Shui's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. Young Master Zhang, is it really Lin Feng from Dragonlith City? Zhang Hui did not answer, but his silence was almost a tacit admission. For a moment, Yu Shui's face was as pale as a sheet. He had really miscalculated in one move and lost the entire game. Actually, he was already very cautious. He had done some research on Yu Shan's situation beforehand. Although Yu Shan became a high-level martial artist, he had always stayed at the front line and rarely returned home. What kind of place was the front line? It was practically a slaughterhouse. Was that a place where Yu Shan could interfere? Moreover, Yu Shui had also thought that even if Yu Shan had some good friends, as long as he was meticulous about doing it, those high-level martial artists could do nothing. After all, legally, Yu Shui's money had already been laundered and become legitimate. However, he never expected that Yu Shan would have a good friend who had broken the genetic lock. Although inhuman experts who had broken the genetic lock ostensibly had to abide by the law, everyone knew that with the influence of inhuman experts, dealing with an ordinary person would be a piece of cake. Young Master Zhang, you have to save me. Yu Shui was not that stupid. He placed all his hopes on young Master Zhang. After all, there were two inhuman experts in young Master Zhang's family. Moreover, the two of them were already in the same boat, and there was no way for them to escape. Zhang Xiao paced around the room nonstop. Although the sight of Yu Shan angered him, he was actually the one who took the initiative to participate in this matter, and had even taken 30 of the wealth. He had been extremely carefree during this period of time. Now that something went wrong, he naturally had to think of a way. Using the law. Don't be ridiculous. The law was a good thing, but it sufficed when dealing with ordinary people. Against inhuman experts, that was just idiocy. Once Lin Feng came, those flaws would naturally be discovered upon investigation by all kinds of people. By then, even Zheng Hui himself would be get off without repercussions. Persecuting a high-level martial artist, a hero who fought at the front line, and a hero who retreated from the front line after being injured at that. What kind of crime was this? Even if his family had the influence to keep him alive, he would probably spend the rest of his life in jail. Moreover, he was certain that the Zhang family would not offend the influential and prestigious hero of humanity, Lin Feng, for his sake. As for having the two inhuman experts of the Zhang family mediate between them, that would be even more absurd. He was just an ordinary descendant of the Zhang family. What ability did he have to make the two inhuman experts come forward personally? The Zhang family had many heirs, so him alone was not significant. It would have been fine if they were facing ordinary people. But this time, they were facing the hero of humanity, Lin Feng, who was currently at the height of his influence, and an inhuman expert with boundless prospects. Yet how could Zhang Hui be willing to accept that he could do nothing, sit back, and await the final verdict? He could not accept this. No one would sit back and await their demise. Young Master Zhang, you can't think of a way either. How about I return the money to my big brother? He's my big brother. After all, he won't kill me, right? Yu Shui gritted his teeth. He was beginning to be afraid, and the thought of retreating had vaguely appeared in his heart. No matter what, Yu Shan was his biological brother. He could seize his brother's wealth through jealousy and indignation. But if he returned all the money to his brother, even if he accomplished nothing in this life, it would be better than being sent to jail or even being shot. Idiot! If you dare to return the money, I'll kill you. Zhang Hui suddenly turned around. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an enraged beast. Yu Shui was also terrified by young Master Zhang's behavior, and he didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Hui glared fiercely at Yu Shui. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. If Yu Shui admitted his mistake now and returned the money, he actually had a way out. After all, Yu Shan and Yu Shui were biological brothers, and Yu Shan would not really kill Yu Shui. But what about him? Zhang Hui, was just an outsider. Moreover, he had urged and instigated Yu Shui to swindle Yu Shan's wealth. He was the true mastermind and the main culprit. Yu Shui had a way out, but Zhang Hui decidedly didn't. It was true that if Zhang Hui admitted his mistake now and returned the money, even if he was not forgiven, he would probably just go to jail for a few years or even 10 odd years. But the key was that he did not have any money now. Most of the money he had obtained had been squandered. He even wanted to get some more money from Yu Shui to continue squandering it. It was impossible for the Zhang family to fill this hole for him. So the greatest possibility was that he would still go to jail. And he would be jailed for a really long time. No matter how much he thought about it, it seemed that he couldn't think of a better solution. If this matter is turned into an ironclad case and Yu Shan is dead, even if that Lin Feng comes, what can he do? Although inhuman experts have extraordinary status, if it's an ironclad case, it'll be impossible for him to kill me without evidence. If that's really done, it would actually be a good thing. Suddenly, Zhang Hui's eyes lit up. He had thought of a good idea. The key now was Yu Shan. As long as Yu Shan was alive, that was evidence. If Yu Shan had any requests, Lin Feng would help him. But What if Yu Shan was dead even if Lin Feng was suspicious? If he had no evidence, what could he do? Of course, this was a very risky matter. If it was just a case of swindle, his crime would not be punishable by death. However, once he murdered Yu Shan and left behind evidence, his death would be certain. Zhang Hui was engaged in a fierce inner battle. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting heavily. It was too difficult. Perhaps he had never faced such a difficult decision in his entire life. After half an hour, Zhang Hui suddenly gritted his teeth. He looked at Yu Shui, whose face was slightly pale, and seemed to have made up his mind. Yu Shui, there's something you need to do. As long as you succeed, even if Lin Feng comes, he won't be able to do anything to us. Hearing Zhang Hui's words, Yu Shui was overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, "What method?" "It's very simple. Go to the black market and hire a few martial artists at a high price. Then, think of a way to lure your big brother out." And, hearing Zhang Hui's solution, Yu Shui's face turned even paler. "No, I can't do this. He's my big brother." Yu Shui hurriedly shook his head and took a few steps back, even though he was very jealous of his elder brother, Yu Shan, and even though deep down, he also yearned to surpass Yu Shan in some aspect. He honestly never thought of killing Yu Shan. He never even had the slightest thought of doing so. Zhang Hui took a step forward and grabbed Yu Shui's collar. He sneered, "Now you remember that he's your big brother when you swindled the wealth he earned with his life. Did you ever think that he was your big brother when you drove him into such a miserable state? Did you ever think that he was your big brother? Haha. What a joke. Calling you a piece of trash is really an exaltation of you. A great man must be ruthless. Moreover, even if you want to admit your mistake now, will Yu Shan forgive you for certain? Maybe you do not know the weight of the inhuman experts yet they won't take any responsibility even if they kill you. They are people with licenses to kill. You fool." Yu Shui sat on the sofa in a daze, his mind blank. Actually, what Zhang Hui said just now was an exaggeration. He wanted to scare Yu Shui. After all, even inhuman experts could not be lawless and kill people at will. However, if Yu Shui did not have the guts to do it, how could Zhang Hui do it alone if Yu Shui betrayed him at the last moment and went to apologize to Yu Shan? What should he do? Hence, Zhang Hui could not allow such a thing to happen. He had to tie Yu Shui firmly to himself. Chapter 107 Nefarious Scheme. Chapter 107 Nefarious Scheme. How is it? Have you thought it through? Do you want to do it or not? Seeing Zhang Hui's murderous gaze, Yu Shui's eyes kept flickering. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I'll do it. I'll find him myself." "Young Master Zhang, are you sure there's nothing Lin Feng can do?" "Haha, of course there's nothing he can do. You just have to insist that Yu Shan is dead, and Lin Feng won't be able to do anything at all. Remember, you must not disclose your relationship with me. It's best if we minimize our contact with each other during this period of time. Only I can contact you, but you can't contact me. Got it? Got it. I'll go find the men then. Go ahead." Seeing Yu Shui leave the room, Zhang Hui's expression darkened again. If the plan went right and Yu Shui killed Yu Shan, Zhang Hui did not know if Lin Feng would go ballistic. However, he knew that Yu Shui would definitely die. "Don't blame me. I'm the safest only if you're dead," Zhang Hui muttered softly, his expression slightly twisted. The weather at the Dragonlith City Research Institute was not actually cold. But when Lin Feng arrived at the Research Institute, the entire hall seemed to have suddenly gone cold. There were not many people in the Research Institute. They were all government officials and some elite talents in various fields. Although society advocated equality for all, how could a society truly be completely equal? At the very least, these people would have priority in using the first batch of testing devices and drugs developed by the Research Institute. "Lin Feng, Chief Commander, allow me to test first. I'd like to leave Dragonlith City as soon as possible," Lin Feng said calmly. But at this moment, Lin Feng was chilling. If one got a little closer, they would seem to be able to sense the Coldness emitted from Lin Feng's body. It was not that the temperature had really dropped, but that it's as if there's a chill in the spirit. Lin Feng, you are the hero of Dragonlit City. Of course your testing can be prioritized. Actually, metamorphic realm martial artists wouldn't be parasitized in the first place. But Professor Y is worried that we may be carrying the parasitic seeds of the screwworms. So, he insists on doing the testing. Otherwise, you could have left long ago. It's fine. Just follow the procedure. Seeing that Lin Feng was not in a good mood, Long Duo also did not ask further questions. Hence, the people in the research institute began to take out an instrument that looked like a bracelet. They placed it a meter away from Lin Feng and activated it. Soon, the wristband shone with a green light. Long Duo said with a smile, "All right, you don't have the parasitic seeds of the screwworms on you. You can wear this wristband too. As long as it's activated, you can sense the surroundings for 10 meters. As long as there are parasitic seeds of the screwworms, it will emit a red light in warning." Lin Feng nodded. This could be considered a little privilege. He could have priority access to the latest research in the laboratory. There are also drugs. Take them with you. If the need arises, they can come in useful, as long as it's still in the incubation period. Eating one of these can eliminate the parasitic seed. Long Duo gave Lin Feng about a bottle of medicine. There were about 20 to 30 capsules in it. This could be considered averting peril through preparedness. After all, the screwworms had already spread throughout the world. No one knew when it would be necessary to use the drugs. It was better to prepare these now, just in case. Lin Feng received the testing equipment and drugs and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned around and asked Long Duo, "Chief, Commander, can inhuman martial artists who signed the inhuman agreement kill people if someone offended an inhuman martial artist? It would be a legitimate reason for them to kill. However, it would mean a lot of trouble as well. They will be investigated by the upper echelons of the academic faction." "Why are you asking this?" "Nothing. I just really want to kill someone." With that, Lin Feng turned around and left. "Really want to kill someone?" Long Duo's expression changed. He had the vague feeling that something was wrong with Lin Feng. He had become so cold. Could something have happened to Lin Feng's family? At this thought, Long Duo did not dare to delay. He immediately made some calls and investigated. Nothing happened to the Lin family in Central Sea. If not for his family, who else could have made Lin Feng so angry that he wanted to kill someone? Long Duo frowned. This matter was really difficult to handle. After all, Lin Feng had never said what the reason was. Long Duo was still busy appeasing the 3 million citizens of Dragonlit City, and there was still a lot of work waiting for him. It was impossible for him to pay attention to Lin Feng at all times. "I hope it's nothing serious." Long Duo did not investigate further. Lin Feng was now a hero of humanity and an inhuman expert who had broken the genetic lock. Even if he really encountered something, the academic faction would not ignore it. It was just that Lin Feng had a close relationship with the Dragon Mountain base, so Long Duo naturally did not want anything to happen to Lin Feng. After leaving the research institute, Lin Feng packed up briefly. In reality, there was nothing much to pack. Originally, he wanted to bring some things for his parents and sister when he returned home. However, after what had happened to Yushan, how could he be in the mood to go shopping furthermore? He would not return to Central Sea for the time being. He had to make a trip to Stone City as soon as possible. Fortunately, the human government had deployed many spaceships. As long as people passed the test, they could board the spaceships. Stone City was the transportation hub at the intersection of 3 rivers. Naturally, there were direct flights there. Relying on his identity as an inhuman expert, Lin Feng moved directly into the VIP cabin. The spaceship also set off very quickly. Looking out the window at the slowly disappearing Dragonlit City, Lin Feng's gaze was very calm. However, beneath his calmness was a frigid killing intent. Lin Feng had never had such a strong killing intent as he did now. "Yushan, wait for me. I'm almost there." Under the bright light, Chang Zai was busy in the kitchen. She was in a very good mood, and even started humming a little tune, ever since she learned that Lin Feng was coming to Stone City. Personally, she felt as if the dark clouds above her had dissipated. More importantly, the cheerful, optimistic, and determined Yu Shan had returned. Chang Zai had nothing to be dissatisfied about. Although he had been driven out of the sanatorium, the two of them rented a small apartment and had a blissful time alone together. Chang Zai quickly prepared dinner, then went to her room and pushed Yu Shan, who was watching the news online, out. Smells good, Yu Shan said with a smile. Of course. Don't you know who made it? Watching Yu Shan eat with relish, Chang Zai felt joy from the bottom of her heart. Life was just that simple, eating and chatting with people who loved each other, without thinking about frustrating things. It was warmth and happiness. Yu Shan, tell me properly, what kind of person is that Lin Feng? Oh, it's Lin Feng. This is the first time I've seen him. Although he's rather aloof, he actually looks very youthful. He's just a young man. Perhaps he's even a genius student of the Myriad Academy. Yu Shan also slowly recalled the scenes of fighting alongside Lin Feng appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Yu Shan stopped. Immediately after, he slowly turned around and looked at the door with a somber expression. He said coldly, "Since you are already here, why are you staying outside?" Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the door was violently broken open, revealing the figures of a few strangers outside. Chapter 108 You Know Nothing. Chapter 108 You Know Nothing. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Seeing the stranger outside the door, Chang Zai stood up immediately and shielded Yu Shan behind her. Xiaoxi, get behind me. They are all martial artists. Yu Shan tugged at Chang Zai, but his expression was very complicated. Big brother. A familiar figure appeared outside the door. Chang Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Shui, why is it you don't mess around? You'll call the police. Chang Zai wanted to rush out and reason with Yu Shui, but Yu Shan held her back tightly. Yu Shui's expression was very conflicted. He shook his head and said, "Sister-in-law, I advise you not to do this. Stay here quietly. I want to talk to Big Brother for a while." Chang Zai was still about to say something, but Yu Shan shook his head. She could only hold it in. Yu Shui walked in, followed by 5 martial artists. Chang Zai could not read the 5 martial artists, but Yu Shan could. The 5 of them were all grade 9 professional martial artists, and they emitted traces of fiendish aura. This was a temperament that could only be developed in mortal battles. Yu Shan knew it very well. Yu Shui's intention for bringing these 5 people here today probably wasn't that simple. Yu Shui, why did you come here again? Yu Shan stared intently at Yu Shui. He saw pity, pain, and unwillingness in Yu Shui's gaze. In short, it was very complicated, and even his eyes were bloodshot. Big brother. I'm calling you Big Brother for once from the bottom of my heart. When we were young, our family was very poor, and I was often bullied. You were the one who helped to drive away my bullies. You were also the one who carried the heavy burden of the family. Early on, practiced martial arts with all your might, and got to where you were today step by step. You're really too outstanding. So outstanding that I can't even lift my head before you. Every time you returned, I felt ashamed of my inferiority and didn't even want to talk to you much. Our parents only have praise for you, while they have nothing but beatings and scoldings for me. So, I envy you, and am even jealous of you. I also want to become someone like you. I also want to hold my head high in front of you. But I can't. I'm just an ordinary person who lacks ambition. Hearing Yu Shui's emotional narration of his mental journey, Yu Shan was unmoved. He sneered and said, "So you plotted to seize the wealth I risked my life for, so that you think you can hold your head high in front of me?" No, that's not it. Yu Shui was about to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. It was a fact that he had plotted to seize Yu Shan's wealth. What else was there to say? Big brother, you really can't forgive me. If you want my forgiveness now, Why hadn't you thought of getting my forgiveness when you did these things? Yu Shui really despaired. As expected, his big brother was unwilling to forgive him. He suddenly stood up and roared hysterically. Why won't you forgive me? Why must you give no quarters, big brother? My dear big brother, you forced me to do all of this. I didn't want to do this either. You forced me. Seeing that Yu Shui's somewhat agitated expression, Yu Shan had a vague premonition. He immediately became alert. At the same time, Yu Shui nodded at the 5 martial artists behind him. Immediately, the 5 of them attacked. What are you doing? Yu Shan pushed with both hands, wanting to send a palm strike out. However, he had no legs and could barely support himself. His movements were impeded, and he could only forcefully clash with one of the martial artists. Bang! Yu Shan barely managed to withstand a palm strike from his opponent, but there were 5 people on the other side. The other 4 immediately closed in and attacked together. With a few palm strikes, Yu Shan was heavily injured. You people! Shang Zai rushed over, but was grabbed by Yu Shui directly. He struck the back of her neck and she fainted. Yu Shan's eyes were filled with incomparable rage as he roared. Yu Shui, let Xiaoxi go. If you want anything, come at me. Yu Shui's face was a little pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, this is all because you forced me. I didn't want to do this either. Couldn't you just stay in the sanatorium? Why did you have to try to take back the money? Why did you have to contact your friends? Second brother, listen to me. Let Xiaoxi go. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you for everything. Let Xiaoxi go. Yu Shan couldn't care about much now. Nothing must happen to Chang Zai, or he would never be able to forgive himself. Big brother, you won't forgive me. This is the only thing I can do now. Yu Shui made up his mind and nodded at the martial artists behind him. Immediately, a few martial artists walked towards Yu Shan. Viciously. Boom! The room was also lit up by a few martial artists. Soon, a raging inferno ignited, burning all traces of guilt to ashes. Thud! The door of the clubhouse was pushed open, and a haggard Yu Shui walked in. Deng Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled and asked, Is it done? Yu Shui nodded. It's done. Deng Hui looked intently at Yu Shui and nodded incessantly. That's good. Where are the people who did it? I gave them a sum of money. They've already left Stone City and gone overseas. They won't be back for some time. Very good. Looks like you did a good job. Pull yourself together. This isn't over yet. Now isn't the time for you to feel guilty. Think about the good days ahead. As long as you get through this, it'll be fine. Zhang Hui patted Yu Shui's shoulder. What else do I need to do? You have to manage your big brother's funeral. Of course. And it has to be a grand affair. The sooner, the better. It best if it starts tomorrow. According to the news I received, Dragonlith City has already lifted its martial law. Moreover, Lin Feng's name is on the spaceship of the airline company. He'll probably arrive at Stone City tomorrow. I spent a lot of effort to investigate Lin Feng's whereabouts. Pausing, young Master Zhang saw that Yu Shui was a little afraid. So he continued, Don't worry. When the time comes, even if Lin Feng arrives, your eldest brother is already dead and his corpse is burned to ashes. What can he do? It's that simple. What if Lin Feng doesn't believe me and insists on investigating? Then let him investigate. Everyone knows about the discord between you and your brother. But everything has to be backed by evidence. He has no proof. Do you understand? Didn't you say that inhuman experts can kill people directly? So what if there's no evidence? If Lin Feng goes ballistic, he'll be in danger. Yu Shui was not too stupid, so he looked a little worried. Haha. What's the matter? I'll call Chief Liu tomorrow. You're also a rich tycoon in Stone City, and your brother is a high-level martial artist. Now that he's dead, how can Chief Liu not come to the funeral? As long as Chief Liu comes, he'll represent the police station. How can Lin Feng possibly dare to kill you in public, especially in front of the police? That's true. Hearing young Master Zhang's words, Yu Shui felt relieved. He even wanted to invite more celebrities and people from the upper class. Tomorrow, among the upper class. Not only did he need to invite the police chief, he also wanted to invite some high-ranking officials in the government, some minor military officers in the armed forces, and some wealthy businessmen. He would invite everyone he could. Then, even if Lin Feng came, no matter how furious he was, before so many upper-class people in public, even inhuman experts probably would not dare to kill casually. All right, go back and sleep first. Rest well and conserve your energy. You still need to deal with Lin Feng tomorrow. Yu Shui nodded, stood up, and left the clubhouse. Seeing Yu Shui leave, a cold smile appeared on Zhang Hui's lips. Don't blame me. You're the one who's so foolish that you know nothing about inhuman experts. For a genius who attained the Hero of Humanity medal and broke the genetic lock at the age of 20. So what if he really kills you? But that's just as well. Yao'll be dead, and Lin Feng will be punished. Then this matter can be considered over, and it'll be safe. Dang Hui opened a bottle of red wine and took a light sniff. Not bad. It was really intoxicating. If Yu Shui died, only Zhang Hui would know about his secret accounts. Perhaps after a year or so, when the limelight was over, he could still take the money in Yu Shui's secret account for himself. This feeling of being in control of everything was simply wonderful. Chapter 109 Funeral. Chapter 109 Funeral. At the Stone City terminal, Lin Feng walked out of the spaceship. The first thing he did was pick up his communicator and prepare to contact Yu Shan. He could not reach him on the communicator. Lin Feng tried a few more times, but still could not get through. For a moment, Lin Feng had a bad feeling. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Otherwise, Lin Feng was very calm, so calm that it was a little terrifying. Even the ordinary people around Lin Feng felt a bone-piercing chill, and did not dare to approach Lin Feng. He could not get through to Yu Shan's communicator. More importantly, apart from Yu Shan, Lin Feng did not know anyone in Stone City. He did not even know where Yu Shan lived. He didn't have time to investigate slowly. Hence, he went straight to the VIP room at the terminal. Hello. What service do you need? The receptionist lady at the VIP room smiled sweetly. Fud. Lin Feng directly took out the identity card of the inhuman expert and said coldly, call your in-charge over. Inhuman experts had special privileges. Being able to work as the receptionist in the VIP room, she naturally knew the meaning of this. Identity card. Please wait a moment. Soon, the receptionist called a middle-aged man over. He was wearing a formal suit and had a respectful look on his face. It's Mr. Lin Feng. Right, I'm the person in charge here. What service do you need? You know my identity. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He had only taken out the proof as inhuman expert and had not directly stated his identity. Mr. Lin Feng, you must be joking. We are specially responsible for serving distinguished guests. We have inhuman experts like you in our database. Whatever you need, we will provide the best service we can. All right. I need a car and a driver. Do you know the Yu family of Stone City? There's an injured martial artist, Yu Shan. Among them, Yu family. Injured martial artist. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course I know. A lot has happened in their family recently. Are you here to attend Yu Shan's funeral? Yeah. What did you say? Yu Shan's funeral? Lin Feng stood up suddenly. He was like a ferocious beast. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and his aura pressed down like Mount Tai, making it difficult for the middle-aged man to even speak. Even the surrounding people noticed something amiss and hurriedly distanced themselves from Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, please listen to me. The Yu family is holding a memorial service for Yu Shan today. Didn't you come to attend Yu Shan's funeral? The middle-aged man felt that his entire body was covered in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. It was too frightening. Even though he had seen many inhuman experts, he had never seen an inhuman expert who had lost his composure to Lin Feng's extent. How important must it be to make an inhuman lose his composure? Lin Feng fell silent. He was like a dormant volcano that might erupt at any moment. Yu Shan was dead. Lin Feng did not want to believe it. Nor could he believe it. After a long while, Lin Feng closed his eyes and said icily, "Prepare a car for me. Go straight to the Yu family. Mr. Lin Feng, please wait a moment. Well, get ready immediately." The middle-aged man fled. It was not a pleasant thing to serve these inhuman experts, especially Lin Feng. He looks like he was about to kill someone just now. It was really too terrifying. Many people came to the Yu family's villa today. Mr. and Mrs. Yu cried until their eyes were swollen. They could not believe that their son, Yu Shan, had died just like that. And in a fire. He had been burned beyond recognition. Yu Shan was not the only one who died. Yu Shan's girlfriend was also burned to death. His parents were indeed deeply grieved to have lost their son in their old age. They did not even have the heart to organize their funeral. The funeral was all managed by their second son, Yu Shui. Yu Shui got busy and left his eldest brother Yu Shan's farewell ceremony at home. Fortunately, his house was a large villa and the place was also very spacious, enough to accommodate the many people who came to attend the funeral. There were even some police officers who came to maintain order at the scene. After all, the Yu family was not an ordinary family. Moreover, the police station was under a lot of pressure regarding this matter. They were still investigating this matter. How did the place suddenly catch fire and burn Yu Shan to death? The police chief also came to the funeral. He knew Yu Shui. After offering incense, he found Yu Shui. "Chief Liu, how's the investigation going? Was my brother's death someone's doing or an accident?" Chief Liu glanced at Yu Shui and shook his head. "It's still very difficult to determine for now, but don't worry. If it's someone's doing, you'll definitely catch the murderer. Thank you for your work, Chief Liu." Yu Shui's expression was filled with gratitude, and his attitude was very sincere. As time passed, many upper-class people from not only the police station, but also the Department of Armed Forces, the Martial Artists Association, the government officials, the elites of the business world, and so on also arrived at the Yu family villa. Even though some things that happened to the Yu family during this period of time had almost made them a joke to the entire upper class of Stone City, now that they saw Yu Shui hosting everyone respectfully and busying himself with preparations for the funeral, many people still secretly nodded in affirmation. The second son of the Yu family seemed to be becoming more and more composed. That made sense. Now that the eldest son of the Yu family was dead, the Yu family naturally had to rely on the second son. If the second son was not composed, he might not even be able to keep his family properties. The family might even fall completely in a few years. It was not that no one felt that this matter was bizarre. The Yu brothers were not on good terms. And now that their eldest brother, Yu Shan, had suddenly died, no matter how one looked at it, it was very strange. However, if even the police did not step forward to suspect Yu Shui, what could they say? In any case, they just had to show Yu Shui and the Yu family some respect by coming to Yu Shan's funeral. The rest had nothing to do with them. More and more people arrived at the Yu family's place. It was time for the funeral, but Yu Shui would look up at the door of the villa from time to time. He seemed to be waiting for something. "Second brother, the funeral has begun. Let everyone offer incense." Mr. Yu's eyes were red. He was old, so he could only leave these matters to his second son. "All right, the farewell ceremony will begin immediately." Yu Shui frowned. He didn't see the person who should have appeared, and felt a little uneasy. Could it be that person wouldn't come? Yu Shui was a little absent-minded, but the farewell ceremony had to begin. For a time, mournful music sounded. Those who came to participate in Yu Shan's funeral all came forward to offer incense respectfully. Smoke lingered in the villa. Yu Shui expressed his gratitude to those who came to participate in the ceremony one by one. But the longer time passed, the more unsettled he felt. Is he really not coming? Yu Shui muttered softly. He didn't quite believe in young Master Shang's information anymore. At this moment, a young man in his 20s suddenly appeared outside the villa's door. His expression was cold as he stared straight at Yu Shan's portrait. He walked in as if no one else was around. "He's here." Seeing this cold man, Yu Shui's heart tightened, and his expression immediately turned solemn. Chapter 110 You Deserve to Die. Chapter 110 You Deserve to Die. Lin Feng arrived at the Yu family villa. When he entered the living room, the first thing he saw was the huge portrait in front of him. Yu Shan was his brother and good friend, the one who went through life or death with him. But now, the two of them were separated forever. Lin Feng still remembered how, against the three dire beast kings in the decisive battle, Shui Yuansheng had heroically sacrificed himself, and Gao Tianzai also died in a tragic and courageous death. Yu Shan had been about to sacrifice himself too, but Lin Feng had saved him. Saving his life had not made Lin Feng too happy, because Yu Shan's path of martial arts had been severed. Having lost his legs, Yu Shan seemed to have lost all the brilliance of life, and all hope. Yu Shan left silently and left without a word. Actually, Lin Feng never blamed Yu Shan at all. If it were him, he would probably do the same if his path of martial arts were severed. Lin Feng arrived in front of Yu Shan's portrait step by step. Yu Shui was about to take a step forward, but when Lin Feng glared at him, he felt as if he had been plunged into a millennia-old ice cavern. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he did not dare to step forward. As for the others, their mouths were already agape when they saw Lin Feng, looking incredulous. Clearly, they all recognized Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was no longer a no-name. This was especially since the screwworm crisis. Lin Feng had turned the tide and saved the 3 million citizens of Dragonlith City. He had also broken the genetic lock and obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. Everyone knew about it. Not to mention that the special documentary by the Dragonlith City television station had also pushed Lin Feng's reputation to the extreme. How could it be Lin Feng looks like the eldest son of the Yu family is really lucky. He must be comrades with Lin Feng. I remember that the eldest son of the Yu family was also at the Dragon Mountain base. That's right. The eldest son of the Yu family was once a student of the Myriad Academy. And so was Lin Feng. The two of them were at the Dragon Mountain base together, and had fought alongside each other before, building a deep friendship. Tisk tisk. Unfortunately, Yu Shan's life is too short. If Yu Shan were still alive, with the appearance of Lin Feng at the Yu family, the Yu family would be considered to be on the next level in all of Stone City. Alas, what a pity. The Yu family only has the second son, Yu Shui, who lacks ambition. Heh, do you think this matter is that simple? Yu Shan has just died, and Lin Feng has already come. How can things be so coincidental? I don't think it's that simple. Yu Shan's death in itself is already very strange. Looking at Lin Feng, he's not so easy to fool. Let's just wait and watch the show. Although these people were all here to attend the funeral, in reality, they had nothing much to do with the Yu family. They were all here because Yu Shui took the initiative to invite them to the funeral. They were just giving them face. Being able to see Lin Feng's arrival now was already a pleasant surprise. As for what would happen to the Yu family, it had nothing to do with them. They were even happy to see the joke. However, Yu Shui could not find anything amusing about it. Previously, he had already planned what to say, but after seeing Lin Feng, he realized that he did not seem able to say anything. He could barely suppress the fear in his heart. Lin Feng lit an incense stick gently and respectfully inserted it in front of Yu Shan's portrait. His expression was very calm, even terrifyingly so. Even though many people recognized Lin Feng's identity, no one spoke. The atmosphere in the entire hall appeared very strange. Yu Shan, I promised you back then that once I broke the genetic lock, I would agree to any request from you. Unfortunately, I've still come too late. Lin Feng chatted casually, like old friends chit-chatting with each other. But the calmer he was, the more hair-raising it felt. Everyone could see it was the calm before the storm. Lin Feng was like a volcano about to erupt. What should I do? Seeing how calm Lin Feng was, Yu Shui was almost going insane. The atmosphere was too oppressive. He was afraid that he could not withstand the pressure. The weather clearly wasn't hot, but the clothes on his back were already completely soaked. Yu Shui could no longer sit back and do nothing. He could not let the oppressive atmosphere be. Just as Yu Shui took a step forward and was about to say something, Lin Feng suddenly turned around. His gaze swept across Yu Shui like a blade. "You're Yu Shui?" Lin Feng asked calmly. "Yes. I'm Yu Shan's younger brother." "Yu Shui, Mr. Lin Feng. You came all the way to Stone City. Why don't you go and rest for a while first?" Yu Shui barely suppressed the panic in his heart and said cautiously. Lin Feng, however, closed his eyes slightly. Before they snapped open all of a sudden. "You deserve to die." "What?" Yu Shui did not expect Lin Feng to launch an attack just like this. Without any warning. "I said you deserve to die. You killed Yu Shan. Even death by 1,000 cuts is not too many for you." Lin Feng walked towards Yu Shui step by step. At this moment, his killing intent was boiling. Yu Shui began to get frightened. He took a step back and said, "Mr. Lin Feng, what are you talking about? My brother died in a fire." "For now, the police are still investigating whether it was an accident or a crime." Yu Shui looked at Chief Liu, who cursed silently. Since Yu Shui had already mentioned the police station, he had to step forward and explain. Hence, Chief Liu took a step forward and explained in a low voice. "Mr. Lin Feng, regarding Yu Shan's death, we are also very pained. Currently, we are still investigating. As long as there is any evidence, we will take measures and absolutely not allow the murderer to get away with it. However, according to our investigation, whether Yu Shan's death was an accident or a homicide has yet to be determined. We still need to find more evidence." "Evidence? There's no need. You're a police officer, so you should know that I have a license to kill, right? No matter who they are. Anyone who's involved in the murder of Yu Shan cannot escape." Chief Liu saw Lin Feng approaching Yu Shui step by step. At this moment, he also felt that something was amiss. It was as if Lin Feng had already determined that Yu Shui had killed Yu Shan. Heavens! If Lin Feng really killed Yu Shui here, he did not know if Lin Feng would come out of it fine. But as the chief, this would definitely be the end of his career. "Mr. Lin Feng, you are an inhuman expert. You must have signed the inhuman agreement, so you can't act recklessly. Please calm down, and believe the police station will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly." "Investigate the matter thoroughly, haha. So what I said, Yu Shui is guilty. Can you kill him now? You can't. You can't do anything. Yu Shan risked his life at the front line and fought with dire beasts. You people enjoyed peace and stability in the back, but schemed to murder Yu Shan. Evidence? There's no need for so much trouble." The aura on Lin Feng's body gradually emanated. He was like a dire beast that sought to devour people. Everyone was on edge. Chief Liu gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Feng, you are an inhuman expert, but you have to abide by the inhuman agreement. There are people from the government, the armed forces, and the martial arts association here. If you don't trust the police, can you not trust these departments too?" Chief Liu was sweating profusely now. He did not even hesitate to bring up the other departments. Whatever happened, he had to stop Lin Feng. Otherwise, if an inhuman expert like Lin Feng attacked, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chapter 111 Repaid in Blood. Chapter 111 Repaid in Blood. Is that so? Lin Feng looked at Chief Liu coldly, then turned his gaze to the crowd. "Where are the people from the Martial Arts Association?" "Mr. Lin Feng, I am the representative of the Martial Arts Association. Our Martial Arts Association also knows a little about Yu Shan's matter. We are deeply regretful about the accident that happened to Yu Shan. However, please believe in the Martial Arts Association. We will definitely continue to pay attention to this matter until the truth is uncovered." The one who spoke was an old man in his 50s. He had a tall stature and vigorous energy. With a glance, one could tell that he was a high-level martial artist. However, Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, "Yu Shan is a member of your martial arts association, right? He once sought your help. But what did you do?" The old man was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, Yushan did seek help from our martial artist association before. But that's a different matter. Regarding the matter of the family property, our martial artist association can't do anything either. After all, that's the Yu family's business. We can only provide Yushan the necessary legal aid. Haha, can't do anything. That's rich. Is this how your martial artist association protects the interests of martial artists? Lin Feng threw his head back and laughed aloud, making the people from the martial arts association feel very awkward. Who's from the government department? I'm the mayor's secretary. Yushan went to court to fight a lawsuit before. No, what was your government's verdict due to insufficient evidence? We dismissed Yushan's litigation request. What insufficient evidence? Even if you're blind, you should know who earned the Yu family's money, yet you lie through your teeth with indifference. Lin Feng pointed out the people from the government and the martial artists association one by one. In the end, the people from the Department of Armed Forces walked up directly, and they were two high-level martial artists. Mr. Lin Feng, according to the Inhuman Agreement, you can't attack ordinary people at will unless they have offended you. However, we saw with our own eyes that no one has offended you. If you act recklessly, the Department of Armed Forces will take the necessary measures against you. Haha. Necessary measures. I fight bloody battles at the front line and protect homes on the home front with my life, while you're going to take the necessary measures against me. Lin Feng was very disappointed. Completely so. Swoosh. Lin Feng did not say anything else. Instead, he turned around and stared coldly at Yu Shui. You really deserve to die. Swoosh. Lin Feng made his move. He actually grabbed towards Yu Shui directly. The terrifying force seemed to be compressing the surrounding air completely. The two high-level martial artists from the armed forces felt as if they were suppressed by a tremendous force, and could not move at all. Stop. The two high-level martial artists turned pale with fright. Chief Liu also trembled and wanted to draw his gun, but he did not dare to. How could he dare to take out his gun when facing an inhuman expert? Once he took out his gun, an inhuman expert could kill him on the spot for the crime of offense. Chief Liu was not the only one who did not dare to draw his gun. Even the two high-level martial artists from the Department of Armed Forces did not dare to stop him. This was no joke. Even inhuman experts who had signed the Inhuman Agreement had special privileges, even if they committed crimes. Inhuman experts had to be the ones who caught them, not professional martial artists like them. Moreover, even if they tried to stop him, how could they stop an inhuman expert? Thud. Lin Feng grabbed the pale Yu Shui. At this moment, Yu Shui could only bite his lips tightly. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He was terrified, being captured by an inhuman expert, whose frigid killing intent was almost about to condense into substance, made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. How could he possibly not be terrified? Lin Feng, my brother died in the fire. It wasn't me. It wasn't. Kneel. Lin Feng did not listen to Yu Shui's explanation at all. With a light kick, Yu Shui's legs broke completely with a cracking sound. Yu Shui screamed in pain. He involuntarily knelt down as he faced Yu Shan's portrait. Kowtow. Lin Feng's expression was apathetic, as if he could not hear Yu Shui's screams. Yu Shui did not kowtow. Lin Feng casually pressed down, and Yu Shui's forehead landed heavily on the ground. Bang bang bang. Once, twice, thrice. Very soon, crimson blood seeped out of Yu Shui's forehead. However, Lin Feng still had no intention of stopping. Yu Shui wailed. He still wanted to argue, but the intense pain had already rendered him speechless. The huge hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Yu Shui's miserable appearance in shock. Only at this moment did they realize the severity of the matter, and realize how terrifying the anger of an inhuman expert was. Hence, some people wanted to leave quietly. They did not want to watch the show anymore. After all, Lin Feng looked very dangerous. They did not want to put themselves in danger. However, just as they were about to leave, it was as if Lin Feng knew With a flash of movement, he directly slapped some people who wanted to leave back. No one can leave. Today is Yu Shan's funeral. All of you must participate. Lin Feng's words made everyone shudder. What was Lin Feng doing? Was he insane? It had to be known that the people who came to attend the funeral today were all elites of Stone City's high society. Even an inhuman expert had no right to detain them. No, we want to leave. You have no right to detain us. Lin Feng, according to the Inhuman Agreement, you have to abide by the law too. You can't detain us privately. Lin Feng, no matter how angry you are, you have to have evidence. If you think Yu Shui is guilty, find the evidence. What's the point of detaining us? Moreover, you're not the only inhuman in Stone City. If the inhuman experts from the Ministry of Armed Forces and the Government Department arrive, you'll be in trouble. These people were all clamoring to leave. But Lin Feng was unmoved. He only made Yu Shui kowtow hard again and again. Yu Shui wanted to beg for mercy, but he had lost too much blood and was in a daze. How could he still have the strength to speak? Moreover, would begging for mercy do any good now? He could not compromise until the last moment. He had to grit his teeth and endure. He absolutely could not back down on his spiel, or he would really be finished. By this time, a trace of ruthless determination appeared in Yu Shui instead. Buzz. Suddenly, a small spaceship landed outside the Yu family villa. 4 martial artists suddenly jumped off the spaceship. Judging from their auras, they were not ordinary martial artists, but metamorphic realm martial artists who had broken the genetic lock. 4 metamorphic realm martial artists quickly rushed to the Yu family. Seeing Lin Feng pressing Yu Shui to constantly kowtowing, one of the martial artists shouted, "Lin Feng, stop at once. Your actions have already violated the Inhuman Agreement. If you don't stop now, we have the right to take you down." The 4 metamorphic realm martial artists were travel-worn. They had all rushed over from the Ministry of Armed Forces and the Government Department. They were law enforcement officers who specialized in dealing with matters regarding inhuman experts. According to the Inhuman Agreement, if inhuman experts caused serious damage to society, they had the right to capture or even kill them directly. Seeing that the enforcement team of 4 inhuman experts had arrived, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With 4 inhuman experts around, even if Lin Feng really went berserk, their lives would probably be saved. Hence, all the upper-class elites complained to the 4 inhuman law enforcement teams one after another, requesting them to deal with Lin Feng seriously, saying that they must not allow Lin Feng to act recklessly, or the impact would be extremely adverse. Silence. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of them, the 4 inhuman experts could not help but roar. They were here to try their best to resolve Lin Feng's anger, not to really capture Lin Feng. If they angered Lin Feng and caused huge casualties, even the law enforcement team could not escape the blame. Lin Feng, what exactly do you want? Finally, Lin Feng turned around. He glanced at Yu Shui, who was sprawled on the ground like mud, and said coldly, "What I want is very simple. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. Chapter 112 Battle between Inhumans. No, Lin Feng. You absolutely can't kill people privately in Stone City. Inhuman experts signed the Inhuman Agreement. I think you know the contents of it very well. Even if Yu Shui has committed a crime, evidence must be collected and he must be judged by the court of the government. You can't lynch him." The 4 law enforcement officers said firmly. There was no room for negotiation on this point, because this involved an important question. Could the administrative power of the government restrain inhuman experts? Regarding this question, the government faction, military faction, and the other 3 major factions had all engaged in an intense debate. Back then, in the end, the 5 major factions managed to come to a compromise. If inhuman experts in any of the 5 major factions, regardless of which, really wantonly slaughtered and destroyed the stability of society, the government had the right to deal with those inhuman experts. Right now, Lin Feng clearly wanted to do it himself. He did not even need evidence. This was breaking the agreement between the 5 major factions, and breaking the rules. Therefore, the 4 law enforcement officers were very furious. They were all from law enforcement teams jointly formed by the government and military factions. Naturally, they had to uphold this rule. Evidence. Evidence again, huh? Lin Feng glanced at Yu Shan's portrait. Back then, Yu Shan could do nothing about Yu Shui precisely because he had no evidence. But, was it true that there was really no evidence? He's afraid not. Nothing was flawless. Even if Yu Shui laundered the money, no matter how complicated the money laundering method was, as long as one was focused on investigating, how could they not find any clues? Or rather, how could a useless and incompetent profligate heir like Yu Shui earn so much money legitimately if they investigated carefully? Could they really not find any clues? Everything was about care. As long as they investigated carefully, thoroughly, and took time to do so, no matter how seamless Yu Shui's actions were, it could not possibly leave behind no clues at all. But in reality, Yu Shan went to all the departments. He asked for the Martial Artists Association's help, but no one responded. He went to the court, but was rejected again. What was the reason? It was only because Yu Shan was no longer a high-level martial artist, and was just a cripple who had lost his legs. No one was willing to waste time and effort to help Yu Shan for no gain. Up until today, even in Yu Shan's death, no one stepped forward. Lin Feng was very disappointed and bitterly disillusioned. He could not imagine that this was how the people in the government and the people enjoying peace on the home front treated a martial artist with merits. Yu Shan must have been disheartened back then, too, and could not even bring himself to seek Lin Feng's help. It was Yu Shan's girlfriend who secretly requested Lin Feng's help. Corruption, degeneration, and long years of stability had caused many people in the city to completely devolve. They had even forgotten the countless dire beasts lying in wait around them. They seemed to have forgotten who gave them such a stable life. It was those martial artists who put their lives on the line, who fought bloody battles at the front line, who risked themselves against all odds, and this was how they treated a meritorious martial artist who had lost his legs. There's no need for evidence. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Lin Feng's gaze became sharp, and it contained a fearsome killing intent. This killing intent even made the 4 law enforcement officers, who were also metamorphic realm martial artists, palpitate, as expected of martial artists who fought at the front line. Compared to martial artists who enjoyed peace and stability in the city, martial artists who constantly fought with dire beasts at the front line were undoubtedly more terrifying. Lin Feng, your current actions are very dangerous. According to Article 36 of the Inhuman Agreement, we hereby announce your arrest. You think you can do it? Attack. The 4 law enforcement officers made their move. 2 of them were very fast, and there seemed to be wind flowing around their bodies. They approached Lin Feng with only a few steps. These were true metamorphic realm martial artists. It was also Lin Feng's first time fighting metamorphic realm martial artists. Although Lin Feng had suppressed 30 demons back in Dragonlit City, those demons were still very different from true metamorphic realm martial artists. In the past, Lin Feng might have been very willing to spar or interact with some metamorphic realm martial artists. He might even be very willing to see the innate abilities of metamorphic realm martial artists. But right now, Lin Feng was not in the mood. Hence, Lin Feng moved as well. He did not even take a step back. He raised his hand and threw a fierce punch. Moreover, he threw both fists at the same time. One spiral force. Lin Feng did not dodge or defend himself at all. He attacked the 2 metamorphic realm martial artists with both hands. The 2 metamorphic realm martial artists were shocked. Was Lin Feng insane? He was clearly trading injuries for injuries. They were only capturing Lin Feng and had never even thought of injuring him. They would not trade injuries for injuries like this. Moreover, how powerful was Lin Feng even from afar? They could still feel the whistling of the air. If it landed a solid hit, they would definitely feel terrible. However, the speed of Lin Feng's punches was very fast, and the explosive power was unparalleled. How could it be so easy for the 2 of them to stop midway. Boom! CV. How intense was the battle between the inhuman experts after a head-on clash between the three of them? It was as if an earthquake had occurred. The ground immediately cracked, and dense spiderweb-like cracks covered the tiles. At the same time, two powerful forces struck Lin Feng. However, his body shook once, and the powerful undying characteristic allowed him to immediately return to his original state, as if he was completely uninjured. On the other hand, a moment unaware caused the two metamorphic realm martial artists to be sent flying by Lin Feng. Even though he had only unleashed a spiral force, how could a force of more than 700 tons be ordinary? The two of them were injured from a single strike. They were not screwworms, and did not have much regenerative ability. Hence, the two of them practically lost their combat ability with a single strike. This was still the result of Lin Feng withdrawing his strength. Otherwise, the two of them would have died from a single strike. HSS. The other two martial artists, who were slightly slower, could not help but gasp. What did they see? Lin Feng had actually defeated two metamorphic realm martial artists in one move. This was despite the fact that Lin Feng had just broken the genetic lock, and his body had not even undergone a complete metamorphosis. How could this be possible? However, the battle occurred in a flash. After Lin Feng defeated two metamorphic realm martial artists with a single move, he suddenly stomped his feet. Boom! The entire villa seemed to be shaking. At the same time, he flew towards the two law enforcement officers like a cannonball. Retreat, pull back, and fight with innate abilities. This Lin Feng should be a strength-type martial artist. His strength is very terrifying. Don't fight head-on. As expected of a metamorphic realm martial artist, he was experienced compared to those screwworm demons. Although he did not have the undying characteristic, his combat methods were more agile and varied. Just now, Lin Feng had used the unfamiliarity between the two parties to severely injure two metamorphic realm martial artists at once. It would not be so easy to follow the same pattern now. The two law enforcement officers hurriedly retreated and left the villa in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng naturally followed closely and chased after the two of them. Chapter 113 Not Dead Yet. Chapter 113 Not Dead Yet. Whoosh! In running and pursuing, the three of them rushed out of the villa and arrived above a garden outside the villa. This was a villa area, and the population was not dense. Hence, the three of them stood in the air and faced each other. Lin Feng. Stubbornness would do you no good. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. He only stared at the two of them coldly. HMPH. Do it. The two of them were dignified inhuman experts. Since Lin Feng did not listen to their advice, they would not hold back anymore. Flame. One of the inhuman experts stretched out his hand and opened it. His entire body actually ignited with raging flames, as if he had transformed into a huge flaming man that stretched across the void. The other person was not to be outdone. He extended his hand and pointed. The surrounding void seemed to turn cold all of a sudden. The trees and flowers in the garden were all frozen into ice sculptures at once. These were the innate abilities awakened by the two inhuman experts. Fire and ice. These were the most ordinary innate abilities, but also the most practical ones. In particular, the two of them were planning to fight Lin Feng head-on now. They were going to rely on their innate abilities to suppress Lin Feng. Freeze. Suddenly, the martial artist who had awakened his ice innate talent clapped his hands together hard. An icy aura enveloped Lin Feng. If countless cold auras were surging towards him from all directions. Snap. Lin Feng's legs were frozen. It was difficult for him to even take a step. However, his strength was incredibly powerful. With just a light shake, the ice crystal shattered. At the same time, however, an unending stream of cold air enveloped Lin Feng and continued to freeze him. As time passed, Lin Feng's body was also frozen, and he quickly froze into an ice sculpture. An ice sculpture stretched across the void. It looked so strange. This scene even attracted the attention of many ordinary people in the villa area. How rare was it for flames and ice to fly in midair? However, The people in the villa area were not ignorant. Although inhuman experts rarely displayed powerful abilities in front of the public, everyone knew that only inhuman experts could walk in the air. Without a doubt, these were 3 inhuman experts, and they were clearly fighting a great battle. Some people had even started filming videos and uploaded them online quickly. This video was too special. A battle between inhumans. How rare was it? Hence, the video was quickly disseminated and swiftly became viral on the internet. A battle between 3 inhuman experts is really rare. Moreover, it seems to be in the residential area. Are the inhuman experts not afraid of accidentally injuring others if they dare to fight in the residential area? Those 2 people's clothes seem to be law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers specialize in targeting inhuman experts who wreak wanton destruction. The people they want to arrest would be an inhuman expert too. Didn't you guys realize that the person they are arresting looks very familiar? Wait a minute. Let me think. He seems to be Lin Feng, the hero of Dragonlit City from some time ago. What, it really seems to be Lin Feng? Why would the law enforcement officers clash with Lin Feng? Lin Feng is a hero of humanity who just obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. The internet was already in an uproar. Keywords such as the inhuman expert battle, the law enforcement officers, hero of humanity, Lin Feng, and so on had almost spread throughout the internet. Many people wanted to know the truth. Why would a hero of humanity conflict with the law enforcement team? Things were developing too quickly. After all, Lin Feng's identity was very special. In history, no hero who had obtained the Hero of Humanity medal had ever clashed with the enforcement team. If the situation escalated further, it would likely cause a huge uproar. Hence, the government department was furious. The law enforcement team belonged to the government department. It was a special institution established jointly after consultation by the 5 major factions. Even inhuman experts could not resist the law enforcement team. This was the administrative authority of the government. Hence, the government department immediately sent more inhuman experts. They had to control Lin Feng and stop the situation from escalating further. In the sky above the villa, although Lin Feng was frozen, the 2 law enforcement officers were still very cautious. This was because Lin Feng had not fallen and was still standing in the air. What did this mean? It meant that freezing was useless against Lin Feng. Snap. As expected, not long after, the thick ice crystals immediately shattered, and the ice shards fell to the ground. Lin Feng broke out of the ice without any injuries on his body. This was the other party's innate ability. Unfortunately, it was too weak and could not see Lin Feng at all. As for the other persons, flames, why did he not take the opportunity to attack when Lin Feng was frozen? Actually, it was because they still had reservations. Even now, they did not dare to really kill Lin Feng. Everyone knew how special Lin Feng's identity was. Killing a hero of humanity, that's absurd. It was impossible. However, now that they missed this opportunity, they would not get another. Armor. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Some cuticle began to appear on his body, quickly enveloping his entire body, forming a layer of armor over his entire body. Sharp bone spikes protruded from his shoulders. This was one of Lin Feng's innate abilities. Armor. After Lin Feng's body was covered in a layer of armor, he charged forward again, turning into a shadow. Freeze. The law enforcement officer was unwilling to give up. He prepared to freeze Lin Feng on a large scale again. Unfortunately, how could Lin Feng be frozen now that he had the armor? In fact, the armor destroyed the ice the moment it froze. With the armor, Lin Feng's innate ability could not even restrict Lin Feng's movements. The other metamorphic realm martial artist's expression was grim as he suddenly threw a punch in the air. Boom! It was as if the very air was trembling. A huge ball of flames charged towards Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng paid no heed to it. He raised his hand and punched the flames. The flames dissipated instantly, and the aftershock rushed to Lin Feng's armor. Unable to ignite it at all, Lin Feng did not know how strong the limit of his armor was, but it could resist fire and water with ease. Seeing that Lin Feng had already charged over and they could no longer dodge, the two law enforcement officers finally went all out. 99 strands of astral power erupted from their bodies. The power of ice erupted. The power of flames erupted. With the eruption of astral power, their strength increased by several times instantly. With 300 tons, 400 tons, 500 tons, or even 600 tons of strength, it was not inferior to one spiral force from Lin Feng at all. 2 spiral forces. However, Lin Feng did not dodge at all. He only threw a light punch. With just one punch, the surrounding air seemed to have been compressed to the limit as a terrifying fist force erupted with a bang. Boom! 2 spiral forces were equivalent to 700 tons of strength. In addition to the original 350 tons of strength, Lin Feng's punch contained more than 1 tons of strength. How powerful was this? The force of the punch wreaked havoc. The two law enforcement officers unleashed all their strength. Their bodies were surrounded by ice and flames. But facing Lin Feng's terrifying punch, they were smashed into the ground without even touching Lin Feng. How is this possible? The two law enforcement officers created 2 huge pits in the ground as they looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Between 4 law enforcement officers, they could not even injure Lin Feng. Moreover, they also knew that Lin Feng must have held back. Otherwise, the 4 of them would probably be long dead. Only at this moment did they understand the value of a hero of humanity. It was not exaggerated at all. They accepted their defeat. The people around the villa were also dumbfounded. Looking at the messy garden, it was like an apocalypse. Seeing the destructive power of inhuman experts with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts was incomparable. Yu Shui was also dumbfounded. His legs had been broken. It was impossible for him to take the opportunity to escape now. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng, who was like a god of death, walked down from the sky step by step. It's your turn. Apologize before Yu Shan with your death. Lin Feng lifted Yu Shui and threw him in front of Yu Shan's portrait. No one could stop his determination to kill Yu Shui. Yu Shui was truly afraid. He could sense the aura of death clearly. He knew that the man in front of him could kill him with a single slap. At this moment, he felt as if even the pain in his legs was nothing. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Big brother isn't dead yet. Like a pig sent to slaughter, Yu Shui's desperate howl echoed in the hall. Chapter 114 I'm a Hero. Chapter 114 I'm a Hero. Yu Shui was sweating profusely. He was really frightened now. Lin Feng's cold gaze had completely shattered his will. Faced with death, how could he still dare to hide anything? What did you say? For the first time, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Even his body was trembling. It was due to excitement. Jess, my big brother, Yu Shan, isn't dead. I never thought of killing him, no matter how profligate and how much of a bastard I am. I never thought of killing him. Yu Shui was already prostrating on the ground, almost bawling. His mental state had completely collapsed. All his calculations and schemes were useless before a killing god like Lin Feng. Inhuman experts were not just a term. Only after truly facing the anger of inhuman experts could one understand how terrifying inhuman experts were. Originally, the upper echelons of elites who came to participate in Yu Shan's funeral also had stunned expressions when they heard Yu Shui's words. Yu Shan wasn't dead, what a joke. However, looking at how Yu Shui was weeping, it did not seem like he was lying. Could it be that everyone had been fooled by Yu Shui? At this moment, there was already an uproar on the internet. A battle between inhuman experts was extremely rare, especially in a city. Moreover, it involved the hero of humanity. Lin Feng. Lin Feng had defeated 4 law enforcement officers in a row by himself. These law enforcement officers were all inhuman experts in the past. Without comparison, no one knew how powerful Lin Feng was as the hero of humanity. But now, with comparison, Lin Feng's ability to easily defeat 4 inhuman experts was very valuable. It was far more direct and shocking than when Lin Feng had suppressed 30 screwworm demons back then. However, This also made some slightly confused. Why was Lin Feng raising such a big ruckus in the city? In particular, Lin Feng had captured an ordinary person. What was he trying to do? The law enforcement officers won't act rashly. If they do, they must be enforcing the law. Could Lin Feng have caused some trouble? Lin Feng looks like he wants to kill someone. His gaze is so terrifying. Even inhuman experts have to abide by the law. Even the hero of humanity can't act however he pleases. That's right. No matter what contributions Lin Feng had, he must abide by the law. What if he injures people by accident by fighting in the city? The comments on the internet began to show signs of being one-sided. However, there was no lack of smart people who immediately retorted. Lin Feng just turned the tide in Dragonlit City and became a hero of humanity. Why would he attack ordinary people for no reason? There must be something deeper going on. That's right. I'm from Stone City. I'm very familiar with the villa area in this video. Today, the Yu family of Stone City is holding a funeral for a martial artist. Ordinary people don't know about the Yu family, but I do know a little. I heard that the two Yu brothers turned against each other for the sake of wealth. The eldest son of the Yu family suddenly died. Is there no hidden story in it? Lin Feng coming here to cause a scene should be related to the death of the eldest son of the Yu family. All kinds of news were flying all over the internet. There were even rumors, and no one could convince the other party. The situation had completely escalated, and many people were paying attention to the development of the situation. If Lin Feng really killed someone in public, no matter the reason, he would be in big trouble. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire ground shook violently, as if the villa was about to collapse. Immediately after, 3 martial artists descended from the sky. Their gazes were cold and resolute, and their bodies emitted an extremely powerful aura. In particular, there was a faint glimmer of astral power on their bodies. Astral power emanated from them. These were peak 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artists, with a total of 999 strands of astral power in their bodies. Lin Feng, stop now. The 3 martial artists' eyes were apathetic. Their gazes seemed to be looking down on everyone. Lin Feng held Yu Shui in one hand and turned around to look at the 3 of them. He could feel the powerful pressure coming from the 3 of them. These were definitely not ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists. You want to stop me too? We're not stopping you. We want you to pull back from the brink. As long as you release him and return with us for investigation, things will naturally settle down. These 3 people were not ordinary people either. They were the vice captains of the law enforcement team in Stone City. They could be considered to have great authority, and were truly top figures in Stone City. Every single one of them was a peak 3rd level metamorphic realm expert. Lin Feng had caused such a huge commotion this time. Their mission was to settle this matter as soon as possible and control Lin Feng, so that the situation would not escalate further. Lin Feng glanced at Yu Shui and said coldly, Yu Shan isn't dead. I'm bringing him to save Yu Shan. Yu Shan isn't dead. The 3 of them roughly understood the situation. Was Lin Feng avenging Yu Shan's death? However, after knowing that Yu Shan was not dead, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was the best outcome. If Yu Shan was not dead, Lin Feng's anger would be appeased. Hence, the 3 of them continued. Put him down and well save Yu Shan. I don't trust you. Lin Feng's words made the 3 of them very angry. They were dignified 3rd level metamorphic realm martial artists, presiding over a region and wielding great authority. When had they ever been so passive now? They were even directly accused of being untrustworthy. Whether you trust us or not, you must come with us. Do you know how much impact your recklessness has caused? It's not that I've caused such a huge impact, but that your inaction has caused such a huge impact. I will take him, and I will save you, Shan, by my own hands. No one will stop me. Lin Feng's tone was firm. Even though the auras of the 3 people were very terrifying, he still walked forward resolutely. Whoosh! The 3 of them blocked in front of Lin Feng. The imposing aura on their bodies was unleashed without restraint. Even Lin Feng felt as if He was suffocating from the pressure. You want to attack me? It's our duty. Come back with us. The three of them did not give in either. Lin Feng was silent for a while, then took out an exquisite medal from his pocket and hung it on his chest. I'm a hero. The dazzling gold medal was so eye-catching that everyone was attracted by it. Hero of Humanity medal. The three metamorphic realm martial artists looked at each other and fell silent. The Hero of Humanity medal was awarded to heroes of humanity. They were people who had made special contributions to humanity and had all kinds of privileges. In history, there had never been a situation where the wielder of the Hero of Humanity medal fought with the police. As for fighting, the moment the three of them saw the Hero of Humanity medal, they completely lost any intention of fighting. That's absurd. Attack A. Martial artist wearing the Hero of Humanity medal would be a slap in the face to the 9 sages. The Hero of Humanity medal could only be awarded with the approval of the 9 sages. How could such a person be guilty? Even if they were guilty, it was definitely not up to the law enforcement team to decide. First, the 9 sages had to retract the Hero of Humanity medal, and only then could the complicated trial procedure occur. Was Lin Feng guilty? It was difficult to say for the current situation. Lin Feng did not kill anyone, even when he went against the law enforcement officers. He had only injured them. What right did they have to determine that Lin Feng was guilty? The three of them did not dare to stop him. They could only watch as Lin Feng grabbed Yu Shui and left the villa, follow them and stop anyone from approaching. The three of them did not dare to delay. Since they could not stop Lin Feng, they could only follow him and prevent Lin Feng from doing anything crazy. Chapter 115 Seeing Yu Shan Again. Chapter 115 Seeing Yu Shan Again. Lin Feng grabbed Yu Shui and left, followed by the 3 vice-captains of the law enforcement team. The people who had come to attend the funeral initially wanted to follow and watch the spectacle. After all, not everyone could see this kind of spectacle. However, they were not inhumans and could not keep up with the speed of Lin Feng and the others at all, so they could only give up. However, what happened today would definitely become the matter with the greatest impact on Stone City in the coming period of time. Hey! Yu Shan is actually alive. This is going to be interesting. Yu Shan actually has a friend and an inhuman expert like Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng came all the way here and didn't hesitate to fall out with the law enforcement team. They are not ordinary friends. No matter what, we can't provoke the Yu family in the future. Most of the people just held the attitude of watching a show. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them. However, those from the government, the armed forces, the military, the martial arts association, and so on no longer had the face to continue staying here. They had been rendered speechless by Lin Feng's rebukes previously and lost all their face. However, the one who was truly uneasy was Zhang Hui, who was hidden in the clubhouse. Crack! Zhang Hui crushed the wine glass in his hand. Through some informants, he naturally learned about everything that happened in the Yu family's villa. Everything had initially gone according to his expectations. Lin Feng had a conflict with the law enforcement team, and even fought them. Towards the end, Lin Feng was also prepared to kill Yu Shui. As long as Yu Shui died, he would be safe. But who would have thought that? Yu Shui did not kill Yu Shan. Fool! Fool to the extreme. Zhang Hui was furious. But at the same time, he was also terrified. Yu Shan was not dead, and neither was Yu Shui. All his plans had come to naught. Once Lin Feng and Yu Shan learned that he was the one behind the scenes, how could he possibly survive? No, I have to run. Zhang Hui immediately decided that he was prepared to run. But where was the problem? If he fled overseas now, he might have a chance of survival, but he would have to live in the dark from now on. He was not a martial artist and might simply die upon encountering any accidents. After contemplating things over, Zhang Hui felt that he could not run. If he did, he would really be finished. I can't run. I absolutely can't fall into Lin Feng's hands. That's right. I'll go home and tell father everything. I'll tell him everything truthfully. I didn't kill anyone. Everything was actually committed by Yu Shui. Even if I'm captured, he'll only be jailed. As long as the family forgives me, it's just being jailed for a few years. He'll still be able to enjoy the protection of the Zhang family when I come out. Deng Hui was used to being a young master. He did not want to die, let alone abscond in fear. For this, he would even rather go to jail. However, he knew very well that while he was willing to go to jail, he absolutely could not fall into Lin Feng's hands. Otherwise, if Lin Feng killed him in a fit of anger, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, only the Zhang family could help him. As for whether the Zhang family would hand him over to Lin Feng, Deng Hui thought about it for a long time and felt that it shouldn't be the case. The two inhuman experts from the Zhang family were both inhumans of the government faction. They would only hand him over to the police and the government to be judged according to the law. If they handed him over to Lin Feng for Lin Feng to execute privately, not only would the two inhuman Zhang family members lose face, they would also violate the rules agreed upon by the government and the other four factions. Only by staying alive could there be a chance to turn everything around. At this thought, Deng Hui made a prompt decision. He immediately left the clubhouse and rushed towards the Zhang family. He knew very well that he must come clean when he returned this time. If he wanted to survive, he must not conceal anything anymore. This is the place. When Lin Feng brought Yu Shui to an abandoned factory, there were still a few people outside who were very surprised to see Lin Feng and the others descend from the sky. However, Lin Feng ignored them. Moreover, there were three inhuman experts with gloomy expressions following them, so they did not cause any trouble. Yu Shui said in a trembling voice, "Yes, this is the place. I really didn't kill Big Brother." "Now you know he's your big brother," Lin Feng sneered. Although he had also lived in an affluent family since he was young, and had many brothers in the family, nothing like brothers turning against each other for wealth had ever happened. Be it his eldest brother, second brother, or younger sister, all of them cared about him very much. Their family was also harmonious. For the sake of the Lin family, second brother was willing to train in the army. For the sake of the Lin family, his eldest brother was willing to do everything he could to help his second brother gain a foothold in the army. The warm and harmonious scene in the Lin family was miles better than the scheming against Yu Shan by the second son of the Yu family, now standing before him. There was more than goodness in this world, but also evil. The environment of the abandoned factory was a little harsh. It had rained a few days ago, so the road was covered in mud. Lin Feng held Yu Shui in one hand and walked through the abandoned workshops of the factory to the row of abandoned warehouses behind the factory. "Big Brother is inside," Yu Shui said dejectedly. He now knew that he was finished. Lin Feng did not hesitate any longer. He immediately strode forward and arrived in front of a locked warehouse. He could not even wait for Yu Shui to take out the key. Instead, he threw a punch. Boom! The warehouse doors were shattered. Amidst the dust, Lin Feng vaguely saw a figure, and there was a faint sound of panic. Whoosh! After Lin Feng rushed into the warehouse, he smelled a pungent scent of blood and some medicine. There was a huge bed in the warehouse, and even simple tables and chairs. There was also some food residue in the abandoned trash can beside it. In particular, beside the bed was a young woman, who was looking at the doors of the warehouse in a panic. "You Lin Feng." When the young woman saw Lin Feng, she seemed to have recognized him, and an elated expression appeared on her face. Lin Feng glanced at the young woman and said hesitantly, "You're Yu Shan's girlfriend. You sent me a message back then." "Yes. My name is Chang Zai. You're finally here. Quick, save Yu Shan." "What happened to Yu Shan?" Lin Feng rushed to the bed and found Yu Shan unconscious. There were injuries on his body, but they were all bandaged. Chang's face was already covered in tears. She looked at Yu Shui hatefully and said, "Yu Shui ordered some people to beat Yu Shan up and locked us here. They only gave us some medicine and some gauze. Yu Shan fell unconscious last night and hasn't woken up until now." Lin Feng stared coldly at Yu Shui, frightening Yu Shui. "Hence," he hurriedly said, I didn't want to do this either. But I didn't want to kill Big Brother. Nor did I want to be discovered. So this is all I can provide. Big Brother is a martial artist. His physique can't be so weak. Right. Yu Shui was also a little afraid now, even though he had never really thought of killing Yu Shan in his heart. For Yu Shan was his big brother no matter what. If Yu Shan died because of him, this debt would definitely be settled on him. Don't worry. Let me take a look first. Lin Feng turned around and carefully observed Yu Shan on the bed. Although Yu Shan was unconscious, he did not lose much blood, and all the bleeding had been staunched. More importantly, Lin Feng could vaguely feel that the life force in Yu Shan's body was gradually increasing. The essence in his body was even surging continuously, as if it was boiling. At the same time, Yu Shan's life force felt as if it was thriving. Lin Feng was all too familiar with this feeling. This was the characteristic of someone breaking the genetic lock and their body undergoing metamorphosis. Part 2 of this series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.